All the best. I mean, congratulations, Patricia.
Yes, good sportsmanship, Priestley. Congratulations, Patricia.
Thank you.
Well, that brings us to the end of our show for this week. A big thank you to my co-host, sports journalist for the national newspaper in Port Moresby. Thanks, Patricia Kiamo.
Thank you so much, Hannah. This was fun.
And thanks to my other co-host, one of the founding editors of the Island Sun newspaper in the Solomon Islands. Thank you, Priestley Habaru.
Thank you, Tiana, for hosting us, and also thank you to our co-host in Port Moresby, Patricia.
Great.
Thank you, Antok.
Thank you to the Oceania Rugby for the extra audio used in this episode, and to you for listening to Fresh Off the Field, the sporting pulse of the Pacific on ABC Radio Australia. Bobby will be back in 2 weeks when she returns from her work trip in Hawaii. Next week, you'll hear a best of episode of Fresh Off the Field from all the amazing chats we've had this year already. This episode was produced on the lands of the Gadigal people.
This program has been funded by the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade.
Sam Hawley here. ABC News Daily is a 15-minute podcast that's not just the latest headlines. Each weekday, I take one thing that's big in your world and dig deep so you can truly understand what's going on. It's never too long, didn't listen. It's just 15 minutes of powerful information delivered directly to your ears. ABC News Daily, your daily dose of news knowledge. Hear it now on the ABC Listen app.
Good evening, Natasha McFarlane with ABC News. Victoria's Environment Minister says a new gas extraction project, which was green-lit by the government earlier today, has been in the works for some time. The offshore project near Port Campbell in the state's southwest has received support from the opposition, but the Victorian Greens have described the move as devastating. However, Minister Lily D'Ambrosio has told ABC Radio Melbourne the project is part of the state's forecast gas supply.
The supply of gas continues to diminish at a faster rate than Victorian demand, and we have to manage that. So this resource has already been factored in, and that is needed to be understood. This hasn't been magicked up suddenly in a period of 24 hours.
Victim advocates believe the National Anti-Corruption Commission has missed an opportunity to hold people to account as a result of the Robo-Debt scheme. It received referrals from the Royal Commission into Robo-Debt about 6 officials, but says their conduct has already been fully explored and extensively discussed. More than 500,000 Australians were wrongly pursued for more than $1.7 billion in social security debts. Administrative law lecturer at La Trobe University, Dr Darren O'Donovan, says they deserve more.
All the people who fought Robo-Debt, all of them are burnt out, and they did so much to fight it. And ultimately, what are we doing for these people? We don't talk about that enough. How have we really changed?
The United Nations Agency for Palestinian Refugees says between 35 and 45 Palestinians have been killed in an Israeli attack on a school-turned-shelter. Sarah Amir has more.
UNRWA says it cannot confirm the exact death toll at this stage after Israel bombed a UN school that was housing displaced people in central Gaza. Israel says the school was acting as a Hamas compound, housing fighters that took part in the October the 7th attacks. This displaced man witnessed the incident.
I was asleep when I found myself covered in rubble. The rocket hit. It came through the second floor.
Hamas rejects Israel's claims, saying the IDF is lying to justify the brutal crime it conducted against dozens of displaced people.
One of Australia's largest food processors says it's slashing its canned fruit production amid declining demand for locally grown products. Hussein Rifai is the chairman of SPC Global, who says its intake of peaches and pears will be cut by nearly 40%. He's told ABC Radio Melbourne it's a competitive international market.
The market gets flooded with a cheaper tin fruit coming out of various sources like South Africa, like China, and sometimes in some cases like other OECD countries. Australian agriculture and food industry is one of the least supported anywhere around the world.
Fire Rescue Victoria says it's responding to lithium battery fires on a daily basis. It follows a house fire at Broadmeadows this afternoon, which was sparked by a rechargeable device. All occupants were safely evacuated, but firefighters say a pet snake was killed. Commander Steve Dorman says people should take greater care when it comes to using these products.
Please don't utilise second-hand chargers or chargers that you find through a number of retail sites online. These are questionable products as they may not meet Australian standards, but also only charging them while we're awake.
And to sport, North Melbourne AFL coach Alistair Clarkson says stress has played a role in his latest foul-mouthed outburst. An AFL investigation cleared Clarkson of directly abusing match officials when he used profane language on the boundary during the Kangaroos' loss to Port Adelaide last month. He says the ongoing Hawthorn racism scandal has taken its toll on him and Brisbane coach Chris Fagan.
We can't dismiss the fact that Fags and myself have been under enormous amount of pressure over the last 18 months, and just things build up. You don't even know that it's happening to you until you get into an emotional state, and then you react.
And to the weather, mostly cloudy with isolated showers on and south of the ranges over central and eastern districts. Dry and mostly clear about the north. Light to moderate south-easterly winds, fresh about alpine peaks. For Melbourne, mostly clear, winds south to southeasterly 15 to 20 kilometres an hour. Partly cloudy tomorrow and heading for a top of 17 degrees. On Saturday, a possible shower developing, reaching 15. On Sunday, showers, a top of 15. Right now in Melbourne, it's 13 degrees. This is ABC News.
The Men's T20 Cricket World Cup.
He's bowled, that's it.
Live from the USA and West Indies.
What about that? Unbelievable.
Catch all the action on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
And the moment of truth has arrived.
If you think you have anything other than a split second in this game right now, you're kidding yourself.
It's all to play for.
Every single bloke has stood up.
They are leaving nothing out there.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL Premiership season.
From 55, side-bottom, launches, goal! The Crows Magpies are on top of the AFL world. They win a spellbinding game of footy. Calling what a greatness.
This is ABC Sport.
The umpire holds the footy up.
You want your very best players having the ball in the moments that matter.
Take your moment. This is that moment.
Something's in the air. Listen to the roar. Feel a different energy.
The pressure's certainly gone up.
Feel it on your skin.
Punches the air with the right hand.
Feel the electricity.
That's why we love football.
Brilliant to watch. Stand by. The arms are outstretched as he pumps his chest out. Fill your lungs, fill your lungs. Are you ready for it?
Wherever you are, do not move.
We're going the full journey. 'Cause here it comes, here it comes.
This is the 2024 AFL Premiership season.
From outside 50, goes bang with everything he's got.
Former bad boy looking to redeem himself with kicks like that.
Something big's coming, something big's coming.
One step nonchalant banana finish. Wow. Charlie Cameron snaps, goal.
Something big's coming.
Hey Siri, play John Denver.
AFL.
From deep in the pocket. That is amazing.
Fill your lungs, are you ready for it?
This guy wants it at home on the biggest stage.
And Gordon can finish from 35. Oh, Errol.
It's there.
Superb finish.
What a hanger.
He joins the party.
Whacks through the goal. Oh, what a moment.
Brilliant, wasn't it?
There's nothing this man can't do. Rioli with some magic. The check side finish. He seizes the moment. Stolen. Snapped it over his shoulder. He's kicked an absolute ripper.
Spins around and buries it.
Lightning speed, Bobby Hill. He's Bobby Thrill.
This is just football at its best.
Weaves around an opponent and gets a brilliant goal.
Gathers, snaps. He'll bring the house down. Time to steady and pull the trigger. Right foot drop punt is pure. We're not done yet.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season on radio, Sport Digital, and take us with you on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
Something big is coming, I know.
The bright lights of Thursday night enter a state that has become a pressure cooker. 7 years have passed since Richmond's grand final victory over Adelaide, but the ramifications are still being felt at Westlakes, and once again the Tigers have a chance to turn the Crows' world into a nightmare. For Matthew Nicks, the equation is simple. The Crows must win against the Richmond side decimated by injury, with finals fast becoming out of reach. But they'll need to do so without injured stars Matt Crouch and Taylor Walker, whilst their first choice ruckman Riley O'Brien has been omitted. For the rebuilding Tigers, the positivity around effort can only get you so far, and they'd be desperate to claim a scalp on the road with a trifecta of stars back in the lineup. It's Thursday night footy on ABC Sport, Adelaide and Richmond to kickstart round 13. Aaron Bryan's calling the action, and alongside me, got a special guest who's made his way across the border back home. Ben Cameron, it's good to see you.
A temporary home, Aaron, but it's good to be back here in South Australia. I did live here for a couple of years. I spent the week watching the Adelaide news services to get ready for this game and get a little heat check on how hot it is for Matty Nicks. And I must admit, it is hot in the kitchen for him at the moment here in South Australia, and the Crows fans are certainly getting restless. He did get the dreaded full support of the board, which almost always precedes a sacking, unfortunately. So John Olsen came out during the week and said, look, he's got the full support of the board. We believed at the time we extended Matty Nicks that he was the right man for the club. We still believe that. So they need to win today. Under Matty Nicks, they've gone 3 wins, 7 wins, 8 wins, 11 wins, and then 4 so far this season. So improvement had been linear to date. It isn't always. It looks like there will be regression this season as.
The longest ever period this club has gone without playing finals, and history says coaches don't survive more than 2 seasons without them. Matthew Nicks could be going into his 5th without seeing September action. So a lot on the line tonight, a must-win game that they head in as heavy favourites over a side that only has 1 win in season 2024. Some big-name South Australians in the box, your experts this evening for Thursday night footy. First, it's great to have Premiership ruckman Dean Brogan back with us. Good to see you, Brogues.
Great to be here again, and what an intro, boys. It's excited to be here. Perfect night for footy, and it just seems the heat's on Adelaide every week at the moment, doesn't it? Disappointing last week, and they just have to beat Richmond tonight, who surprisingly have only won 1 game this year. So a few outs, but you'd expect Adelaide to get the job done tonight. If not, you talk about heat on Matty Nicks and that football club, it will come hard and fast first thing tomorrow morning. Just quickly, as someone who's played in the South Australian bubble, explain it to the rest of the country why they can go from a 99-point win and then lose 1 week at the MCG and suddenly it's all hell is frozen over. I think Adelaide have always had the most pressure on them. Look, as much as I did play footy for Port Adelaide, and it is an Adelaide town, it's always has been a Crows town, and they can't do much without the media jumping on it, and especially, like you put, they haven't played finals for a long time, and under the Matty Nicks era, they still yet to play finals, and if they don't win tonight, they're not going to play finals. So the heat's coming, and it should be warranted, especially this year. The expectations were high. They just haven't lived up to it. They've had some moments, but they haven't been able to be consistent. So tonight is a massive game for that football club. Alongside Dee Brogan, we've got 3-time showdown medalist and All-Australian midfielder Josh Franco in the ABC Sport Box. Good to see you, Josh.
Yep, likewise. Evening, gentlemen. And Ben, wow, you've come out swinging.
Has he ever?
Unbelievable.
Has he ever?
Absolutely warranted. And it's interesting, the 4 words that I've written down here for Adelaide at the moment is no room for error. When you start the season as poorly as they have, they've put themselves and they've dug this hole which they're in currently that they just cannot afford to drop games. Tonight's one of those. They've got to come out and beat Richmond, who are, let's say, struggling.
Or even, I look at it, and even if they don't play finals this year, how important is finishing the season well? We speak about in-games, finishing a game well because you'll start next week how you finished the week before. So even if they can't make a run to play finals, to work something out for 2025, how important is it, Brogues and Josh?
I think it's critical. Obviously, there's momentum, such a wonderful word in footy, and it's really important. And even though you've got a pre-season which is separated by probably 4 or 5 months from the round or the last game you played the previous year, carrying momentum and confidence into the following season, it's critical. So Adelaide, regardless, as you said, whether they play finals or not, they've got to finish the year off. But there's such a long way to go. You want to be relevant as a player. You want to be relevant in the season for as long as you can, because
if you're not relevant, like Richmond, they would already start to be looking at their footy trips now. That's the reality of a player these days, is if you can't make finals, that's where your mind goes. And that's not everybody, but I'm generalising there. But if you're the Adelaide Football Club, every game matters right up until round 23 or whatever it is. You want to be relevant for as long as you can. So that's why they have to win tonight. It keeps the momentum going, like you said, Josh, momentum into a real tricky part of the season where a lot of teams fall away. They don't want to be that football club.
Well, I think it's interesting too, the dialogue that I'm hearing throughout the week around they've struggled to deal with the expectation. I reckon it's actually almost the other way. I reckon they've come into the season reading their own press, and I know we've spoken about it post some of the losses they've had this year, but reading their own press, thinking they're better than they are. They finished the year off strongly last year. Everyone's saying we should have played finals. They think the red carpet was going to be rolled out for them, and they got stung and they got punched in the nose. So unfortunately, they're in the position they're in now, and as I said, they've got to dig themselves out of it.
Thoughts of Josh Franco, Dean Brogan, your experts tonight. If you do want to get in touch with us, the text line 0437 774 774. It's Adelaide and Richmond on ABC Sport. No late changes. So in terms of the overall team structure, 4 ins for the Adelaide Crows. Strawn plays just his 6th game of AFL footy. Kieran Strawn, he's 28 years of age. He's been caught behind Riley O'Brien for such a significant period of time, but Big Rob has been omitted. Ned McHenry's into the side. He'll be the sub tonight once again. Billy Dowling makes his debut, the North Adelaide product for the Crows, just 19 years of age and the 262nd Crow to wear the Guernsey. And Will Hamill's back in as well. Taylor Walker out with a back injury. Matt Crouch is out for the season with shoulder surgery. Braden Cook out injured as well. And for Richmond, 4 big ins for them. So Shea Bolton, Tim Taranto, Dion Prestia and Jacob Kajitsky out. Maikelti Lafau, who's out with the 5th ACL for Richmond in the past year. Dustin Martin has been managed, apparently has illness, but game 300's around the corner. Caleb Smith omitted and Marlon Pickett out with a calf injury. The Dustin Martin one, Josh and Dean, we've got a lot of time to dissect Adelaide, but I do want to get into Richmond a little bit. It's a tricky decision to make when you've got a season where you've only had 1 victory and this is a gettable matchup. Do you play your best stars or do you look at the marketing aspect, the celebration of one of the game's greatest players and say, look, we should manage him, and that's what Richmond have done, is held him over for the Hawthorn game next weekend. But there are going to be critics that say, look, you should have picked the best available and put him out there on the park tonight.
I actually don't mind it, to be perfectly honest with you. If Richmond was still a chance to play finals, different story. They're not. Their season's over in terms of challenging in September. He's a superstar of the competition, one of the greatest players of all times. I think he deserves the 300th. Back in Melbourne.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
If you've got a record a resume like him, not many have. Probably if anybody, you've probably earned the right. And if Richmond were around the mark, he'd be playing. 100% he'd be playing. But they're not. So give one of the best players to ever play the game the opportunity to play his 300s at the home of football in front of, there'll be 90,000 there next week, all to see him. So it doesn't have the same ring to it if it's 301. So, I'm all for it. Yeah, if it was me or you, Josh, no, you play probably. But nothing against you, Josh. But Dustin Martin, you can do what you want, mate, to be honest.
It is a short break as well, and he's in the twilight of his career. So travelling, playing this week up, it stands to reason even without the 300, but I think we all know why.
Well, that was the comment I was going to make, that they, no doubt, Richmond would have sat down, their high-performance team, and said, this game, probably earmark one of their senior players, their more, senior players, which obviously Dusty is, that give him the week off after a 5-day break, and it fits nicely so that he can play his 300th in Melbourne next week.
That doesn't do anything to the rest of the team who continue to play?
I don't think so. No, I think they're mature enough to work that out and experienced enough in terms of the senior players there that drive the sort of standards and culture, so I don't see it as an issue.
And it gives someone an opportunity here tonight. So whoever is a fringe player that would probably not play, they've got an opportunity to prove themselves to play in Dustin's 300th next week. So, look, I think it's one of those occasions that very rarely comes around in football, and Richmond have got an opportunity to make it right for a champion of the footy club. And, it doesn't, the optics of it don't look good, but if you dig into it, I don't think there's an issue to it at all.
I mean, we often speak about clubs exiting their stars, and really celebrating his milestone is part of exiting Dustin Martin, and it does set a tone for the younger players. You would have both experienced that. Look, if you're a champion of this great club, we'll look after you in the back end as well as right throughout.
If you get to that level, this is how we get treated. And there's not a lot of loyalty left in footy. Hey, what he's done for that football club, I think they're doing the right.
Well, the other thing, he's not a star, he's a superstar. He is next level. he's the top echelon of the AFL. So, yeah, no issue whatsoever. And look, the other thing as well, you talk about Dustin at sort of the twilight of his career. You mentioned, I don't want to steal your thunder, Aaron, but Billy Dowling.
Yeah.
And if you read his bio, apparently his biggest influence in his career was his first 18 coach at St. Peter's College.
Josh Franco.
Which was me.
Oh, well, there you go.
I've taught him all he knows.
Inserter
I'll say that
alert.
tongue-in-cheek. Anyway, yeah, a good St. Peter's boy, so terrific to see Billy making his debut. He's good mates with my eldest boy, went through school together, terrific family, great story.
Crows making their way out onto the Adelaide Oval, a record of 4-7-1 and fresh off a 27-point loss to the Hawks. Tell us a bit about him then, Josh. What are we expecting from Billy Dowling?
Well, from a personality type, he's hard-working. From an academic point of view, when he was going through school, he was, a star in terms of his academic prowess. In terms of his footy, his work rate, his work ethic is translated into the footy player he is today. And when I coached him at first 18 level, I saw him at junior footy, playing at Walkerville, at the Walkerville Cats. I think I coached my eldest boy when he was in the side, when he was in the under 8s. And, he's progressed throughout the ranks, and he's a player. He's a nice size. He's going to develop into a really big-bodied player. Works hard, work ethic, finds the footy, uses the ball pretty well. So,
what's his best position? Where can you see him playing?
I think eventually he'll develop into a mid.
Yeah.
Inside mid?
I think so.
Yeah.
Well, just with his body shape and his ability to run.
We're a little bit disappointed today because the suggestion is that they're going to play him on a half-back flank or half-forward and potentially on a wing. So it doesn't look like we'll see him maybe where he's best suited.
No, unfortunately, I think for young kids that come into sides that, they're trying to get into a midfield that's already established, they have to do their yards. And I guess from a Billy Dowling's perspective, whether it's wing, whether it's forward, but there'll be at some stage throughout his career he will spend big minutes in the middle.
So if Billy Dowling isn't in the midfield mix tonight and playing more on the outside on the wing, Jordan Dawson's battling a ligament issue in his big toe, so he could probably play a bit more forward. What does that midfield mix actually look like? Yeah. No Matt Crouch in it. We saw Max Michaelani run through a little bit last week.
Yeah.
12 centre bounces for one clearance. Josh Rochelle during the week was asked about whether he'd find his way back into the mix. How do you see it unfolding?
Oh, look, I think Rochelle clearly is frustrated, and as a young player, we seem to talk about him a little bit. He's very opinionated, which is what you want from a young player, but they talk about educating him. They need speed through there, and when Adelaide have been at their best this year, that's when they've been able to spin the wheels in there with a Rank and a Rochelle. Saligo's an elite midfielder now. He's spending all his time in there at the moment. Dawson's been able to go in there, but do we see them tonight throw the magnets around a little bit, and Rochelle goes in there a lot more. He's come out and said he wants to play more in there. They need more speed, they need more agility. Does he go in there? Is he a full-time mid tonight? Does Nick's go, righto, over to you? You want to talk about you're a midfielder? Let's see you do it. So, or do you see a Dowling go through there for a little bit just to see what you've got? So it'll all depend on the match situation, but Adelaide clearly need speed and agility in there.
And I reckon you've absolutely nailed it, Brogues. In terms of the mids, you look at the elite midfielders in the competition and the sides that have midfields that bat deep, they have speed in there. And they also have a nice mix of guys with the bigger bodies that can bash and crash, but they also need that speed in there that can get on that loose ground ball. And as you said, obviously if Dawson's not 100% fit and the others that go through there, Saligo's been an absolute standout this year for Adelaide. He stepped up, but I think Rochelle is the one that has to go and spend more time in there. And as you said, he's been quite outspoken during the week, and in terms of wanting to play more midfield minutes, here's the baton, mate, go and prove us right.
What did you make of the comments?
Oh, look, I always worked on three sort of main rules when I was doing interviews. Never bag the opposition, never bag your teammates, and never be critical of the coaches. Now, it may potentially have been taken out of context, I don't know, but I reckon if you steer clear of those three things, then you don't leave yourself open to the flack that Rochelle's copped during the week. So
I don't think they liked it. I tuned in a little bit this week, and always, when you've got a regular interview, regular media spot like he does a week, you're going to slip up. And he slipped up this week, and I don't reckon internally the coaches would have liked that. They would have hated it. They would have hated it.
Absolutely.
But give him the opportunity. Okay, mate, you reckon you know it all? Get out there, and we'll see how you go. Yeah, cool. It's the only way to learn it, and then they can review the tape and go, look, mate, this is why you're not playing in there as much because of this. We love this, but you need to do more of that.
Well, I've got bad news for him because I'm looking out.
He's not even warming up in there at the moment.
He's not warming up with the midfielders. He's with the forwards, so that's not good news for Josh Rochelle.
What do we think about the ruck situation? big Riley O'Brien going out tonight.
I don't quite understand it, no.
I've been watching Adelaide closely, as we all have this year. I think he's been having one of his best years in terms of actual ruck craft. Now, I watched a bit of the game last week. He was good. He had the most tackles. He had the most pressure acts. He contributed like a ruckman should. I just find it strange that if you've got a young, dominating ruck in the SANFL, like a 20-year-old that you want to give a go, and you can see he's going to be the future, then you bring him in. But nothing against Strawn, but I just find I think it's just come from nowhere, really.
Well, the only other thing I'd say to that too is their finals chances are still alive. Yeah. While it's mathematically possible to get in, they're still alive. So I don't know why, and I guess to your point, I don't understand the reason for dropping a guy like O'Brien, who his running capacity is as good as a midfielder. Any midfielder in the competition, he competes strongly, and he's
going against Toby Nankervis, who's captain and premiership. And if you ask Toby Nankervis, who do you want to play against, Strawn or O'Brien, I bet you he'd say Strawn. Give me that every day of the week. So his eyes are going to light up. But good luck to Strawn. He's got his opportunity, and good luck to him. But I find it really strange that O'Brien has been omitted out of the side, and for how long? He could be out for a while now. But yeah, I reckon there's something more going on there than obviously form.
The only argument I can make is the modern ruckman has to impact outside of the stoppage. And Riley O'Brien, if you rank the rucks across the league, is 20th for disposals per game. So unlike your Max Gawns or your Luke Jacksons, Tim English, he doesn't actually do anything other really than tap and intercept mark. And Kieran Strawn in the SANFL is averaging 16 touches. So maybe he does a little bit more around the ground rather than just his work in the centre square.
Well, one thing I've also said, even about ruckman and Brogues, you could probably comment on this as well. I reckon you don't actually understand their importance until they're not playing. There's someone like O'Brien, and again, to that point that Strawn's in, and hopefully he does well tonight. But yeah, again, it's a really strange decision to drop an O'Brien. And I get your point, Aaron, that he's not impacting the game around the ground as much as perhaps he should, but just his ability in terms of making it predictable to his mids is priceless.
Well, they're going to miss out on number one hits to advantage and the most hit outs in the competition. That's what they're going to lose tonight. That's a significant thing to take away from an already struggling midfield. Maybe they're just looking at it from a different angle. Let's give up the hit and play a different type of brand of style in there. But I doubt you would do that when you're still relevant. That's something you do at round 18. You can't make the finals. You have a look at all different things. So, look, it's a strange one. And obviously I love the rucks, and I'm passionate about the ruckman. And I really like O'Brien. I think he's had a fantastic year, and hope he gets back in.
I was going to say this from a distance, but Lee Matthews says the hit-outs is the most overrated stat in football. But
what would he know?
I don't think he believes that about hit-outs to advantage. They are important. So
look, especially look at all the premierships over, I'm not saying Adelaide are going to win premiership, look at all the premierships over the last 10, 15 years. They've all had good ruckmen, especially one in 04. That was 20 years ago.
Thoughts of some South Australian greats, Dean Brogan, Josh Franco as part of your call tonight on Thursday Night Footy for ABC Sport. If you want to get in touch with us, the text line 0437 774 774. Ian from Ballarat's done just that. Regarding Dustin Martin getting rested, he says, he's won us 3 flags. Cool your jets and let him have a rest. So that's from Ian, who's a Tigers supporter in Ballarat. That was the general
consensus, wasn't it?
So we 100% agree with you.
Yeah. There you go, Ian. So feel free to get in touch with us on the text line across the night. 0437 774 774. We'll also keep you up to date with the second game of the Women's State of Origin, which is happening tonight. Plenty happening in the T20 World Cup today. So a couple of games still to come overnight with USA against Pakistan at 1 a.m. Namibia up against Scotland at 4 a.m. You can hear all of that on the ABC Listen app through the cricket button. But earlier today, Australia defeating Oman by 39 runs. The Aussies posted 5 for 164 and Oman in response 9 for 125 from their 20 overs. So Marcus Stoinis is becoming the third player in T20 World Cup history to score 50 and also take 3 wickets alongside Dwayne Bravo and Shane Watson. No late changes here at the Adelaide Oval as we build up to the start of round 13. Adelaide and Richmond, the subs, Ned McHenry and Kane McAuliffe. We're also seeing the first ever SA Freeze, which is part of the Fight MND fortnight, which will culminate at the MCG on Monday. You'll be part of the call, Benny, when we get to see Collingwood in action. But I think it's a really important phase to see, WA get on board for this, and now South Australia as well. There's a lot of big names part of it tonight. So we just saw Rory Sloane get dunked as Batman. We're going to see Andrew Jarman there across the night, Darren Jarman rather, across the night. Greg Blewett, Hannah Petty's going to be involved. So it's a really good initiative, obviously, that we've seen for so many years, but now being adopted across the country.
Yeah, and Monday will be very special at the MCG. I'm a big believer in the role sport can play in social cohesion, and I think sport at its best, it can certainly bring us all together for a cause, can't it? And we've rallied behind Neil Danaher and this Fight MND message. So the beast, as Neil calls it, and what an incredible inspiration Neil is to all of us, I think, with the way he's stared down adversity. Brogues and Josh, it's been incredible.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just every year gets bigger and bigger and bigger. I get the beanie every year, so I get to wear it. The new beanie every year. I've probably got, however long it's been now, all at home, which I'm sure most footballers have. But I love the fact that every state's getting behind it now and getting into it. And you see the beanies in schools and, local footy and things like that. So, yeah, it's just an amazing story. And, very, very humbling to see it on a Monday for sure.
He wanted to go with bandanas, but his wife and daughter, Beck, basically said, leave the fashion to us. We'll go with beanies. I'm glad
he went the beanies because it'd be quite cold in the middle of winter.
I'm not sure the bandanas would have worked.
Well, in terms of the research and development, where's it at? In terms of finding a cure, is there...
Not entirely sure in terms of how far they've gone, but the money that's been invested through it, nearly $100 million.
Yeah,
so
amazing.
they've made a lot of money over the years to try and improve research. And also, it's not just that, it's also putting money into initiatives that care for those who currently have MND. So it's a really good cause. So if you're at the ground tonight or any of the games across the weekend, I imagine the beanies will be available. So do get involved for round 13 and fight MND. We're moments away from bounce down here at the Adelaide Oval, so we'll get stuck into our game preview. Who wins and why? Dean Brogan, Josh Franco, the Crows, the favourites at home, but Richmond have some big name ins.
Well, who wins? I think Adelaide have to win, Brogues. Obviously, we've spoken about it just a moment ago in terms of their season and what it looks like. They're mathematically still a chance to play finals, so it becomes a must-win game. Richmond, as you've also said too, Brogues, they're almost QN rack. They're preparing for next season and 2025, so... all the pressure on Adelaide must come out and get the 4 points.
Adelaide just have to win. You can't bet against them tonight. They have to win. Even though Richmond have got some good ins, I still think Adelaide will win and they stay relevant at round 13 for next week. Is that right, round 13 next week?
Yeah, well...
which is where you want to be.
We're touching this before. They're about 3 games out of the 8 right now, albeit we're in the middle of the bye rounds. And Rachel from Ballarat's actually asked, is it mathematically possible for the Tigers to play the finals? Well, we've still got 12 rounds to go or 11 rounds to go, so probably but they need to win every game.
That's very half-class full, isn't it?
A lot to go right. And Harry also says, hi team, Dusty can drink beer and watch the Tigers and enjoy a win. So that's from Harry on the text line. Aaron Bryans, Ben Cameron calling the action alongside Dean Brogan and Josh Franco, the fifth member of our commentary team for Thursday night footy on ABC Sport is down at ground level. Liz Walsh, what's it like down there?
Hello, Aaron, and I can tell you one thing, it is very brisk down here, but apart from the chill, it's actually a perfect night at ground level for Thursday night footy. Only a very slight breeze blowing to the northern end. Currently it's 11 degrees and dropping. Meanwhile, the crowd is still slowly building, and for those who weren't watching Rory Sloane dressed as Batman get dunked in freezing water, they saw the Crows win the toss. They're going to be kicking to the Cathedral northern end of the ground. I'll quickly look to the benches for you, and for the Crows, Barry Murphy, Schoenberg and Nankervis will start on the bench. Ned McHenry goes in as Adelaide's tactical sub, while for Richmond, Shaw, Kazitsky, Dow and Sonsi will start on the bench. Kane McAuliffe is the Tigers' tactical sub.
Here we go, big game for both clubs. Can the Crows banish their boogeyman in Richmond, or will the Tigers claim a major upset on the road to nab their second victory of the season? It's great to have you with us across the country and the world on ABC Radio, Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app for Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Adelaide and Richmond coming your way, and the text line if you want to get in touch, 0437 774 774. To kick us off here in South Australia under the bright lights is Ben Cameron.
It feels like for the Crows they can live by the Al Davis motto. Just win, baby. That's what Matty Nix needs. Thursday night footy. Nankervis and Strawn. Away we go in Adelaide. Umpire lays it down. Strawn wins the first tap, slaps it out. Taranto going after it. Dawson there with him. Taranto shovels out a handball towards half forward. Graham comes in, holds the footy in, tries to pick it up and get moving. He can't come away with it. A ball up, still in the middle. Umpires Howson, Hosking, Fleer and Bales in charge of it. Up it goes. Flick down towards Laird. Spits out. Strawn picks it up. He's tackled by Mansell and taken high. Free kick for the inclusion for the Crows. The big ruckman feeds a handball to Smith running by.
The veteran goes long up towards left half forward, rising up. Ball Ace nearly clunked it, playing forward for Adelaide right now, and is given the footy.
That's an unbelievable mark from Ball Ace.
Stuck long enough above the head of Bolter. Ball Ace sends it towards the goal square. They're outnumbered, the Crows. Broad brings it to ground for Richmond. Vostone was there. Dropped the footy though. Saligo slides in. He's wrapped up in a quick tackle. Trying to rip it out. His Keys gets a second go. Set upon by a couple of Tigers. Handball comes out to Prestia. He'll release Rioli, lowering the eyes. Beautiful kick low and hard towards Campbell. He takes the mark in the left back pocket.
Gives it back to Rioli. Tight roping the boundary line. A couple of bounces. Will kick up towards the wing. Looking for Bolton back in the side. Free kick or mark, take your pick. Right on the centre line, he wheels and goes and turns it over. And getting back, the big ruckman, Strawn, he takes the mark, 50.
He started well, the big fellow. He was a lot of talk pre-game. He's had 2 possessions and a couple of hit-outs, so maybe we were a bit premature in how he performed tonight, but good start for the big fella.
Offering more around the ground, dare I say it.
Already has.
So marched up towards the logo on the wing. He'll kick back to centre half back. Mark taken by Michael Annie, who brings it out towards the broadcast wing.
Buds has it just behind the logo. Lowers the eyes and dinks it through centre wing to Smith. Couple of touches early for the upcoming free agent. Unsure what to do. Thought about left, eventually goes right. Penetrating kick into the 50 for Adelaide. Launching was Boulder. Big double fist to knock it out of the arc. Michael Annie's waiting at half forward though. He'll hand it to his skipper Dawson. Adelaide trying to go back inside 50. Laird to Michael Annie. Attacking edge of the square. Weaved his way through traffic. Got it to Smith. Then Laird from 55. Thought about going for home. Smartly shared it with Fogarty. Chip kick to 35 out. Finds the big man on the slight angle to the right.
Well, that was superb from Laird, wasn't it? Great composure with the footy. I reckon at times in those situations the temptation is to bang it long, kick to the top of the goal square, but just had enough poise to lower the eyes and spot Fogarty at 35 metres out in an uncontested mark.
Rich run of form for Darcy Fogarty. 10 goals in their last 4 games. Likes playing the Tigers too. 11 majors in 5. He trots in. Will kick from 40. Leans back on the right and misses to the right-hand side to kick us off here at the Adelaide Oval. A blemish to the Crows. They lead by a solitary point 3 minutes in.
He normally nails them for his confidence. He needs to kick them. 35 out, almost directly in front. You should kick them when you're a big power forward like he is.
What about the moustache he's rolling with? Doesn't look out of place in the 80s. Short kick into Miller in the pocket.
Oh, interesting too. Borlase, no Tex Walker. Borlase is starting forward. He's obviously known as a defender, so we'll watch that.
Bolter, a thumping kick up to the wing. Ryan goes up through his hands, comes down at ground level. King coming through, gets a handball away. Live footy on the wing. Trying to pick it up. Ryan does so, can't get a handball away. Dispossessed. Saligo for the Crows. Handball to Dawson, moves it on towards Scholl. He inadvertently soccers it forward. Vlosten gathers. Richmond back in possession. Handball away to Graham. Goes back to Bolter, stabs it towards the edge of the square and Richmond away.
Taranto releases Baker. Hardy drives it towards half forward. Hits Nankervis. The skipper turns. Trying to get his way around Strawn. He'll load up on the left towards the goal square. 1-on-1 there. Just a little heavy for Cumberland. Whistle though. And a free kick to go Richmond's way. Cumberland had eyes for the footy and Hamill didn't. And the free kick has been paid to the Tigers youngster. He wanted to play on but will be brought back to his set shot, tight angle, 10 out.
He did that superbly then, Cumberland. There was speed on the ball and he just engaged his Crows defender and drew the free kick with a holding the man decision.
Cumberland opens the angle, snaps and finishes. Richmond hit the front with their first goal of the night. 1 straight 6 to Adelaide's 1 behind, 4.5 in Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Your experts Dean Brogan and Josh Franco.
Yeah, beautiful play by Richmond. It was turned over at half back and they used their corridor ball very smartly and one thing Nankervis does very well is he gets forward as a ruckman and so he linked up and like you said Josh, the ball kicked by Nankervis in was a great kick for that forward. He just played it smartly and won the free kick and finished very well on his left.
And you mentioned it too, Broke, that kick from Bolter. You talk about how lethal and how deadly that little kick back into the corridor is. Found the target. It opens up the other side of the ground, gets speed on the ball. Good luck, Crows defenders defending that.
So a little bit of a nervy start for the Crows. I wonder how that will play with their psyche. Winning the tap, Nankervis, unable to trap it. Prestia, Nankervis turns tackler. Crows come away with it. Saligo onto the right boot. Low ball inside 50. Bolter in front. Defensive mark, centre half back for Richmond.
If you give me Brownlow votes, Strawn's got the 3 at the moment. 3 touches. He's been outstanding.
Good call. Noah Bolter did get the 3 Brownlow votes. Last meeting between these two sides. Stabs it short to Taranto. Back from that fractured wrist. Off to Bolter. Kicks long to half forward. Looking for a marker. Up goes Butts. Can't bring it down. Loose footy half forward for the Tigers. Socket away for the Crows.
Keane finds Keys. Looping handball over the top to Dawson. Landed on his lap but quickly tackled by Mansell. Will get a ball up in the centre square. Richmond lead by 5 early stages. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Great to have you with us for the call. Samson Ryan in the ruck now against Strawn. The Crow wins it down. Baker socket out of dodge towards McIntosh, then gets it back. On the right, he hooks it towards the 50. Just slipped through the grasp of Nankervis. And at the back, Keane was waiting to pounce. Awful mongrel kick that rolls up towards Saligo. Manages to gather cleanly, though. His handball wasn't great, though, to Lair. He gives it away, Richmond with the footy. Graham to McIntosh. Dummied his way. Past Hinge. Sends it towards the 50. Butts had front position. And takes the intercept grab ahead of Cumberland.
A bit sloppy there, Adelaide, coming out of their back line. A missed kick, missed handball. Lucky to get that back there. Richmond turned it over as well. So sloppy football from both sides the last couple of minutes.
Richmond by 5 points. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Crows want to switch it. Michael Lanny will stab it out towards the half-back flank and Smith. Smith kicks up to the wing. Hamill can take it. Can the Crows find a path to goal? Loops it over the top for the skipper Dawson. Onto his lethal left, turns it over. Attacking it quickly is Kaczynski. Comes away with it to Sonzi. Moves it on to Short, who does just that out towards the wing with his kick.
Mansell, the Tasmanian, up to right half forward. Again, the kick too long for Cumberland. Wide and over his head. Takes a bounce and over the boundary line. 40 out, right forward pocket. Riverbank stand end, which is the right-hand side of your radio dial, which Richmond are kicking to at the moment.
And again, Brooks, you spoke about Adelaide being a little bit sloppy. Dawson normally dead-eye with that kick, just turned the footy over. Just missed the target, caused the turnover. Richmond able to rebound off half-back.
Tigers by 5 points, 7 minutes in. Toss back in, Nankervis front position, won it down. Jones was there, shrugged off the Bolton tackle. Wheels out of dodge. His handball wasn't great, though. Sold Strawn into trouble. He left it behind in the tackle.
That's holding
they
the ball.
fight for the footy. 40 out and pings. Free kick to Richmond. Saligo had it, and McIntosh drove him down. Not a lot of time to work with out of the phone box, but he's caught, and a free kick to the Richmond veteran.
Well, one of the cues the umpires look for is that sort of stiff arm, dusty, don't argue, which Saligo tried to give. Didn't dispose of the ball, got tackled, brought to ground, holding the ball every day of the week.
Yeah, back 50, you just got to exit instead of trying to do don't argues. Bad play there by Saligo.
A 2-time premiership Tiger. One of 11 of them out there tonight. Starts his approach from right half forward. Crowd against him. The kick from just inside the 50, and gee, it looks good. Dead straight from the moment it left the boot. And Richmond have the first 2 under the bright lights on Thursday night. 2 straight 12, Adelaide 1 behind. 8.5 in, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Well, look, I don't mind midfielders and players trying to take the game on, but especially in your back 50, you've just got to get it out of there. We call it the red zone for a reason. You don't want to be taking on tacklers because there's always a chance you're going to muck it up. And if you muck it up in your back 50, it's almost a set shot on goal. And Richmond have come to play tonight. Adelaide looked a little bit sloppy and a little bit off.
Well, we saw last week they cut out of the blocks really slowly. They got absolutely stung by Hawthorn in the first half last week, and they just look a little bit doughy at the moment. They're fumbling the ball. Perhaps it's the pressure of Richmond, but they don't look like they're really emotionally involved in the game and in the moment, quite at the moment. They've got to start changing this momentum and turning it around before this scoreboard gets away from them.
First free kick of the year for Camden McIntosh. He's given away 10, believe it or not. Strawn wins the tap down, jumping over the top of Nankervis. Free kick to Richmond at ground level, going to Bolton. Camden McIntosh, one of 5 players from that 2017 grand final. Richmond won against the Crows. Long ball inside 50. Kaczynski attacking it. Thompson Dow rows the pack. Shovels out a handball. Scholl steals it. Crows in possession in their back pocket. Hinge on the last line under pressure. Gets it on the boot. McIntosh again. Marks in nearly the same spot as he's just kicked the goal from.
Sorry, Ben, I just cut you off there, but the pressure from Richmond was outstanding. just their ability to close time and space drew the errant kick, which landed in the hands of McIntosh.
So slightly worse than a 45-degree angle. Mark said 45 metres out, but nearly the identical spot he just goaled from. Camden McIntosh spinning the footy in his hands. Boot to ball from right on 50. He shanks it. Hooks it out towards the top of the goal square. Up they go. Ball comes down at ground level, coming through Hinge. Dispossessed of it. Ball pinballing around. Bolton outside of the boot. Just misses. A little narrow. Nearly some magic. But it is all yellow and black. 2-1-13 plays one behind through the opening 10 minutes. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Great to have you with us.
Great to have Ben Cameron on the call as well. Dean Brogan, Josh Franco, your experts. Aaron Bryan's with you, and Liz Walsh downstairs as Hinge plays on and loads up with a long ball to the broadcast wing. It clears the pack in the end. Whistle will bring it back though. Free kick to Adelaide. Jordan Dawson will be handed the pill. Defensive edge of the square.
Thought that was almost 50 then. Richmond played, he can give it straight back to the Adelaide footballer.
Little 1-2 with Fogarty. Now Hinge again on centre wing, close to the boundary line, squeezes it back towards the 50. Murphy was there, got a hand to it, knocked it to Berry front and square. He fended off McIntosh and it was deemed too high. Plays continued up towards the 50, squared up, brought to ground. Scholl hands it off towards Smith. He hacks it around the body to the goal square, needs a kind bounce and doesn't get it. Bostone was tracking back and it's hit the left-hand goalpost and a minor score in the end for Adelaide. Two behinds to Richmond's 2-1-13.
We talk about Adelaide being sloppy. Scholl just dropped an uncontested mark there, 35 metres out for potentially Adelaide's first goal. So they're really just not playing to the level of Richmond at the moment. And if, like you said, Josh, if they don't hit the scoreboard soon, it could go against them pretty early.
Shaw kicks up towards the wing for the Tigers. Going up, McIntosh has it again. Almost just to troll Adelaide. Richmond in their yellow jumper with a black sash like they wore in 2017 on grand final day. McIntosh short to Prestia, who goes back to centre half back, and Bolter. All over them here. Thursday footy on ABC Sport. Bolter pokes a pass for Baker, who juggles it just backward of the logo.
It's even that there. He's kicked that to a 50-50 and got outmarked.
Baker on the 45. Pops it wide. Finds Bolter. Swingman just forward of right half back. Drills it down the line to Vlosten.
Really sloppy from Adelaide defensively.
It's all too easy. We flipped the script from the West Coast game a fortnight ago. Witches hats for the home side right now as Vlosten easily passes it back to Baker at the attacking edge. High ball into the 50 that's now flooded. 3-on-3 at the back. Bolton nearly took an uncontested mark. Gathers, breaks away, hands it to Graham. Off balance, he's snapped and missed for a minor score on the left-hand side. So 2-2-14 the Tigers move to at the 14-minute mark. The Crows two behinds. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Well, they got lucky with there. That landed in Bolter's lap right on the goal square, and you never see him drop then. But even then, he still had time to give a handball off, and luckily for Adelaide, they sprayed the shot on goal. But they got to get going, Adelaide. They're still in sleep mode.
A long kick up to the wing from Smith with the kick in, coming through Baker, quickly tackled.
What they've also got to do too, Brogues, is looking at the marks. It's 19-11 at the moment, so they are trying to ship the ball around, maintain possession. They've got to defend better and turn it over.
Crows get their hands on it here. Laird away to Scholl, pokes it to the wing. Dowling on debut. Runs and kicks towards half forward. Getting back, Bolter hands to it, then roves the pack. Runs away from them. Kicks back up to the wing, looking for Samson Ryan. Bouncing ball. Going after it, a big giraffe-looking figure. It's then punched away and gathered by Ball Ace. Crows back in possession. Scholl, left foot kick, a good one.
He finds the debutant in Dowling, who hands it off to the outside run of Laird. Over the top to Murphy. Darts back inside. Gets past his opponent and inside 50. Burgess used the body to try get past Miller. Couldn't control the mark. Fogarty gathers at the back. Flung it towards Schomburg, who runs out of room in front of the scoreboard. And we'll get a boundary throw in right forward pocket. Attacking 50 for the Crows, who are down by 12. On the text line, Mark in Adelaide says, "Hi team, enjoying the call. Is Jacob Bauer still at Richmond?" He is. Had a hamstring injury in the opening month, but back in the VFL now.
From the throw in, a short one. Samson Ryan punches it back boundary side, picking it up quickly. Thompson Dow handballs back corridor. McIntosh gathers it and thumps a kick out to the eastern wing. off the hands of Keane. The Crows are there through Michaelani. Gathers the footy, handball back to Keane. He'll hook it towards half forward for the Crows. Ralph Smith flying through the air, knocks it down, and Taranto's there. The Tigers in numbers. Taranto feeds it off towards Broad. He'll kick around that eastern wing.
To centre wing he's going, outnumbering the Crows. Michaelani should have taken it, put it down. Now Hamill's under a bit of pressure, forces his way through the Bolton tackle and handed it off. And a big spin for Butts, who's brought to ground. Umpire blew the whistle before what could have been deemed a dump. So it will be tossed into the air close to the centre square. Ball lays in the ruck, beaten easily by Samson Ryan, and bursting out of the pack, tackle laid and holding the ball on Thompson Dow. Thought he had more time than he did, but caught by the debutant Dowling. Up towards half forward he goes. He spotted Murphy all alone, but the kick was too shallow. Gave McIntosh some time to close. He slaps it out wide, and Richmond are now on the rebound. Little 1-2. Miller combining with Campbell, who now races through the broadcast wing, spears it up through the logo, finds Baker close to the boundary line, but they'll slow things up once again.
This is where Adelaide have to number off and try to stop these uncontested mark chains.
Baker pops it short to Sonsi. The fluoro pink boots. He'll hook it back towards the 50. Trying to launch and crash the pack was Kajitsky, and off hands it rolls to the back, and Hamill happy to see it over. Crowd in a stunned silence early. Plenty in the house. It's part of the SA freeze tonight and the start of round 13, but they're down by 12 early, yet to kick a goal in the opening 17 minutes.
Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Umpire brings it back in. Samson Ryan backhands it down. Bolton gathers the footy off to Camden. McIntosh, flying shot, misses right. Richmond are peppering here. 2-3-15 plays, 2 behinds. 17 minutes gone in this opening term. Your experts, Josh Franco and Dean Brogan.
Well, McIntosh has brought his own footy to start the game. 8 possessions already on the wing, and so's Bolter. Bolter's had 8, and he's playing on Fogarty at full back.
Another ineffective disposal out of defensive 50. Michaelani went way too long, cleared the pack, and Richmond was waiting. They only had 1 point from defensive 50 chains against the Hawks in the first half last week. Dow has it in the middle and squares it wide towards Bolter on the logo broadcast swing. Dangerous kick right on the boundary line. It's set up a bit for Mansell, who's crunched by Smith and pushed over. Handed the free kick to the dismay of the Crows faithful. Ryan Mansell has it just outside the 50.
They just don't want to kick long here, Richmond, although he does on this occasion.
Towards the goal square he goes, launching. It could have been taken by 3 Crows, and all of them went for the spoil. Clears to the back. Lucky Nankervis was there. He'll hand it to Michaelani. Dangerous exit looking for Burgess. Sport away from him. Busting in. Sonsi flung it out in the spin tackle. Throw a blanket over them, tight in the left forward pocket. Taranto somehow gets some space. Ripped it away. Snapped to the top of the goal square. Ball ace again, knocks it down. At the back, Butts uses Jones, who hacks it towards defensive 50, and diving to cut it off is McIntosh. Jumping over the top with Smith, almost like a hurdler, and they've got it out, Adelaide.
Schomburg gives it off to Keys. He'll backfeed a handball, looking for the run of Smith. He'll whack it up to half forward. Fogarty's got some room, can look inside 50. Nothing he likes initially. Comes infield for Berry, or over his head for Dowling. He pokes it inside 50.
Kick.
Not a great kick. Ralph Smith breaks it up. Presty is there to mop it up. He'll send a kick for Richmond out towards the wing. And a good grab. Sonsi, under heavy pressure, able to take the sliding mark. Kick back infield on the 45 for Ralph Smith. Pokes it towards half forward, chopped off. Crows back in possession. Michaelani
hands it to Laird, who had 39 the last time these two sides met. Back to ball ace, then Michaelani again. He can settle things down with the mark at half back. So Richmond currently lead by 13 points. Approaching time on in the opening term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. The home side yet to kick a goal. Michaelani wide to Nankervis, and then down the line to Scholl, who's pretty decent form right now, averaging over 25 touches in the last 2. Scholl sends it through centre wing on the outer side. Ryan in front position, as was ball ace next to him. Knocked down. Front and square. Tumbling kick coming out of there from Burgess towards the 50. Gathered by Murphy. Flung the handball out to Saligo. Surging by. But the check side kick was well off target. The moment he kicked it, takes a bounce and through for a minor score. 3 behinds Adelaide to Richmond's 2-3-15. If you asked a Crows fan, Brogues, what the worst case scenario would be heading in, it would be this.
Well, it's been their Achilles heel all year, is their entries inside 50, and tonight's no exception. They've had 9 inside 50s and have not looked likely scoring it all. And, Richmond, on the other hand, have had more of the play, but they're just as clumsy going inside forward 50. But here they go here now.
Here they go, Richmond. Mansell running inside 50. He looked like Nigel Mansell. Sped away from them and finished. Richmond a running roughshod over Adelaide. 3-3-21 plays 3 behinds, 20 minutes into the first. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Josh Franco and Dean Brogan.
Well, it's almost alarm bells. I know it's only 25 minutes gone in this first term, but alarm bells for Adelaide. Just the way they're playing their entries, as you said, Brogues, inside forward 50, they look sloppy. Missed opportunity there from Saligo, but conversely, when Richmond get the ball off half-back, they're not looking to blaze. They're looking to pinpoint passes and maintain possession of the footy and then have a bit more method going inside forward 50. And on that occasion, just too good.
And that Saligo missed, it's like they deflated because it was a 3-on-1. Saligo's tried to do a check side going in, and when he just should have lobbed it over to Fogarty, they miss it and Richmond go coast to coast. So the energy levels aren't there because they haven't kicked the goal. There's no scoreboard pressure, and Richmond are just keeping the ball off them and frustrating them.
And Rochelle in the middle.
Tigers by 18. In the middle, the tap goes the way of Saligo, who breaks away, accelerating out of the middle, kicks towards the 50, slipped through the hands of Dawson. Uncharacteristic of him. Brown can clear it for Richmond, but his kick wasn't great. Only found Saligo, who turns and sends it straight back in, perfectly weighted to Rochelle, who takes the mark. 40 out, slight angle to the left.
Well, obviously, Rochelle's been quite outspoken during the week in terms of midfield time. He started that centre bounce inside and then drifted forward and took a relatively easy uncontested mark, although there's been a couple of times throughout the course of this year where he struggled to sit under that high ball but showed a lot of courage on that occasion.
14 goals, 9 behind so far in season 2024 for Josh Rochelle.
Needs to finish this one though, Aaron.
Crosses the paint of 50. Rochelle drives it towards home. It's curling back. And Adelaide have their first goal of the night. Back down to a 12-point game. 1-3-9 the Crows to the Tigers. 3-3-21. Time on in the opening term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Your experts, Josh Franco and Dean Brogan.
But even then, they won the clearance, and Dawson, who would normally take, never really makes too many mistakes, dropped an easy mark, and luckily for them, Saligo was able to mop it up coming out of the middle. And Saligo's been one of their best players all year. He was able to hit Rochelle, like you said, Josh, started in the centre bounce, bolted hard forward, and Saligo was able to hit him. And you're right, Josh, he stood under that ball because it wasn't an easy one to mark, and he went back and kicked the goal, a much-needed goal for Adelaide. And let's see if that brings them back to life. Finish off what we call red time in the back end of the quarter and see if they can get some momentum into quarter time.
Worth noting that Richmond started really hot last week against Geelong, led at half-time and weren't able to close out. Here's history repeating. Nankervis wins it down in the middle. Swooping onto it is Bolton. Takes a couple of bounces. Second one doesn't come back to him. Has to get a handball away. Baker spikes it on. And Keane's there to clean up for the Crows. Dangerous kick into the pocket. Ralph Smith brings it to ground. Follows up with a tackle. And now Seth Campbell goes in. Handball errant. Hinge there for the Crows. Gets rid of it to Scholl. Beyond the defensive arc, he kicks up to the eastern wing.
Ball ace the target, slipped through his grasp under pressure from Broad. At the back, Brown spinning in the tackle, can hand it for the Tigers back to Short. Darting and weaving up against Schomburg, got some space on the boundary line. Flirts with it up towards left half forward. Nankervis in the pack brought it down. Front square though as Ralph Smith sends the Tigers into the 50. 2-on-2 waiting in the pocket. Michael Annie happy to tap it through. And the minor score for the Tigers moves them to 3-4-22. The Crows 1-3-9. Still a couple of minutes to play in the opening term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
That was a terrific front and centre from Ralph Smith on that marking contest.
Michael Annie runs his measure, sends it up towards Strawn. The big fella nearly. He'll get a free kick, irrespective. He's showing a bit.
Fourth touch.
Outside of the stoppages, so takes the free kick on the half-back flank, stabs it short to Saligo. Game 50 here for Jake Saligo. You'd think when he signed he was maybe, without being disrespectful, the stable pony. Now showing us his worth. Short to Michael Annie.
Very good year, Saligo.
Up to Rochelle. A point to prove of his own. Wants to switch it. High ball towards centre half-back. Just finds Keane in the nick of time.
The Irishman from County Cork pops it wide to Nankervis. Excellent start to his career so far as he hands it to Hamill back in the side. Looks up through centre wing. Great kick to Dawson, who marks in the front of the pack. The skipper will load up to the goal square. Fogarty and Voston in a one-on-one, and the Fog wins out, clunking the contested grab at the top of the goal square, which will hand Adelaide its second goal of the night.
Well, it was a pretty good build-up there, I thought, from Adelaide, Brogues. They didn't just blaze and kick long down the line. They looked to switch the ball and open up the ground and spread the ground. And when you talk about critical contest and critical marks, that mark of Dawson was outstanding. Then wheeled on his left and gave Fogarty an option and an opportunity one-on-one.
Fogarty comes in and puts it straight over the goal umpire's hat. And back-to-back majors for the Crows brings it down to a single-digit ball game. Richmond 3-4-22, Adelaide 2-3-15 as we close in on quarter time. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. On the text line, Fran from Melbourne says, hi to my favourite SAABC team and good old Benny everywhere, enjoying the call and the commentary as well from the experts. Happy to relax and listen when my side is not playing.
Well, you're right, Josh. The switch of the ball was the key there, and I think it was Rochelli who chose to not go long down the line, chose to switch it, but he switched it with penetration. He kicked it 40 metres flat where they were able to get around Richmond. And right, the mark by Dawson, but the kick inside 50, it wasn't a high sitting on top of the forward. It was a flat looking kick to the advantage of Fogarty, who marked on the goal square. Great play.
On an 8-game goal streak now, Darcy Fogarty. Bolton in the middle again, picks it up off the deck, gives it off to Prestia. Back in the side, high ball inside 50. Ryan arriving late, but standing tall in front, Nankervis.
That's a great mark from Nankervis.
Really brave. As Ryan was closing down on him, bearing down on him even. Now kicks laterally out to Butts. Right half back here for the Crows. Kicks back infield, short kick for Michaelani. A little bit of midfield time late in the game last week for Max Michaelani. He sends it up to neutral territory on the wing. Broad brings it down, then gathers the footy. Little fumble, shovels it out to Sonzi. Looks inside 50 for Richmond. Wants a marker, Kaczynski. Doesn't quite bring it down. The Crows are there. Jones, handball to Hinge. His handball errant, but the Crows have the numbers.
Out of half back. Chase Jones, the Tasmanian, drives it towards centre wing. Rochelli's all alone, can turn and go. They've got the outnumber in the 50. Murphy just has to centre it towards the goal square. A little wide, but it pops up in the end. And the mark taken by Ball Ace on the siren. He's never kicked a goal. And now in his 11th game of footy, the Egyptian product for Adelaide has a chance to snag one late.
Back him in here, wouldn't you, boys?
Yep.
Backman kicking goals.
Ball Ace starts from 45 out. It's a very long run up. Head over the ball. Ball Ace kicks for home and misses.
I'll put the mockers on.
I just say it.
He remains without a goal in 11 games of footy, the 21-year-old. The Crows will move to 2-4-16, a goal behind Richmond, 3-4-22 at the first change here at the Adelaide Oval. Goal scorers to kick things off, individual for the home side, so Fogarty and Rochelli. Meanwhile, for the Tigers, also individual, McIntosh, Mansell and Cumberland. It's great to have your company to kickstart round 13 here at the Adelaide Oval. Wherever you're listening on ABC Radio, Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
G'day, Patrick Stack here from ABC Sport Daily. If you love sport...
I knew straight away that he might be unassuming in personality, but he was large in stature in terms of his ability to play tennis.
And great conversation.
Joseph comes up with that massive hit and he just sucked the air out of the stadium. Like, everyone was just shell-shocked.
Then you'll love ABC Sport Daily.
So from an NBA standpoint, I mean, they're more than keen to have new faces emerge.
ABC Sport Daily. Get it on the ABC Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Towards the goal square, one-on-one there, just a little heavy for Cumberland. Whistle, though, and a free kick to go Richmond's way. Cumberland had eyes for the footy, and Hamill didn't. Cumberland opens the angles, snaps and finishes. Richmond hit the front with their first goal of the night. Salt's drawn into trouble. He left it behind in the tackle. And fight for the footy, 40 out and pinged. Saligo had it, and McIntosh drove him down. The two-time Premiership Tiger, proud against him. A kick from just inside the 50, and gee, it looks good. Dead straight from the moment it left the boot. And Richmond have the first two under the bright lights on Thursday night.
Here they go, Richmond. Mansell running inside 50. He looked like Nigel Mansell. Sped away from them and finished. Richmond, a running roughshod over Adelaide.
Saligo, who turns and sends it straight back in, perfectly weighted to Rochelle, who takes the mark, 40 out, slight angle to the left.
Needs to finish this one though, Aaron.
Crosses the paint of 50. Rochelle drives it towards home. It's curling back, and Adelaide have their first goal of the night. Great kick to Dawson, who marks in the front of the pack. The skipper will load up to the goal square. Fogarty and Boston in a one-on-one, and the Fog wins out, bunking the contested grab at the top of the goal square. Fogarty comes in and puts it straight over the goal umpire's hat. And back-to-back majors for the Crows brings it down to a single-digit ball game.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
and on the ABC Listen app.
The start to round 13 on ABC Sport, and the Crows were shell-shocked early by the visitors in Richmond, but they've clawed their way back, kicking 2 late goals to make it a 6-point deficit, I should say. Richmond 3-4-22 to Adelaide's 2-4-16. Aaron Bryans and Ben Cameron calling the action. Your experts, Premiership ruckman Dean Brogan, All-Australian midfielder Josh Franco, and Liz Walsh is downstairs as well. Liz, what did you see there in that opening quarter?
Yeah, look, it was really quiet on the benches that first term for injury-wise. And look, let's be honest, it's actually a really good thing given the injury list of both these clubs. But the really interesting thing to watch was Richmond coach Adam Uze, who coaches from the bench down here. As you can imagine, he was just up on his feet. He was clapping his hands. He was slapping the chest of his players as they were coming from the ground, so he looked to be one happy coach. Meanwhile, Matthew Nix is out there surrounded by his assistants, and they appear to be in deep conversation at the moment.
It's their 6th time winning the first quarter this season for 2024 Richmond, but obviously only one win to show for it so far. But Brogues, you'd be worried if you're an Adelaide Crow supporter because they didn't turn up to start this contest.
Look, they look really sloppy, really flat, just weren't sure about how they should be moving the ball. They weren't defending, like you said a number of times, Josh. They were letting Richmond just take uncontested mark after uncontested mark. And, you know, if they were playing a bit more of a better side inside 450, they'd be down by 4 or 5 goals. But they're not. They hung in there, and towards the back end of that quarter, they just got a little bit sharper with the way they moved the ball, and their energy levels look from what we can see, their energy levels improved, and they were able to hit the scoreboard. And you know, you could argue that if they kicked that last one, ball ace, you know, if he kicks that one on the siren, they almost win the quarter. So not all bad, but it wasn't a great start for them, was it?
No, well, I think you summed it up superbly there, Brogues. Adelaide were sloppy, they were fumbly, they were bumbly with the ball. They looked like they were half asleep and really sluggish, but then they started to find their mojo a little bit. I thought Richmond, their ball movement, they're trying to build the ball up, particularly off half-back. They're a little bit hesitant just to bang the ball long and get speed on the ball and get the ball live and kick it inside their forward 50. So they are quite methodical with their ball movement. Adelaide, as we said throughout that first quarter, tightening up defensively, looking for those opportunities to intercept mark or spoil the ball so they can turn it over in their front half and re-enter. But overall, I thought it was a reasonable quarter. Obviously, the game at the moment is pretty well poised in terms of scoreboard, but I just sense that at the moment Richmond have hung in there in terms of their pressure on the ball and they've looked quite sharp, but I just sense as soon as that starts to release that Adelaide will start to take control of this game. But stay tuned. Yeah,
from a stats perspective, I mean, both teams are very even, but it was just what your eyes tell you, and I hope you listen on the commentary that, you know, Adelaide just did not look in it at all, but they didn't get blown away, so that's always a good sign that Adelaide have got probably a lot more gears than what Richmond have, and we saw that in the last 5 minutes. So expect Adelaide to really turn the heat up now and start to put the foot down.
The Tigers by 6 here at the Adelaide Oval. Second term underway, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. The bounce favoured Strawn, but Toby Nankervis wins it down for the Tigers. Rolled past Chase Jones. Gathered by Dow for the Tigers. Hands it back towards Taranto on return. He loops it over the top to Ralph Smith. Buffeted away from the disposal to Dow, and the whistle to come back. The free kick to the youngster for Richmond.
Chase Jones not happy with that. I thought technically it was there. There wasn't a lot in it. Just made contact in the middle of his back.
So Thompson Dow called to play on. Opens the angle and sends it towards the 50. Samson Ryan rises. Slipped through his arms. The back, Strawn. Ripped away by Bolton for Richmond. He coughs it up to Michael Annie. Pinballing off the couple of bodies, and a heavy tackle laid by Bolton to hold things up. Inside 50 for Richmond. 45 out, nearly straight in front.
He's looked pretty sharp, Bolton. 8 disposals. Great tackle on that occasion.
In the news last night as winning the tap down Strawn again, but not coming out of the congestion. Reports that Fremantle has tabled a big offer to Shea Bolton. Will he be a Tiger beyond this season? He's contracted until 2028. Still not coming out of the congestion. We'll do it again on the arc of attacking 50 for Richmond.
You talk about stars. He is a genuine star, Bolton. Game changer.
Toby Nankervis hooks it down straight to Timmy Taranto, but he's tackled quickly by Berry. You have a go, Aaron.
See if we can get them out of dodge. Tossed up. Strawn wins it down over the head of Dawson. At the back was Dow for Richmond. Hands it to Ralph Smith. Just had to heave it forward, but Adelaide was waiting. Laird to Smith. Hacks it out of 50 towards centre wing on the broadcast side. Bounced in favour Fogarty. Bolter can gather. Hands it to Short, then Rioli. Through the centre square go the Tigers. Up towards the outer wing. Luke Nankervis can cut it off with a hand. Tapping it down towards Scholl. He turns his way through Scholl. Sonsi rather, and then back towards Nankervis, who's scored it over the boundary line in front of the Bashir stand. So Richmond up by 6. No score so far in the opening stages of the second term. 3-4-22 leads 2-4-16.
Good play by Nankervis. I reckon he's been a real find for Adelaide back at half-back this year and a young player to watch.
Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Toby Nankervis takes it out of the ruck. Back feeds a handball away to Short. A whistle on the play somewhere. It'll come back. Free kick is, I think, going to Sonsi. He's moving back like it belongs to him. Richmond kicked the first 3 goals of the game. Adelaide with the last couple. Sonsi with a free kick on the wing.
Ben, we spoke about hit-outs before the game with Strawn coming into this Adelaide lineup. At the moment, it's 12-5 Richmond's way, which is translating into 9-6 clearance count Richmond's favour.
Sonsi kicks up to half forward. Ryan brings it down to the front. Rochelle tracking after it, drags it in. Rioli pinches it. Richmond in possession. Dow, handball away towards Bolter. Left foot kick, a beauty. Taranto marks 49 metres out. Doesn't like the look of it, so just pokes it short inside 50. Rioli called to play on wheels and kicks long. Looking for a marker, no one can take it. Spills to Campbell, dribbles it through. Richmond with the first goal of the second and reinstate their lead. It's back out to 2 goals. 4-4-28 plays 2-4-16. 3 minutes into the second. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Well, it can't be understated how good a kick that was from Bolter.
Yeah.
Again, he didn't just blaze and kick long. He lowered his eyes, had composure with the footy. And I think it was Short that he found just on top of the 50. They nearly butchered it, Richmond. Looked for the short kick to Taranto, I think it was, and then the high ball in, but Richmond were good enough to get out of it and kick a major. But that kick from Bolter, outstanding.
Well, Josh, he's had 12 disposals.
Yeah.
He's had 11 kicks at 100%. So you talk about his... if you look at him as a player, you would not think he'd be efficient, would you? He's a meat and potatoes sort of player, but geez, he's a star. And, to miss a lot of footy like he has, he's best on ground at the moment for Richmond.
He had 3 Brownlow votes the last time these two sides met as well, where Richmond won by 32 points. Round 2 of last year as Toby Nankervis taps it down. Only found Strawn, though, the opposing ruckman for the Crows. Handed it to Dawson, caught in a sandwich. We'll get a ball up just outside the centre circle. Quick reset. Toby Nankervis again wins it down, and again Strawn does the roving. The big man getting down. All 204 centimetres of him, but he's quickly wrapped up in a tackle. Let's see if third time's the charm. Lofts it into the air by Brendan Hosking. Nankervis wins it down once again for Richmond. Holding free kick to go Adelaide's way. Rory Laird, the recipient. He'll hand it off to Dawson. Didn't realise Graham was right behind him. Has to arch the back and breaks away from the South Australian Tiger. Little 1-2 with Smith. Dawson back to the veteran. Scrubbed it low and hard into the 50, but it works. Charging out was Ball Ace, who marks 45 out. Slight angle to the left. They want to play on. He'll hand it off. Long ball from Smith, or hinge rather, towards the left forward pocket. Off hands Keys. Got it out to Burgess. Brushes off a couple and caught the belly of the footy. Sits up in the goal square. Straight up and down. Off a couple of hands. Spills to the back. Bolter volleys it out of there. Went straight to Taranto. And here come Richmond on the counter.
On the slingshot. Handball from Rioli. Away to Graham. Back feeds it to Rioli. Paddles it on. Sonsi gathers. Kicks up the eastern wing. And stretching to mark on the lead, Cumberland.
Reckon Brody Smith would like his time again with that kick, wouldn't he? Just didn't put enough on it.
Cumberland beneath the Foss Williams stand. Picks a left foot ball up towards half forward. Ryan goes up, hands to it, doesn't bring it down again. Berry's there. Crows in possession, gives it off to Hamill. Left foot kick around the wing, bouncing ball. Tracking it back, Rioli gathers, slick handball. And now Richmond work it out through Miller. He'll kick back towards half forward. Hamill can mark.
It was a hidden hope, and Hamill was waiting for it. Looks inside to the defensive edge of the square. Here's Smith again. Long ball to switch. They've got the numbers, Adelaide, if it drops kindly for Jones. Ralph Smith got there in time with the fist. Spilled to Luke Nankervis, though. He combines with Schomburg, and here come Adelaide. Rochelle took the mark and ripped out of it by Vlosten after the whistle. No 50. Rochelle sends it inside, and Bolton knew exactly where it was headed as he floats across for the intercept. Another touch for Noah Bolter. Wants to turn and goes. He passes off to Prestia.
This is where Adelaide have to shut down. We spoke about it at quarter time and during that first quarter. Shut down their uncontested marks here. And you can see Prestia looking to find an option.
He's everywhere at the moment. Noah Bolter as Prestia kicks up to the wing. Out the back, Taranto gathers it. Forward handball to Graham. Forward handball away to Mansell. Handball under pressure, a turnover. Dowling comes up with it. Crows in possession. Handball away towards his captain there in Dawson. His kick a turnover. Vlosten picks it up off the deck. Handball away to Short. Under pressure. Loops it over the top by hand. Back to Vlosten. He thinks he can take ball ace on. Spirals a kick around the wing. Crows have the numbers. Hinge wins it back.
Hamill now to Dawson. He turns into an empty centre square. And long ball towards half forward. Hits Rochelle. Turns off a step. They've got the outnumber. Fogarty out the back. Takes the uncontested mark. Costly turnover for Richmond. And Darcy Fogarty again at the top of the goal square. Takes the mark.
Well, I'll tell you what, as a junior footballer, Brogues, when coaches tell you to keep practising your kicking, that's exactly why from Jordan Dawson. Was outstanding to spot up Rochelle. Superb.
Did you practice your kicking as a junior footballer?
I've always told the handball. Big ruckman, handball.
Hop skip for Fogarty, but never in doubt. He has his second of the night. And back down to a one-goal game. Richmond 4-4-28, Adelaide 3-4-22, 8 minutes into the second term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Well, what made Dawson's kick even better, Josh, is he had an option wide. And he said, I'm not going to kick it wide, I'm going to go straight down the middle, because he turned his vision a bit more corridor and he saw Rochelle by himself. Most players would keep going over to the wing side and keep transitioning the ball, but a player of Dawson's calibre, he just looks corridor all the time. Whenever he can hit a corridor kick, he does, and that's what opens up the game. And if Adelaide can keep hitting those sorts of kicks, they're going to keep kicking goals from the goal square, because Richmond are starting to turn the ball over now, and we know the AFL is a turnover game.
That's why I've always said I want to come back in another life as a loose checking, good kicking halfback flanker.
Be on $1 million, yep. Josh.
Bounce favours Strawn. He wins the tap down towards Saligo. And then coming away with it, Richmond. They burst out of the middle through the agency of Thompson Dow. Long kick to full forward. Butts is back there to mark. At fullback for the Crows. The reason I asked Rogues is Jared Schofield always told me that he taught you how to kick.
Scully.
Is that true or false?
Well, for the purposes of tonight, it's true. Now, very, very good kick, both sides of the body, Jared Schofield.
Crows work it up to the wing. Burgess sends it in the Rochelle direction. Can't hold the mark. Down at ground level. A winner for a kick, in fact. So Rochelle with it. Between wing and half forward here for the Crows.
Rochelle looks to the left forward pocket. Saligo in space. Fogarty shepherded him, but the ball dropped a little shallow. Off hands. Berry puts his head over the footy. Can't gather, but becomes the tackler. And pings Thompson down for holding the ball. It's a free kick to the Adelaide Crows. Tight angle, left-hand side. He'll kick from bang on 50.
Great tackle. This is what they want to see from Berry. They want to see forward half pressure, tackling, aggression. He's been injured a bit this year, but that was fantastic play.
The sub in their last two games, now getting a chance on the main stage. Berry opens the angle, launches it from 50 and misses on the left-hand side. Minor score for Adelaide. They move to 3-5-23, trailing Richmond 4-4-28. 10 minutes into the second term, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Now, for listeners out there, this may sound crazy, but I reckon Adelaide have to start thinking about what they do with Bolter. He's had 14 disposals, 13 kicks at 100% efficiency. Do they put a defensive forward on him and try to lock him down and nullify his influence?
They have struggled with backmen that take a lot of marks and possessions this year, Josh, so it's something that they would be talking about, you would think, at least at half-time.
Toby Nankervis takes a nice pack mark on the wing. Left foot kick for Richmond to half forward. Butts comes up. He takes it. Well, I wonder whether that's meant to be the job that Ball Ace is doing. Whether he's just struggling at the moment with that. Crows trying to switch it. Hinge brings it out to that man, Ball Ace. Marks just backward of the logo. Chips it up to Schomburg, leading up. Right on the centre line. Western side of the ground. Comes infield to Scholl. He'll go into the middle of the ground. Michaelani accepts it. Now chips the Crows just forward of the centre line. Dawson feeds Schomburg. Long kick to full forward. Looking for a marker. In the pack. The big fella Strawn not paid. Or is it? It is.
Has he paid it?
Yes. Eventually. One umpire said play on. One said a mark. And eventually the big man Strawn has been paid it.
Yeah, that's
and they
a mark.
wanted more around the grounds, and here it is.
Well, he's been okay, hasn't he? And if he kicks this, it's Ruckman always like to kick goals on opposition ruckman. It's like worth 3 goals. So I'll back him in here.
First game of the year. Rob's replacement on the runway. He drives it through.
Why wasn't he playing round one?
They get around him from everywhere. And the Adelaide Crows take their first lead of the night. 4-5-29 plays 4-4-28. 12 minutes gone, second term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Well, Strawn Brokes has had 6 disposals. We've spoken about it pre-game and throughout the first quarter and this stage in the second where they wanted their ruckman, which Strawn has been brought into this side to get more footy around the ground. He's done that. He's kicked a goal. I guess the only area where he's a little bit deficient at the moment is the hit out. So at the moment it's 15-6 Richmond's way. The clearance counts only +3 in favour of Richmond. Where they're getting hurt at the moment, though, the Crows, is centre bounce. At the moment it's 5-2. So if he can tidy up that phase of his game, other than that, he's having a real influence.
And what was good about it is Nankervis lives off helping his back line and getting back in the hole. So that to engage, to make him play on him and kick a goal on him, it's huge for the footy team.
Big Kieran Strawn back into the ruck now. Adelaide up by 1. He wins the tap looking for Berry. Bounced off his bootlaces. Dives onto the footy. Graham right behind him. Shoveled it out to Saligo. Now Laird off a step. High looping towards centre half forward. Rochelle bubbled out of Rioli's grasp and he ripped it away. Sends it to the top of the goal square. Murphy edged out of it by Vlosten and deemed a push. Stuck the shoulder in, did Nick Vlosten, the veteran for the Tigers, and he's given it away to the youngster for the Crows. Lockie Murphy has it. 15 out, 45-degree angle to the right.
Oh, just looking at the replay, I guess it's technically there. Couldn't get a decent look at it, but it looked like Vlosten just extended that right arm and got in the back of Lockie Murphy. So technically probably there.
Murphy comes in. And Adelaide is in a hot run of form now. The last 3 goals going the Crows' way. And they're up by 7. 5-5-35 to the Tigers, 4-4-28 at the 14-minute mark of the second term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Liz Walsh downstairs.
Kieran Strawn's just come from the ground for a bit of a rest on the bench, and I tell you what, he got a nice little round of applause from the crowd around here.
Well, I said at quarter time, Adelaide got a bit of momentum towards the end of the first quarter, and we expected them. They looked just more lively and they looked more energised, so to speak, and I said that look for them to put the foot down in the second quarter, and that's what they've done. They're +10 in possessions, +12 in contested possessions. Clearances are pretty even, but their ground ball gets are starting to go in favour of Adelaide, but they're just starting to piece through Richmond a little bit too easily.
Not sure that was even close to being there. Looking at the replay, restart in the middle. Saligo burrowing in, getting a handball out to Hinge. It goes back to Michaelani. Cold turnover. Can't find any Crow out there. McIntosh marks for Richmond. On the eastern wing. Pokes it short for Baker. Still out of contract and being courted by the WA sides. Will he be at Richmond beyond this year? Baker sends it high and long inside 50. Ryan can't quite bring it down. Spills down to him at ground level. Did anyone touch it on the way down? They did. And we'll get a ball up 35 metres out from the attacking goals. Well, the attacking goal here for Richmond. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Crows by 7. Ball Ace tapped it down. Charging through was Cumberland. Ran out of room though. Caught in a gang tackle. Dropped the footy and caught holding the ball. Probably made him clipped high in the process, but the umpires happy to hand it to Adelaide as Jordan Dawson now sends it to the square. Sat up a little long for Scholl. Charging across, Broad got a fist in. Spills down to Graham. The North Adelaide product sends it inside 50. Little low and wide. Sliding in Kajitsky with the slide tackle, trying to wrench in the footy. Got it in the end. Handball wasn't clean. At the back though, Rioli got through traffic. Handed it wide to Sonsi, then Graham. He'll square it up. Good vision out of the all of them players, and found Dion Prestia, who can hand it off. Charging by Nathan Broad from 45, drives it home. Just his 4th goal in his career, Nathan Broad, in game 138. And it's back to a 1-point game. Richmond 5-4-34. Adelaide 5-5-35 as we close in on time on Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Well, Broads, that's the risk v reward kick from Dawson, wasn't it? Coming out of their D50. I think he spotted Scholl in the middle of the ground. It was the long 45 back into the corridor with a huge amount of hang time, which allowed the Richmond defender to come forward, cause the turnover, re-enter and kick a major. Paid the price. I like the aggressive ball movement, but there comes a point where those long 45s with a lot of hang time become quite risky. And if you turn over in the middle of the ground, unfortunately, they paid the price on that occasion.
Does end a run of 3 consecutive goals by the Crows. Have still kicked 5 of the last 7 the home side. Back in the middle, trying to emerge with it. Prestia gets a kick away, goes 2 metres. Samson Ryan in there, he can't pick it up, and Taranto eventually has it pinned to him. Secondary ball up in the middle. Samson Ryan laying it down for Taranto again. Tackled to ground quickly. And pinned, holding the ball. So that is the new adjudication, you would think. Umpire calling, holding the ball there on Tim Taranto. Berry gives it off to Michael Lanny running by. Goes long inside 50 for the Crows. Bouncing ball for Murphy. Vlosten right there with him. Knocks it away, and Scholl sees it out. Throw in. 55 around from the attacking goal for the Adelaide Crows. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Crows lead by a point.
A couple of Richmond listeners unhappy on the text line about the free kick against Nick Boston, saying that maybe the umpires are favouring the home side. Toss back in, cleared both ruckmen. Dawson at the back hands it to Luke Nankervis, who shrugs off the Prestia tackle. No easy task against the human meatball. He skies it to the goal square. Murphy was well held to free up the intercept mark to Brown. He'll release Richmond out of defensive 50. Kick favoured Chase Jones back with the flight. Cut it off against Campbell. Now Schomburg had a slip out of the hands. Got it back towards Dawson, who can chip it wide. Good composure. Finds Murphy in front of the Rashudo stand. Too far out to score for Adelaide, but a kick away from it. Young Lockie Murphy called to play on. He'll pop it up. 20 from home, squaring kick. Strawn rises, juggles, not paid, but he'll hand it off. The check side off a step, curling towards goal. And through for a minor score off the boots of Lockie Scholl. So Adelaide up by 2, 5-6-36 to Richmond's 5-4-34. Time on in the second term Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Strawn was good again on that occasion, wasn't he? Good hands.
He's pushing hard forward, which Nankervis loves to sit back in the hole and play as an extra defender for Richmond. So what he's doing is pushing him really hard and making himself like playing as a forward, essentially. So great tactic by the young fella.
Every time he goes near it, though, it does make me think of Peter Hellier's character back in the day as Butts comes flying through to take a good mark on the wing. All I can think about is Strawny. Every time he goes near it.
He looks a bit like him too.
Butts just chips the ball into the pocket for the Crows, launching out at Burgess. Keys roving the pack. Handball away towards Berry. Hard up against the boundary line. His kick out of bounds on the full. Tracking at lead. He can't get there. The triple best and fairest winner, Malcolm Blight medal at the Adelaide Crows, taking home that gold jacket and a 50-metre penalty too. So Broad marched up the field. The Crows lead by a couple of points 20 minutes into the second.
One of 5 West Australians out there tonight for Nathan Broad. We've got 2 Sandgropers in the box as well. It's Broad heads wide to right half back. Finds Miller close to the boundary line. Will launch it through centre wing. Pat converges. Strawn comes in late with the big fist, smashing it into the second row. We toss back into play in front of the Odie stand. Adelaide by 2. They trailed by 6 at quarter time. Close game. Season's still alive. technically for both clubs, but certainly more for Adelaide at 4 wins, 7 losses and a draw. Toss back in. Cleared both rucks once again, purely because Strawn was edged under the ball by Samson Ryan. So a free kick to the Crows big man, who look to switch it across half-back.
This jumper that Richmond are wearing not too far away from some old WA state jumpers. Hamill on his left. Sends the Crows to half-forward. Keys jumping at it, getting in the way. Baker. That's why he's won the AFLPA MVP. Most Courageous. The AFLPA Most Courageous Award. Efforts like that forces a throw-in. Crows by 2 points. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. In it comes. Strawn knocks it down in front of himself. Picking it up, Ryan. Handball for Richmond into the corridor. Picking it up quickly is Baker. Shovels it away towards the run of Campbell. Sprinting towards goal. Sends Richmond a full forward. Kaczynski hands to it. Doesn't take the mark. Spills to ground level. Scholes there for the Crows. Just gets a kick away.
Finds Berry. Releases Hamill and they're away. Laird turns through half back. Has a target on the outer side. Perfectly weighted to Keys, who races away from McIntosh. Sends Adelaide inside 50. They've got the outnumber, but he's kicked it straight to Broad. In the middle of 2 Crows, converging in the attacking 50. He found the worst possible option, and Richmond get the intercept.
It was a poor kick in the end. Burgess was streaming towards goal. He was the option to kick it to. He just didn't execute the kick well enough.
Sort of got caught in 2 minds, didn't he, whether or not to kick it long down the line or to Burgess, which well done by Broad to cut it off.
Richmond just having their moments for the time being as Short sends it out towards the half-back flank and Miller kicks around the eastern wing, punched away there by Jones. Knuckles it into the advertising hoardings and a throw to come.
Cheeky one from Rachel in Ballarat on the text line, who says if Dion Prestia was made the sub, he would be the meatball sub. Like it, Rach. Excellent work.
22 minutes into the second term. From the throw-in, Toby Nankervis double palms it down. Berry tracks the footy close to the line. Richmond there with the numbers. Baker picks it up, kick smothered. Out of play, another throw-in. Gets the applause of the Adelaide faithful. Big Strawny getting after it with a smother as well. Adelaide by 2 points late in this second term.
I reckon if you're Richmond, you're pretty happy with your last 5 minutes. Adelaide were coming pretty hard. They've been able to just stem the flow a little bit and get back in the game. And if they can get the quarter time, either level pegging or down by a couple of points, they'd be pretty happy with this.
Crows by 2. Strawn tapped it down to Keys, who arched the back and tried to fend off McIntosh. Was caught, not paid holding the ball. Richmond wrenched it away anyway. Graham rather to Baker, who finds Taranto, too far out to score right half forward. Wants to centre it up and only found Dawson. Kick very wide of Short. He's given it away. Dawson now to Laird. Finds Dowling. Through the centre circle he goes. Retreats with a handball to Schomburg. Blind turn. Beautiful. Got away from the tackler. Found Hamill. Now Luke Nankervis. They're closing Richmond. Adelaide keep finding an answer. The handball to Schomburg. Then Butts. Turning through centre wing. Luke Nankervis broadcast side. Loads up to the 50. Rising ball ace. Tapped it straight down towards Brown for Richmond, who uses Toby Nankervis. Then Ralph Smith. And Miller slipped over. Just handed it away to Short. He was in a bit of trouble there, but did well. And now Rioli takes the mark. Left half back for the Tigers. They're down by 2.
Rioli just cruises back. Back off the mark. Nothing he likes initially. So a kick long around the western wing in the Ryan direction. Gets a hand to it, brings it down. Laird there to mop up. Across half back for the Crows. A kick across the body. Underneath it, juggling it short. Paid the mark for Richmond. In line with the logo on the western wing. Kicks infield to Dow. He'll poke it over the top. Baker takes it. Hawks inside a congested 50 for Richmond. So he'll complete the switch. Out to Broad on the eastern wing. Takes the chest mark. Goes for a little gallop. Looks inside 50. Pulls it back to full forward. Ryan's down there. Slaps it down. Kaczynski doesn't gather the footy. Allows in the Crows. Keane slaps it out. Graham gathers. He'll hook a ball back towards a central spot. Wants a marker. Ryan can't be that. Back down at ground level. Turning tackler Sonzi. Not coming out. Ball up. 12 metres out from the attacking goal here for Richmond. Crows by 2.
Strawn and Toby Nankervis collide. Tucked down towards Graham. Dropped it in the tackle from Berry. Fans begging for a free kick. They won't get it. And the try by Thompson Dow as he dives over the boundary line and forces it to be tossed back into play. Crows by 2. We haven't had a score in about 6 minutes of footy here. Locked inside the attacking 50 for Richmond right now. Hoping to get back in front. Nankervis front position. Tapped it down. Mansell towed it off the drop towards the top of the goal square. Kajitsky tucked his head straight into the keen tackle and caught holding the ball. Free kick to Adelaide. Kajitsky socketed it through as well, trying to claim advantage that wasn't there because it was a free against him. So no penalty, just be the keen free kick, top of the defensive goal square, and he'll kick it wide to Michael Lanny, left back pocket for the Crows.
He's done some good things, Keane. Even though he hasn't a lot of the foot, he's defended really well on that last line of defence, and that was a great tackle right in his goal square.
Kick up to the wing, off hands, and a throw in to come. Eastern side of the ground, beneath the Jack Odie stand. Crows by 2. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Toby Nankervis winning the tap down. Thompson Dow getting it out towards Baker. Runs away from them. Waits the kick inside 50. And Mansell marks on his chest. 40 metres out. 45-degree angle.
Once again, bro, it's just another sensational kick inside forward 50. He just didn't blaze away, just lowered his eyes, spotted a free player inside their forward 50 and just able to connect quite easily in the end. Good play, Richmond.
Ryan Mansell, native Tasmanian, actually went to primary school with Ariane Titmus. On the approach, his drop punt is a little narrow. Misses Skinny. Does halve Adelaide's lead. 1 point. 5-6 plays 5-5. The home side lead Richmond 27.5 into the second.
Out to the right back pocket. Keane will find Hamill. Tight on the boundary line. Enough time for a score. If they're clean here out of defensive 50. Hamill sends it towards the broadcast wing. Cleared it at the back. Gathered by Dow. He's wrapped up in the tackle from Scholl. Dropped the footy. Play continues. Trying to rip it out is Bolton. Head over at Miller as well. He ends up becoming the tackler. And we'll get a ball up as Scholl is the last man out of the pack. Quick reset. Broadcast side. Adelaide by 1. Toby Nankervis taps it down. Finds Bolton. Got some space on Berry. Tried to sell some candy and couldn't get around him. Berry closes and brings him to ground. The bull for Adelaide and Berry gets the free kick. Kick was a little dangerous as he looked to move it quickly on the 45, but does hit Scholl. Still on the broadcast wing.
Not many players can say that they've tackled Bolton in open play field.
Scholl kicks around the western wing. Looking for a marker in Straw, and Saligo trying to rove. Can only paddle it out. Boundary throw in right beneath us. Adelaide by a point. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Their experts, Josh Franco and Dean Brogan. Umpire brings it back in. Strawn spikes it forward. Schomburg drops it at first. Gathers the footy. Handball releases Berry. Runs to 50. Kicks to full forward. Needs a mark. Punched away by Broad. Back there Miller. Richmond able to repel. Out for a run. Goes short. He'll kick long. Up towards the wing. In best position. The mark taken by Keane. Adelaide back with it.
Launches it back into the 50. Keane sending it in the Rochelle direction. He's cleaned up by Broad. Ball hits the deck. Jones bangs it out of there. Bounces off a couple of bodies to Rochelle and he hacked it towards the goal square. Ends up carrying across the face. Awkward bounce and over. So we'll get a boundary throw in as the clock winds down on this first half of footy. Adelaide's attacking 50. Up by a point. Can they snaffle a score here? Toss back into play, Rubank stand end. Strawn front position, won it down. And the siren will beat the big man. He's had a good quarter though. Great half as well in his 6th game. Adelaide up by a point at the major break. They lead 5-6-36 to Richmond's 5-5-35 after the Tigers led by 6 at the first change. The goal scorers for the home side, 2 to Fogarty, singles to Strawn, Rochelle and Murphy. Meanwhile, for the Tigers, all individual. Mansell, McIntosh, Broad, Cumberland and Campbell. It's Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Looks like we've got a ripping game on our hands as well. Aaron Bryans, Ben Cameron calling the action. If you do want to get in touch, The text line 0437 774 774. But to break it all down for us, that opening half of footy, our experts tonight, Premiership player Dean Brogan, All-Australian midfielder Josh Franco.
Well, Brogues, the scoreline is probably reflective of how the game's gone. It's a pretty tight, hard, tough contest. We saw, and we spoke about it at the quarter-time break, that Adelaide started the game quite sluggishly. They were able to work their way back into it. And when you look at some of the KPIs at half-time, it probably does paint a picture, as we said, that it's a relatively even game. The contested balls, Adelaide a +5, Granville gets pretty even. The clearance is pretty even. The inside 50s at the moment to half-time, it's +4 in favour of Adelaide's way. But in a general sense, it's been played on both teams' terms at certain patches throughout that first half. But they go into the break, no doubt both coaches will be pretty satisfied.
Yeah, look, what we're seeing is two teams that aren't in the 8, really. They're both struggling to get some momentum in the game and speed on the ball at times. There's been some skill errors. There's been some reluctancy to play quick. It hasn't been a great spectacle, but it's been tight and it's an arm wrestle. And sometimes these are the games that you get more out of towards the end of the game if you win them. They're worth 2 games because there's such a tight tussle. Nothing really goes well for you the whole game. So both teams have been able to hang in, but I thought Adelaide were a little bit better that quarter. Just their efficiency going inside forward. We saw them, they just hit the wrong target. They either try and kick long when they should kick short, or they kick short when they should be kicking long, or they should run and link it just that little bit more. And that's just been Adelaide's problem all year. They get enough of the footy. Their efficiency inside 50 just hasn't been to the level as where it has been last year. On the other side, Richmond, I think, are playing some okay footy. They've come with a clear plan in trying to keep the ball off Adelaide in between the arcs with some short kicking and uncontested possession. And when they get their chance, they're going inside 50 with a long ball and trying to lock it in. So, look, both teams have had their moments, but I think Adelaide, over the course of the half, have been a bit better. So you would expect Adelaide have got a little bit more gears to go over into the second half. But there's some concerns, with Adelaide. They've got to do something with Bolter. Bolter's having an absolute field day back there, and Adelaide have had trouble all year with tall backs, interrupting their efficiency going inside forward, and Bolter's been doing that tonight. So you think they would have learnt from the past, and maybe you put. I think we said Borley should be a good match-up for him. So, hopefully they do that and Adelaide can get some ascendancy going forward. So, not one for the ages, but it's going to be a tight game.
And I think just on Bolt, as we said, he's had 15 disposals to half-time. He's running at 100% efficiency. If you look at Short, he's also had an influence. I reckon Baker's actually been okay, showed a bit of dash and had a few clearances as well to half-time. And I reckon from Adelaide's perspective, Dawson has been outstanding.
His second quarter was unbelievable.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, unbelievable. Yep. Yeah, I think he had 12 that the second quarter. And, Michael McKinlay goes again. He's having another good year. But, Jordan Dawson was fantastic that quarter. And,
the thing about Dawson, Briggs, as we said throughout the call, is that his ability to, I think, show composure with the ball and make the right decision, but then it's also another thing to actually execute the kick, and his ability to do both under pressure, that's why he's one of the standouts of the competition.
And we saw him, he stuffed one up late in that quarter, but you take that with him. If he does that 10 times, he's going to hit 9 of them. So you got to cop that from a player of his calibre, that he is going to make one that goes back for a goal. But he is the cream of the crop, and when the ball is in his hands like it was in that second quarter, Adelaide looked very dangerous. So, expect him to get a bit more of the ball. And, Rory Laird's been pretty good as well. And I thought Keane's been really good. I think Adelaide's last line of defence has actually defended the ball really well. All the high balls that Richmond have been hitting to the top of the square, Adelaide have defended really well. So I really like Adelaide, how they're defending on their back six and their back line. Rochelli's been okay as a small forward as well. He's starting to get in the game a little bit. When he gets the ball tonight, it looks like something's going to happen. So Saligo's been okay, a little bit quiet, but still another half footy to go.
And we probably should bit of a shout out to Strawn. I know we've spoken a lot about him.
Strawny.
Yeah, there was a few question marks, bit of a cloud coming in over Strawny coming into the game, but he's actually been pretty influential in terms of his ability, to your point, Aaron, to get more of the footy around the ground. He's kicked a goal. In terms of his pure ruck work, he hasn't got his hands on it as much as potentially they would have liked, but he's definitely contributing and playing a pretty solid first half.
And what he's done too, and I've mentioned this on the call, is Nan Curvis loves to get back and play as that extra defender and help Richmond's backline, what he's been able to do is engage him. And Nankervis had no influence on the game whatsoever in that sense. You know, he's had 16 hit-outs and the clearances are a little bit Richmond's way, but Strawn's been able to push forward and engage him and been able to kick a goal on him. That's huge against your opposition, Ruckman. So, big tick for him in his first half.
It was a brutal week for Matthew Nicks. The pressure was dialed up immensely after that loss to Hawthorn, but a couple of tactical changes. So, Strawn comes in for Riley O'Brien, was a big selection decision, and so far that's been a tick. Ball ace has been flung forward. Did you like that, John?
Didn't mind it. Look, he should have kicked that goal. I was on the quarter-time siren, I think it was, that he went back and missed, but I actually think he's been okay. I guess the only downside to it, if he's directly matched up on Bolter, then Bolter's been off the chain a little bit. As we said, he's kicking 100% of fish. He's had 14 kicks and he's been quite influential down back for the Tigers. But overall, I haven't minded that move, particularly when you got Strawn, as you said, that can drift forward and also take a contested mark ahead of the footy.
So I guess that's two positives for the man in charge of the Adelaide Crows, which was built up almost as a no-win scenario this contest. That they could either have their worst-case scenario, lose to Richmond, a side that only has one victory in season 2024, or they win and it doesn't really mean anything. And we're only halfway in. There's still plenty of footy to go. But when you assess it from what we've seen in the first half, does it feel like Adelaide's given their fans any sort of reassurance as to where they sit? No?
I reckon that's a preloading. I don't think they have. I don't think they... Look, they're coming up against a side that's won one game for the season, who are struggling. They've talked about the rebuild and all the rest of it, and they haven't got their superstar playing. They're 1 point up at half-time, and look, it hasn't, as we said, it's been an arm wrestle, but it hasn't been convincing by any stretch the way that Adelaide are playing this game.
And look, Richmond have come to keep the ball off them,
yeah.
You know, and that makes it frustrating and it's not a good spectacle to watch. But what I didn't like about Adelaide in the first 10, 15 minutes is their energy levels weren't there. You can normally tell by a team when you can stop the uncontested marks. You might not stop the first one, but you get a hand to the second one, or you've been able to stop the third one. Richmond in that first quarter hour would just piece their way, 10 uncontested marks, then launch the ball inside 50. That, and we both coached Josh, that tells you that your team's not switched on. So, and they were dropping marks, they were fumbly. That's not a team that is playing life and death football. So they did get it going towards the back end of that first quarter, but we're still just not seeing, we're just seeing the fluctuations just too much, for a team that should be playing a lot better than what they are.
Marcus in South Melbourne summed it up well on the text line. Not a half of footy we will remember. Richmond's attitude would suit Adelaide's talent, but the Crows have been very disappointing. 0437 774 774 if you want to get in touch. We'll give you a score check in the Women's State of Origin game too in a moment's time. If you do want to hear it, jump on the ABC Listen app. There is a call available to you there. We'll also recap what happened in the T20 World Cup today, Australia's first match-up against Oman. Plenty coming up shortly. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Adelaide up by a point, but for now, let's take the latest from the ABC newsroom.
ABC News with Tanmaya Navada. Victim advocates believe the National Anti-Corruption Commission has missed an opportunity to hold people to account as a result of the robo-debt scheme. It received referrals from the Royal Commission into robo-debt about 6 officials, but says their conduct has already been fully explored and extensively discussed. More than 500,000 Australians were wrongly pursued for more than $1.7 billion in social security debts. Administrative law lecturer at La Trobe University, Dr. Darren O'Donovan, says they deserve more.
All the people who fought robo-debt, all of them are burnt out, and they did so much to fight it. And ultimately, what are we doing for these people? We don't talk about that enough. How have we really changed?
Former airline pilot Greg Lynn has faced intense questioning about the alleged murders of a couple in Victoria's Alpine region. Andy Yu has more.
Greg Lynn, accused of murdering 2 elderly campers, Russell Hill and Carol Clay, at a remote campsite in March 2020, has been giving evidence in the 4th week of his trial. Mr. Lynn denies the deaths of the pair were intentional, but were instead accidents that arose from a conflict with Russell Hill. Crown Prosecutor Daniel Porchidou put to him multiple times that the deaths were intentional, which Mr. Lynn calmly denied. In response to covering up evidence, Mr. Lynn said his training as an airline pilot allowed him to be composed under pressure. Mr. Lynn told the court he was not guilty of murder or manslaughter. The trial continues.
Unions have used a national conference to call on the government to extend superannuation to all employees under the age of 18. At the moment, employers only need to pay superannuation to under 18s if they work more than 30 hours a week. ACTU Secretary Sally McManus says the issue is part of a suite of measures its Congress has voted for in a bid to stamp out age-based discrimination.
These young union members have brought this to the whole of the Congress, and that's 1,400 people, and put up a motion which everyone voted on, saying it's going to be a priority for the whole union movement to fight for justice for young workers.
Overseas, Spain will join South Africa's case before the International Court of Justice, accusing Israel of committing genocide in Gaza. It's the second European nation after Ireland to join the case, which has also been joined by countries including Chile and Mexico. Spain, Ireland and Norway have also now officially recognised Palestinian statehood in an attempt to accelerate efforts to secure a ceasefire. Israel denies it's committing genocide in Gaza, instead saying its goal is to defeat Hamas. Meanwhile, the UN Agency for Palestinian Refugees says between 35 and 45 Palestinians have been killed in an Israeli attack on a school-turned-shelter. Sarah Amir reports.
UNRWA says it cannot confirm the exact death toll at this stage after Israel bombed a UN school that was housing displaced people in central Gaza. Israel says the school was acting as a Hamas compound, housing fighters that took part in the October the 7th attacks. This displaced man witnessed the incident.
I was asleep when I found myself covered in rubble. The rocket hit. It came through the second floor.
Hamas rejects Israel's claims, saying the IDF is lying to justify the brutal crime it conducted against dozens of displaced people.
Australia's Foreign Minister's visit to the Solomon Islands is being seen as a timely opportunity to enhance relations between the two nations. Penny Wong is in the capital, Honiara, meeting with the newly elected Prime Minister Jeremiah Manele and senior government leaders. Associate Professor Graham Smith from the ANU's Department of Pacific Affairs says the new leader is likely to welcome a stronger alliance with Australia.
She's making a rather obvious reference to the opportunity that Australia sees in the Solomons under a new leadership. Under Sogavare, they weren't making any headway on any front with improving relationships. Some of that was down to Sogavare's own personal antipathy towards Australia and the Australian government, which Manele does not share.
And a UN agency says rescue efforts at the site of a massive landslide in Papua New Guinea are ending 2 weeks after part of a mountain collapsed into a remote village. It's still unclear exactly how many people have been killed in the disaster, but the government estimates more than 2,000 people may have been buried alive. Geological experts have recommended that thousands of residents be evacuated from the area due to the risk of another landslide. You're up to date with the latest ABC News. For more, you can download the ABC Listen app.
It's the most magical time of the year, right? Footy season. This season, you can get your footy live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app. Unbelievable. AFL, NRL, men's, women's. Whatever you fix, we've got you covered. Every goal, try, mark and tackle. Called by ABC Sports' expert commentary team.
A wonderful goal! Game, set, bingo!
100% pure footy, live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Rioli called to play on wheels and kicks long. Looking for a marker, no one can take it. Spills to Campbell, dribbles it through. Richmond with the first goal of the second.
Long ball towards half forward, hits Rochelle, turns off a step. They've got the outnumber. Fogarty out the back, takes the uncontested mark.
Well, I'll tell you what, as a junior footballer, bros, when coaches tell you to keep practising your kicking, that's exactly why from Jordan Dawson was outstanding to spot up Rochelle. Superb.
Hop skip for Fogarty, but never in doubt. He has his second of the night.
Dawson feeds Schomburg. Long kick to full forward, looking for a marker. In the pack, the big fella Strawn not paid, or is it? It is. First game of the year on the runway. He drives it through.
Why wasn't he playing round one?
They get around him from everywhere. And the Adelaide Crows take their first lead of the night.
Sends it to the top of the goal square. Murphy edged down of it by Boston and deemed a push. Lockie Murphy has it. 15 out, 45-3 angle to the right. Murphy comes in. And Adelaide is in a hot run of form now. The last 3 goals going the Crows' way. Leon Prestia, who can hand it off, charging by Nathan Broad from 45, drives it home.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
It's been far from an instant classic, but we've got a close game on our hands to kickstart round 13. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport, and Adelaide leads Richmond by a point. Two sides desperate for a victory. The pressure's been on the Crows this week after their dismal performance against the Hawks. They haven't exactly silenced many doubters, but a win will get the job done. Richmond, meanwhile, just the one win in season 2024, and they'd be eyeing off a scalp here, trailing by just a point after leading by 6 at quarter time. Darcy Fogarty, the only multiple goal scorer of the night. Noah Bolter's had a field day with 15 touches, and Max Michaelani, 19 touches to go alongside his 10 marks, are both career highs at half-time. So an excellent performance from the youngster, 20 years of age, first-round pick and the son of a gun as well. He's certainly shining for the Adelaide Footy Club tonight. Plenty of sport, whatever your fancy is in terms of the codes, happening right now. So we've got the Women's State of Origin Game 2 at the moment as they head into half-time. New South Wales will lead by 6 over the Maroons. Game 1 saw the Blues win by 10, 22-12, so they're up early in the second. Over in the Bangladesh, we've got the second round of the World Cup qualifiers, a matchup between Bangladesh and the Socceroos. Early stages there, so just a 7-minute mark and 0-0 between those two sides. The T20 World Cup continued today, and you can hear every ball of every match live on the ABC Listen app through the cricket button. And Australia were in action to kickstart their campaign against Oman. They won by 39 runs, posting 5 for 164. David Warner had 56. Marcus Stoinis had 67 not out after they were sent in. And in response, Oman got through their 20 overs but finished 9 for 125. Stoinis took 3 for 19 as well, so becomes just the third player in Men's World Cup history to have more than 50 runs and take 3 wickets alongside Dwayne Bravo and Shane Watson. So they next play England Sunday morning. It's around 1 to 2 a.m. depending on where you are across the country, but you can hear that on the ABC Listen app through the cricket button. Speaking of, we've got a couple of games overnight to come. So USA up against Pakistan at 1 a.m. This is Eastern Standard Time. Namibia up against Scotland at 4 a.m. And the other codes continue as well through the ABC Listen app around the country. So we'll have the Western Bulldogs and Brisbane at the Docklands from 7 Eastern Standard Time. And the Super Rugby, the quarter-final between the Chiefs and the Reds, available to you on ABC Sport Extra through on 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time there. So the Chiefs and the Reds in the Super Rugby quarter-final. Aaron Bryans and Ben Cameron calling the action for you tonight at the Adelaide Oval between the Crows and the Tigers. Your experts, Premiership ruck Dean Brogan, All-Australian midfielder Josh Franco. The text line 0437 774 774 if you want to get in touch. Catherine's done that and says, what a boring game of football. Lucky Dusty became sick. He didn't have to play in this game. Let's call it a draw and everyone can go home early. Pretty brutal, Catherine. I agree with your sentiments, but we've still got a half to go. And there is a little bit on the line regardless of where these two sides sit. And most of that is towards the home side, Adelaide. A loss would cause a lot of problems for them off-field with Matthew Nicks now being thrown into the fire by the Crows faithful who are frustrated that it's very unlikely their final drought is about to be ended. And Richmond, meanwhile, I think they understand where they sit, but a win heading into Dusty's 300th certainly would be great for them to build up some momentum to what's going to be a big occasion. Josh Steen, we've only got a one point separating these two sides. How do you kind of see it playing out from here?
Well, Adelaide just have to get going. They just have to play 20% better and they will win this game. It's there to be won, but they're just fluctuating too much. They look good for 5-6 minutes and then they just retreat and go back into what they've done for most of the year and let teams just kick easy goals or play easy footy against them. So I'm looking for their leaders to stand up. But one thing they need to do, Josh, and I'll get your thoughts on this, is they need to do something about Bolter or Short. Their two defenders are really hurting them going inside field 50. So if you took one of them away or did something with one of those players, they'll find a better avenue to goal. But their tall forwards aren't marking it. So, do you put ball A's to Bolter and just shut him down and see if you can get some more inside 50s and lock the ball inside your forward 50 at the moment?
Well, he's a defender by trade, isn't he? So it wouldn't be anything unusual for him to go on a player and lock down, albeit unusual the fact that he's playing as a forward. But Yeah, I know. We spoke about him a few moments ago in terms of Bolter's impact on the game. He's running at 100% kicking efficiency. He's had 365 metres gained. So he is a player that's causing a few headaches for the Adelaide Crows coaching staff. So I don't mind that concept of a ball ace. Just go to Bolter, shut him out of the game. Then on the end, if you get on the end of a few or take a few marks, then hurt him that way, but shut him out.
The thoughts of Josh Franco and Dean Brogan on Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Crows leading by a point. Second half underway. Straight down to ground level and the players burrow in. We'll go again. I was going to say the Adelaide Crows haven't lost when leading at half-time this year. So I'm not sure if that counts when you lead by a point. As out of the middle goes Leg. Kicks inside 50. There's a push. Free kick. And Ball Ace will get it. Directly in front. 30 metres out. He'll go back.
You can counter that, Benny, by saying Richmond's only win this year came when they lost at half-time. So maybe there's a little bit of momentum there.
Well, we saw Ball Ace just missed that opportunity late in that first quarter. He needs to go back and nail this to ignite Adelaide in this third quarter.
Looking for his first goal in AFL footy. The drop punt is pure. Engulfed in red, yellow and blue. The tricolours surround him to celebrate his first. An important start to the second half for the Crows. They lead by 7 points. 6-6-42 plays 5-5-35. 1 minute into the third.
Well, it wasn't on Bolter, but it was on Short, who's had just as much as the footy back there. So to kick a goal on one of their important players back there is huge. And love the kick by Laird. Instead of blazing again to the top of the square, just lowered his eyes and tried to hit the leading forward. And 9 times out of 10, the forward's always going to get that free kick if it just goes over the head, because the backman normally always pushes or impedes the forward, and the umpires play that every day of the week. So great start for Adelaide. Can they keep it going?
Remember your first goals, gents? Come back to that.
Thoughts of Dean Brogan on ABC Sport. Adelaide by 7 in the middle, a free kick going Richmond's way, and Shea Bolton will take the advantage. Puts on the Jets. Into the 50 he goes, and getting some space. The uncontested mark by Cumberland. He just brushed off Butts. Got a good 5 metres on him and took the mark. Lace out in front.
Well, Richmond just said, whatever you can do, Adelaide, we can do just as well. Bolton was outstanding there, and I think for Richmond to actually get in this contest and win this game and potentially win the 4 points, you need that player, the game breaker Bolton, getting hold of the footy. When he's in full flight, he's running, he's bouncing, he's carrying, and he's getting plenty of metres gained. Outstanding play there for Bolton.
Cumberland trots in, heaves it on the left, and as his second of the night, cool as Cumberland. Back to a 1 point game. Adelaide 6-6-42, Richmond 6-5-41. 3 minutes into the third term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Your experts, Dean Brogan and Josh Franco.
Well, now all of a sudden we've got a shootout. So, but look, you're right, Josh. Putting Bolter into the centre bounce is where Richmond are going to get their X factor. He's been okay up forward, but hasn't been able to hit the scoreboard. On that occasion, he went into the centre bounce, won the clearance, and just put the Jets on and laced out the forward. We're a good response by Richmond, so it's a bit tit for tat at the moment, but we've got a ball game on our hands.
Goal for goal through the last 4, so 2 each way. Do you remember your first goal, Brogues?
Yeah, 2001 against Melbourne, round 7.
How'd you kick it?
Straight through the middle.
Baker wins it out of the middle for Richmond again. Low ball, unable to mark there. Bolton knocks it out, quickly onto it though. Losing it, Mansell. Half forward here for the Tigers. Prestia trying to get a kick out. Onto it, Saligo. Crows in possession. Up to his skipper, Dawson. Left foot kick. Up towards the wing. Bouncing ball. Fogarty gathers. Runs a little U-turn. Kick might overshoot the target. It does. Baker's there to mark for Richmond. Just backward of halfway on the wing. Gives it off to Short. He'll send the ball to half forward. Looking for Prestia. Overshoots him. Going after it, Samson Ryan. Bends over to try and pick it up. Can't gather it cleanly. Free kick. Holding free kick. It'll go to Prestia. In fact, it'll go all the way back to Samson Ryan.
Yeah, I think it was against Chase Jones. A little bit clumsy on his part.
Big Samson. Too far out to score, so he'll set it up. Top of the goal square for the Tigers. Adelaide have the numbers. Keane launched with Strawn. Both tapped it down. Front square was Mansell, and he cashes in. Back-to-back goals for the Tigers. Mansell has 2 and Richmond are in front. They're up with their 7th goal of the night. 7-5-47 to Adelaide 6-6-42 at the 5-minute mark of the third term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Liz Walsh is downstairs.
The main thing to note from ground level down here, apart from the very silent crowd, that goal just really silenced everyone down here, is just how rapidly the temperature's dropping. We're getting really close towards falling below 9 degrees down here now.
Well, Pros, we talk about the kicks, marks and handballs and young kids that are coming through the system to work aggressively and spend a lot of time honing those skills. The art of crumbing is still an area of the game where young fellas need to understand how to do it. And Mansell on that occasion just got front and centre, was in absolutely perfect position, clean take, and had the foresight just snap it on his boot and kick a major. Outstanding play there, Richmond and Mansell. Great crumb.
Bounce back in the middle. Toby Nankervis and Strawn, both with hands on it. Spills down for Baker. Richmond another clearance, tumbles it to half forward. Hinge wins it. Crows back in possession. Kick from half back to half forward. And juggling the mark, Miller at half back for Richmond. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Richmond lead it by 5 points.
Just an area of concern at this early stage of the third is the centre bounce clearances. At the moment, it's Richmond 3, Adelaide 0.
Vlosten goes back to Miller inside the defensive 50. They want to switch it all the way towards the western wing. Taken by Bolter. He goes for a run.
Spins through right half back. His kick a little long for McIntosh. Bounced kindly in the end for Mansell, but had too much momentum and ran out of room as he escorts it over the boundary line.
And the centre bounce is where Richmond can actually start to get control with the smart, crafty Nankervis hitting it to the advantage of the mids. And Adelaide's smaller brigade need to pounce on that loose ball and pressure the clearances of Richmond.
Thoughts of 3-time showdown medalist Josh Franco there as Bolter taps it down and it ricochets to Taranto. Sends Richmond inside 50. Cumberland again got a bit of space on Butts but couldn't reel it in with the left arm, and over the boundary line it goes to be tossed back into play.
Give him his retrospective medal as well.
4-time showdown medalist if you include the retrospective.
Thanks, Ben. And Aaron. Never thought you'd mention it.
8-time, 4-time, 2-time.
You stole my thunder there.
Throwing in the right forward pocket here for the Tigers. Toby Nankervis down for Cumberland. He snaps it through. 3 for Cumberland and 3 in a row for Richmond. They're out by 11. 7 minutes into the third. 8-5-53. Plays 6-6-42. Uh-oh, Adelaide Pros.
Well, it's coming from stoppages, Josh. You called it. It's one little X factor Richmond have got, and that's their speed around the footy against Adelaide, and they're really showing it this quarter. You mentioned the centre bounce is starting to get on top. It's 2 clearances they've won, one from a mid throw in, where Taranto is out by himself. It was a great hit. He launches the ball inside 50. They get a stoppage inside 50, and then come stoppage goal, which absolutely kills you as a backline. Backline stoppage goals, they kill you. And Cumberland has kicked 3 and looking very dangerous. Their smalls are really starting to get dangerous ahead of the footy now, Richmond.
11-point lead to the Tigers. Strawn rises in the middle, taps it down for Adelaide, but only finds Prestia. Caught in the Saligo tackle, gave it away. Dawson, the skipper for Adelaide, spins out of trouble. Pops it in the path of Fogarty, who gathers close to the boundary line. Will treat back to Jones. Beautiful vision. Dinks it up towards half forward to Saligo. Wants to move it on. Spots a target in Keys. Hit him perfectly. Boston stuck a hand in on the third bite. Knocked it away. He keeps fighting Keys. Squared it up with a kick that only found Rioli. Bounced off his shin towards Brown and he can exit to Baker. Richmond with a great escape there in front of the Wanganeen stand. They're up by 11.
And they look full of run at the moment, Richmond. Just chips it short. Away to Dan Rioli.
Just thought Saligo should have showed a little bit more composure inside 50. Played on, the ball became live, banged it long, didn't get the result they wanted.
Rioli kicks up to the wing and Strawn stands tall to mark. That's exactly why they brought him in. He wanted a bit more around the grounds. He kicks into the middle of the ground, turns it over.
They didn't bring him in for that.
No, Richmond back in possession through Mansell. Short to Sonzi. They break inside 50. Nothing he likes initially. Now he feeds the handball. Cruising by Short. Gets rid of it. Away towards Brown, who pokes it inside 50. And Kaczynski on the lead. Gleefully takes it. 35 out, plumb in front.
Well, what Richmond did then, that's shocking turnover by Strawn, but they were patient going inside 50, Josh. You just said Saligo should have been a little bit smarter going inside 50. He blazed away. Richmond were patient with the footy, let their forwards get to work and let them lead at the kicker. Great forward entry by Richmond.
Recalled during the week. Last played in round 6 against the Eagles. His set shot is straight through the middle. A plume of pensiveness falls around the Adelaide Oval. Richmond, they lead by 17 points. 4 unanswered goals. 9-5, 59 plays, 6-6, 42. 10 minutes into the third. Liz Walsh before Josh Franco and Dean Brogan.
We've got our first little injury concern down here. The first action on the benches for the physios is Samson Ryan for Richmond is in the hands of the physios. Looks like he's having his right ankle re-strapped. Doesn't look too concerned. We should see him back on soon.
We also talk about uncoachable turnovers. That was one from Adelaide's perspective with Strawn trying to pierce one back through the corridor. Just wasn't on. The kick was probably there, but just didn't execute it the way that Strawn would have liked to. And now Richmond can really capitalise because he's come to the bench. Borlase is now in the ruck. Richmond need to put on the afterburners here and take advantage of that.
Toby Nankervis with the easy tap against Borlase. Looked for Bolton, but it bounced off him straight to Adelaide. Laird to Dawson. Towards half forward. Kick was poor. Only found Vlosten, the 3-time premiership Tiger, the best in the league for intercept marks. Takes another. Right half back. Will send Richmond through the broadcast wing. Players converge and Nankervis beats them all. Big Toby clunks it. The Richmond skipper, true centre wing. Opens the angle. Blasts it up towards the 50. Rising Kajitsi got a hand down. Front and square was Bolton. Couldn't quite get away from Hamill. Just got boot to ball as he dropped it in the tackle. And off hands it rolls over the boundary line. 45 out. Right forward pocket.
Have they spoken about dollars they're going to offer Bolton, Fremantle?
He's contracted till 2028.
Yeah, I don't think dollars were mentioned in the story.
Should be a lot, though, because he can play. He's an absolute star, Bolton.
From the throw-in, palming it down. Toby Nankervis again. Cumberland goes and picks it up, tackled quickly. All up.
Just a quick update on that. So Tim Livingston spoke pre-game to another radio station and actually mentioned that they're not going to trade Shea Bolton. It is not on the table.
Yep.
Winning it down, Borlase, but onto it, Shea Bolton, the man we speak of, gives it back to Campbell. Centering border, full forward for Richmond. No mark taken. Luke Nankervis tackled quickly, but Adelaide come away with it. And Scholl will kick up to the wing. Murphy goes early.
Silly.
Unrealistic, gives away the free kick. Richmond back in possession. On the wing, right beneath the Max Bashir stand. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Richmond lead by 17.
Tom Brown heaves it back into the 50 for Richmond. Bolton at the back of the pack. Knew exactly where it was going to land. Magnificent read of the ball drop. Edged off Hamill. Waited in position and takes the mark on his chest. Bang in front, 20 out.
Well, other than the first centre bounce clearance from Adelaide this quarter, which resulted in a goal to Borlase, they've been totally outplayed, the Crows. And the stats indicate that contested ball, they're getting absolutely smashed. The clearances, they're -3. The inside 50s, they're -4. So Richmond dominating field position and starting to kick away on the scoreboard.
Bolton kicks from 25 and misses. Minus score on the left-hand side. That would have been devastating for the Crows. Instead, it's a 3-goal game. Richmond up by 18. 9-6-60 to Adelaide 6-6-42. 13 minutes into the third term, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
I wonder if we'll come back and look at that moment. Here's Luke Nankervis, centre-half back for the Crows, pokes it short. Laird marks. Kicks the Crows to half-forward, getting back. Bolter fists it away from Fogarty. Now to play, trying to come right half-forward.
How good was Bolter there? Running back with the flight, didn't give the free kick away, didn't look at the Adelaide Crows player. Got his fist to the ball and affected the spoil. That was superb.
Umpire flings it back in. Strawn works his way to the front. Ryan gets a hand on it. Down for Taranto. Quick kick to Sonsi. He marks just backward of the logo, eastern side of the ground. Richmond by 18, and it is all yellow and black at the moment.
Assesses his options, and then Sonsi goes down the line to Dow. Comfortably beat Scholl in the one-on-one. Takes the mark. Looks inside. Deep kick into the pocket. Keane Gets in front of Kajitsky and takes the intercept mark for Adelaide. Now they'll switch through defensive 50 to Butts. It's already begun on the text line. Paul says tomorrow's paper, Matthew Nicks out. We've still got a quarter and a half to go. Richmond by 18 points. Hinge in the left back pocket. Pops it to half back, looking for Luke Nankervis. Excellent delivery. Here comes the rebound. On the outer side, Dowling. Turns through the logo. Up to right half forward.
Bolter.
Fogarty tried to use the body to beat Bolter, but he rose above it and fisted into the fence in front of the Wanganeen stand. Richmond by 18. Boundary throwing to come right half forward. Aaron Bryans, Ben Cameron, Dean Brogan, Josh Franco with you for Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Unbelievable. I watched Bolter there, and the way he cut that angle there, Adelaide were out. He just went 100 mile an hour and put a fist to that ball.
Forget the Rock of Gibraltar. It's the Rock of Bolter across half-back for Richmond here tonight, isn't it? Loose footy on the wing. Going after it, Richmond. Sonzi feeds it out to the run of Ralph Smith. Mullet flowing. Handball forward. Taranto through the 50. Short kick. And Baker's on the end of it. He'll go back from plumb in front.
They are. Too much of everything at the moment.
Absolutely.
Too much speed, too much energy, too much want. Richmond are all over Adelaide at the moment. They kick this, Adelaide are in serious trouble.
But again, I go back to these KPIs. Contested ball +9. Richmond's way clearances +5. Inside 50s +6. Hit-outs +7. Absolutely dominating. Needs to finish this to get the scoreboard pressure.
Boot to ball from 30 out. Loves it the moment it leaves the boot. Richmond are all over Adelaide. And the Crows season, whatever faint hopes there were of finals, are slipping away. 10-6-66. Plays 6-6-42. 16 and a half into the third. Josh Franco, Dean Brogan.
Well, the other thing it does, Brogues, and obviously you've been there and done it as well, is that it actually silences the Adelaide crowd, which are really crucial to develop some emotion and some momentum in the Adelaide game. But at the moment, Richmond are dominating everywhere. The crowd's silence. Got a bit of an eerie feel about it from Adelaide's perspective.
If you're looking for Adelaide now, who's going to stand up? Who are they? What's going to happen if you're Adelaide? Who's going to fly the flag for them at the moment? They've got their best on ballers in Dawson, Saligo and Laird in there now. So let's see what they can do. They've got to get going right now.
Game high, 24-point lead to Richmond. Samson Ryan taps it down, only found Saligo. Whistle coming back. Free kick for a hold. Taranto to receive it. So another exit out of the middle for the Tigers. The reigning best and fairest. A wobbler up towards the 50. Players converge. Ryan underneath it. Couldn't control it under pressure. Spills down. Tackle laid by Cumberland. He'll hold up Scholl. Ball up to come just outside the 50. Quick reset. Richmond on the attack. Ryan down, only found Laird. He hacks it out of there, but finds Voston. Waiting back. The brick wall for Richmond on the logo broadcast side.
Just not working either for Adelaide. Those quick kicks to come out of stoppage are ending up in Richmond hands. Things aren't happening at the moment for the Crows.
Voston sends it into the pocket. A high ball. Trying to juggle it. Kazitsky nearly paid no. Saligo pinches it. Kicks the Crows back up to the wing. Ball ace has a lot of it. Doesn't complete it. They're at ground level. Schomburg. Back feeds a handball away to Scholl. Puts too much on his kick. And allows in Bolter, but a free kick given away.
No way, that's not a free kick.
That'll go to...
When it's your night, isn't it?
Fogarty was just standing there trying to... He didn't even know Bolter was there.
It's not a free kick to Bolter.
Oh, maybe he did.
Oh, maybe it was.
Yeah, I spoke too soon.
True intelligence is being able to change your mind, Josh. So, and broke, so don't worry about that.
I'm with you, Josh.
Kick to half forward by Bolter and a free kick for Richmond again. The quiet Adelaide crowd are starting to find their voice to voice their displeasure.
You don't hear free kick Richmond often. They're the worst team in the league for it over the past decade, but they're getting the victory at the moment. Kajitsky's kit is terrible. Thought about Samson Ryan, expected him to lead into the right forward pocket and just never went. He kicked it to that spot. Strawn was waiting. He'll load up with a long exit. Ball ace rising up against Kajitsky. Whistle, free kick Adelaide. They'll take the advantage. They're surging through the centre square now. Rochelle to Hinge. 50 is empty. They've got to hold up. Hinge cuts back in, then loads up on the left. A 70-metre bomb. That misses on the right-hand side. Adelaide 6-7-43. Richmond 10-6-66. Approaching time on in the third term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Even that one there, like he's had a shot from 70 metres out. Just keep running with, use your hands or try and find an uncontested mark. Go sideways. You had nothing inside 50, or just slow it up and wait for a forward to lead at you. He's had a 70-metre shot for a behind.
Richmond by 23. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Long kick up to the wing. In front, Dawson brings it down. Coming away with it, Thompson Dow. High kick for Richmond to half-forward. Hamill, good mark.
That was a terrific mark.
Juggling it, contorting his body to complete it. Kicks the Crows back inside their D50. Luke Nankervis, his kick, dangerous. Ralph Smith punches it away towards the wing. I have the numbers out there. Picking it up is Tom Brown for Richmond. Handball back to Broad, who runs himself into a cul-de-sac, gets out of it, kick smothered. Here go the Crows.
Racing through the outer wing. Keys a little 1-2 with ball ace. Again, not a lot ahead of him, so he'll go wide instead. Finds Murphy, races to 45 and misses. Consecutive behinds for Adelaide. We're trying to stay within arm's reach of this contest. Down by 22 now. 6-8-44. Richmond 10-6-66.
Adam Ramanauskas was scathing earlier on in the year about what he described as the selfishness of the Crows forward line.
Wow.
Are you seeing any of that at the moment?
Oh, on that occasion, I didn't think there was much more he could have done, but just their efficiency going forward is just, it's horrible.
Bolter, long kick for Richmond up to the wing and juggling it. Kazitsky gives it the Babe Ruth, little point up the wing. Richmond by 22. Kazitsky puts it up in the Samson Ryan direction. Up he goes, can't mark for the Tigers. Saligo wins it for the Crows, having their moments. Handball to Laird. He gets a handball away, but into space, and Richmond are onto it.
Kazitsky handed it off to Graham, went back to Dow, then Taranto running out of room. They finally send it forward. Mansell was there. Landed in his lap. So Richmond with a gift. Mansell pops it into the pocket. Long ball bolted. His big shove on Bartz. It freed up Ryan to take the mark, but the free kick will go against them. And the big man for Adelaide to receive it. They switch across defensive 50 to Michael Lanny, who's been everywhere tonight. Exits to the outer wing. At right half back. Here's Murphy, rather. McHenry, the sub tonight, yet to be activated, and McAuliffe for Richmond the same. Will chip it over the top. Ball ace far from home, which is odd to say because he's out of the forward line tonight, but he takes the mark in front of the Foss Williams stand.
Moves it short to Luke Nankervis, who's been good. We'll get down to Liz Walsh in a moment. I'm sure the big fella, Strawny, is in good nick. Short kick to Murphy. Richmond by 22. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Short to Luke Nankervis again. Pokes it short onto Dowling. High kick inside 50. Rochelle there. Dan Rioli punches it away. Bouncing ball. Schomburg worried out of it. Spills for Berry. Holding free kick. Schomburg to get it. Mark set. 47 metres out. 45-degree angle. Does he have this in him?
Well, I reckon he's probably right on his limit. But just looking at the replay, Graham was just a little bit overzealous with that tackle. The ball was dispossessed in the initial contact and then just held on to just for a little bit too long.
Just lingered.
Yeah.
The tackle on Schomburg. He'll veer out to the right. Give it his all. It's a good-looking kick. It's a much-needed goal for the Crows. Can it be a fire starter? They need something. Back to 16 points. 10-6-66 plays 7-8-50. 23 and a half into the third. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Josh Franco, Dean Brogan.
Well, that's a great kick, isn't it? It's 45 out. When your footy club needs something, they're the type of goals you need to kick. And Schoenberg, what a great goal. And, you know, the last 5 minutes, they've sort of wrestled it back a little bit. They butchered a couple running into not open goals, but running into goals and missing. So the last 5 minutes have been better. When we were saying in the commentary box, someone needs to stand up. So can they keep momentum going into three-quarter time?
Some concerns for the home side, though. Kieran Strawn on the bench. Liz, what are you seeing down there?
Yeah, I've got eyes straight on him. He's in the hands of the physio. Looks like he's got an issue with his groin. They've also given him some pickle juice down here too.
So ball ace in the middle. Adelaide down by 16. Nearly got the tap down. Spills out towards Taranto, who hands it straight to Dawson. Ball pinballing through the centre square. Richmond win out in the end. Dow shovels it back towards Rioli, who releases Bolton. Racing through the corridor. Into the 50 he goes. Ryan the target, but he's beaten by Butts. Called to play on. Mark wasn't paid. He's done well under pressure. Uses Michaelani to Hamill. Long, lethal ball towards centre wing. Hamill just waited underneath it. Didn't jump for the footy. And it's cut off by Dow. Intercept mark for Richmond. On the broadcast side, he'll pop it on the 45 to McIntosh. Still a couple of kicks away from a score.
Down to McIntosh, who was busy early in this game. The second goal of the match. And a couple of other looks. Puts his drop punt just inside 50 for Richmond. Off the hands of the pack. Might have taken it off the beat there, Bolton. Toby Nankervis goes in. Handball away. Mansell under immediate pressure. And the umpire holds their arms to their chest. Wants to ball it up.
Well, it'd be an absolute disaster if Strawny can't come back on for Adelaide, because at the moment it's Nankervis versus Borlase, and Nankervis has got the distinct advantage.
Toby taps it down again. Ricochets inside 50. Mansell going hard at the footy. Ends up on top of it. Holding the ball. Didn't make a legitimate attempt, says the umpire. Free kick going the way of the Crows. Liz Walsh on the boundary.
Another issue down here for the Crows is with Mitch Hinge. Looks like his left ankle's giving him a lot of trouble. In the meantime, Ned McHenry's jumped up the Crow sub.
Disposal 22 from Max Michaelani was poor. Found Mansell. Richmond on the charge inside 50. Overhead handball. Trying to find Taranto from Baker was a throw. And a free kick to go to Nankervis in the left back pocket. Gee, they got away with one there. It was a dismal exit from the young gun. So Nankervis finds Scholl. Still inside defensive 50, left back pocket. Richmond by 16. Time on in the third term. Scholl exits. Fogarty on the charge. Spoiled away from him by Miller over the boundary line. On the text line, Nicole in Murrumbina says, love a quiet Adelaide crowd. Go Tigers. Bills reckons the Tigers have more intensity than last week.
Yep.
David's given Liz a clip. He's from Hobart and he's travelled over for the game. He's at the ground and says less than 9 degrees isn't cold. Wait till Tassie gets a team. Toss back in. Ball ace wins it down to Berry. Hacked it up and down towards centre wing. Cut off by Brown. Richmond now on the counter. Handed it out towards Short. Flares it inside 50. Rising Keane. Couldn't clunk it. Spilled to Smith. Quick tackle and a ball up to come. 45 out from the Richmond goal.
What we've got to break in play inside 50s this quarter, 18-6. At the moment, Richmond dominating field position. Just need to capitalise on their entries.
Toby Nankervis takes it out of the ruck. High ball off his left boot. Won't go the required distance. Trying to come through quickly. Baker might have been driven into the turf. No. There's a Crows player down in back play as well.
Is it Keane? Something's happened behind the play.
Jacob Kazitsky is standing off him. It is Keane.
He's clutching at his abdomen as well, so it could be possibly a gut punch off the ball.
I reckon it might have
been. He is keeled over.
Wait for the replay. Nothing's come up yet.
I love Kazitsky's just standing off him, giving it a double teapot.
Like it wasn't me.
Looking around, it wasn't me.
There's no one in the vicinity but you.
There's no one else around, Jacob.
Just winded, I think.
Come on, Kane, get up.
So I'd like to see a replay of this.
Would be disappointing for Kazitsky as well, one of their four-ins who's been stuck in the VFL as their new recruit. If he has hit him significantly hard enough and gets suspended
yeah,
for it.
It looks like maybe just a
Here we go.
little elbow. They were sort of in a little grapple behind play.
Oh. It's still hard to see. He's definitely elbowed, trying to get off him, but I don't think there was a lot in it. Just got him.
Drawing him at the moment.
We didn't see any Adelaide player remonstrate. Well, they're going out now.
A ball up finally. Toby Nankervis taps it out. Bolton shovels it out. McIntosh on the run. And he finishes with class. He's got a couple. And Richmond back out by 22 points. The Crows can't catch them, at least for now. 28 minutes played in this third term, 11-6, 72 plays, 7-8-50. Josh Franco, Dean Brogan.
Well, again, Brogues, we've seen the advantage of having Toby Nankervis in the ruck as opposed to Borlase or even Strawn, who's thankfully from Adelaide's perspective coming back onto the ground. But just a beautiful hit to the outside, and McIntosh, who started the game superbly with a goal, has kicked another one.
And what he did, he held his balance. He didn't get sucked into the contest. He let Bolton get to work, win the contested possession, get it on the outside. And what McIntosh has done for so many years now is finish off inside 50 from that wing position.
So I reckon Josh has stolen Liz's thunder there. Kieran Strawn back out on the ground for Adelaide. A good sign for the big man, but I need to find something. Down by 22 late in the third. Strawn wins it down, only finds Bolton dancing his way out of dodge. Turns through the centre square. Penetrating kick into the 50. Front position, Kajitsky. Beautiful footy. And it's on behind play.
They'll reverse that. He's reversed it. That's crucial.
Bowled over. And a free kick to Adelaide. A bit of a scuffle as well. They're getting stuck into Cumberland, who's the offender. And Adam Uze would pull his hair out on that one. Keane tries the quick exit. The kick was poor, though. Richmond had the numbers. Cut off by Brown. Heads back to Prestia. He'll retreat and only kicks it to Berry. It was almost like he was playing for Adelaide. Gave it to Berry. He'll hand it out to the runner outside. Jones sends Adelaide inside 50. Nankervis. Big Toby rises in front to take the intercept for Richmond. They looked out, Adelaide. And now there's a bit of feeling in this contest.
There's a bit of life out there. Both teams, there's fights, there's goals, there's everything you want in a game of footy. So it's taken 2.5 quarters, but we're there.
Richmond work it up to the wing. The running Ralph Smith.
That's a poor kick.
Right foot kick inside 50. The Crows have the numbers, and Luke Nankervis marks in defence for the Crows. So Toby at one end, Luke at the other.
Kick to a 3v1 then. Really poor kick. He had another option inside. Chose to ignore that one, kick it long and got outmarked.
Luke Nankervis goes to the left back pocket. The Lockie Shoal sets up a kick up to the wing. Rochelle arriving late. Keys in from the side. Good grab. Richmond by 22. They had a set shot that would have seen them go up by 28. If Kazitsky kicked it, that was reversed. Kick around the wing here for the Crows. Down at ground level. The siren sounds for three-quarter time. And a bit of feeling in it. Adelaide season just slipping away. If it hasn't already. Richmond eyeing their second win of the season under new coach Adam Uze. 11-6-72, plays 7-8-50. The Tigers by 22.
They've done all the hard work, Richmond, but they're yet to win a final quarter this season. Well, they've won 2 this season, but they're ranked last with North Melbourne. So treacherous waters still to come, but they're up by 22. The goal scorers heading into the final change. 3 to Cumberland, 2 to Mansell and McIntosh, singles to Baker, Kajitsky, Broad and Campbell. Meanwhile for the Crows, 2 to Fogarty, singles to Murphy, Rochelle, Schomburg, Borlace and Strawn. Wherever you're listening, don't go anywhere. We could have an upset on our hands. Richmond by 22 on ABC Radio, Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
The Men's T20 Cricket World Cup.
He's bowled. That's it.
Live from the USA and West Indies.
What about that? Unbelievable.
Catch all the action on the ABC Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Is out of the middle, goes leg, kicks inside 50. There's a push, free kick, and Borlace will get it.
Needs to go back and nail this to ignite Adelaide in this third quarter.
Looking for his first goal in AFL footy. The drop punt is pure. And goal in red, yellow and blue.
Free kick going Richmond's way, and Shea Bolton will take the advantage. Puts on the Jets. Into the 50 he goes, and getting some space. The uncontested mark by Cumberland. Cumberland trots in, heaves it on the left, and as his second of the night. Cool as Cumberland. Adelaide have the numbers. Keane launched with Strawn. Both tapped it down. Front square was Mansell, and he cashes in. Back-to-back goals for the Tigers. Mansell has 2, and Richmond are in front.
Throwing in the right forward pocket here for the Tigers. Toby Nankervis down for Cumberland. He snaps it through. 3 for Cumberland and 3 in a row for Richmond. Adelaide Crows. Handball forward. Taranto through the 50. Short kick. And Baker's on the end of it. He'll go back from plumb in front.
Needs to finish this to get the scoreboard pressure.
Boot to ball from 30 out. Loves it the moment it leaves the boot. Richmond are all over Adelaide. And the Crows season, whatever faint hopes there were of finals, are slipping away. Bouncing ball, Schomburg worried out of it. Spills for Berry. Holding free kick, Schomburg to get it. He'll veer out to the right. Give it his all. It's a good-looking kick. It's a much-needed goal for the Crows. Can it be a fire starter? A ball up finally. Toby Nankervis taps it out. Bolton shovels it out. McIntosh on the run. And he finishes with class. He's got a couple. The Crows can't catch them, at least for now.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
The Crows' worst nightmare has come to fruition, and they've got a quarter to make amends for it. They're down by 22 points to a Richmond side that only has one victory this season, but is looking to claim a major scalp on the road ahead of Dusty's 300th at the MCG. The Tigers 11-6-72 to the Crows 7-8-50 to kickstart round 13 at the Adelaide Oval. Aaron Bryans and Ben Cameron calling the action for Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Your experts, Premiership ruckman Dean Brogan, All-Australian midfielder Josh Franco. Quick score check in the other codes. So the second game of the Women's State of Origin went the way of Queensland. A late victory by a point, 11-10 over New South Wales. And we'll get you a quick score check in the Socceroos as well. Their second round World Cup qualifier against Bangladesh is just about to head into half-time, and they lead 1-0 over Bangladesh. 0437 774 774 is the text line if you want to get in touch. Already plenty of Crows supporters are calling for some change at Westlakes. It's not over yet, but it hasn't been an impressive display from an Adelaide side who had so much pressure placed on them this week. Dean Brogan, Josh Franco, how have Richmond got it done?
Well, it was a dominant quarter from Richmond, wasn't it, Brogues? I'm looking at some of the numbers and probably the three areas where they've absolutely torched Adelaide. So the inside 50s off the back of clearances and hit-outs. So inside 50s were 20-7, so plus 13 Richmond's way. They kicked 6 goals, 1 to Adelaide's 2 goals, 2. But the hit-outs where Nankervis started to get on top in the ruck, it was 16-4, so plus 12 in hit-outs, which translated into plus 6 for clearances. And a lot of those were from the centre bounce where they got clean exits and able to put the Adelaide defence under immense pressure, kicked at the one-on-ones, and they were able to capitalise on the back of that. So it's been an absolute dominant quarter for Richmond. Adelaide has the work to do now, but one thing I will say, which we probably didn't mention quite enough, is Cumberland. Will that be a defining moment in the game where they had the mark in front of goal, would have gone back and potentially made the margin 28 points, but reversed the free kick. Adelaide were able to exit the ball.
Well, Richmond were just better at the contest. Plus 13 in contested possession, as you mentioned, Josh, but they just had speed around the footy. They broke away from contest. Adelaide got sucked into the contest, which allowed Richmond to get on the outside, and they finished. They should be up by a couple more goals.
The interesting thing as well is just looking out there at the moment, they've got Chris Burgess in the ruck, so I think Strawn has come to the bench. And we'll get a bit of an update on him in just a minute, but Chris Burgess is now in the ruck for Adelaide.
McHenry is on the ground, so he's probably been subbed out.
Let's check in with Liz Walsh.
That's exactly right. McHenry is into the game. Kieran Strawn is now sitting on the backbench back here with his jumper on. I'd suggest that it is a more injury with his groin, a bit of a trouble tonight.
So can Toby Nankervis capitalise here and get Richmond over the line? They're up by 22 at the moment, and he wins the first hit out in the final term to Prestia. Then Bolton gave it away under pressure from Scholl. Dawson now arches the back through the outer wing. The skipper sends Adelaide inside 50. Rochelle. Fogarty flew across, caught the eye of the Richmond defenders, and Josh Rochelle stood his ground. 30 out, slight angle to the left.
Well, it's interesting on Chris Burgess, having spent a fair bit of time up at the Gold Coast with him. He did basically the ruck work when Jared Witts went down with his knee, so he's no stranger to being in the ruck. Can he compete against a Toby Nankervis for a full quarter? Remains to be seen, but no doubt he'll be trying his best.
Big moment for the Adelaide Crows. Rochelle comes in, kicks from 40 and has his second for the night. Plenty of work to do, but it's a great start in this final term. Margin down to 16. Adelaide 8-8-56. Richmond 11-6-72 in the opening minute of this final quarter. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Your experts, Premiership ruck Dean Brogan and four-time showdown medalist Josh Franco.
Well, centre bounce goals, they're just huge, aren't they, Josh? They can get you a goal within the first minute of the last quarter from just good clearance work out of the centre bounce. It was Richmond in the third quarter that dominated this area. Adelaide have readdressed it at three-quarter time, and whether Burgess or not had anything to do with that. It was just a different look for Adelaide, which got them a centre bounce goal. And great finish for Shelley. He's had 2 massive kicks tonight for goal.
Richmond's lead cut to 16. They need to channel a little bit of Rocky here, Adelaide. Come from behind to try and win this match as Hinge kicks around the wing through the hands of Keys. Keys will get it back.
That's not a free kick either. That was just good defending.
Gives it off to Hinge running back. Running around the back. Kicks inside 50. Fogarty! Upstairs he goes. And the fog is lifting in more ways than one.
Well, again, we've seen some quick ball movement, haven't we? Inside forward 50. A nice penetrating kick there from Hinge, and it doesn't allow the Richmond defenders to come off an air assist. And Fogarty, probably the first mistake Bolter's made all night. Didn't get any body on him, allowed him a free jump at it.
In he comes, usually reliable, no exception. Adelaide springboarding back into the match, his third, and it's just 10 points. 11-6-72 plays 9-8-62, 3 minutes into the fourth. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Well, it's interesting, bros. We looked at, obviously, the trends throughout the course of the game, and at three-quarter time, he read a text. There's people that are ready to lynch Matthew Nicks within the space of a minute and a half. They've kicked basically 2 goals, now putting some scoreboard pressure back on Richmond. 10 points the margin. It's still game on.
Let's check in with Liz Walsh downstairs.
Just confirming that Strawn's been subbed out with a groin. He's just had ice strapped onto his upper right leg. We've also got Hamill, who's sort of limp from the ground. Looks like cramp in his calves. He's in the hands of the physios.
It'd be sweet relief for Riley O'Brien, the emergency tonight. Richmond by 10 now. Toby Nankervis wins it down. Only found Dawson wrapped up in the tackle from Taranto. Got a handball off the deck to Saligo. He sold Laird into a bit of trouble. Mansell wraps him up. Ball up to come close to the attacking edge of the square for the Tigers. Quick reset. Burgess beats Nankervis, tapped it straight down the throat of Dawson. He hacked it, though, errantly forward. Only found Rioli. He's buffeted off it by Shelley, though. Diving handball to McHenry. Now overhead handball. Beautiful from Fogarty. Back towards McHenry. Jones over the top. Ball ace in space. Can open the angle. 25 out. He hooks it across the goal face. Should have gone for home. Maybe he did, and it was errant. Either way, Jaden Short with a double tap through for a minor score. And it's a 9-point game at the Adelaide Oval.
Well, Richmond just can't get their hands on it. They've had one possession to Adelaide's 16 at the start of this last quarter. And whatever Matty Nicks has said to Adelaide at three-quarter time, they are coming out with flames coming out of their noses at the moment. They are on fire. Exactly what they need.
Short with a long kick in up towards the wing. Cumberland a fumble. Knocks it on towards Toby Nankervis. Richmond away with it. Prestia's kick forward of the wing. Off hands and Scholl carried out for a throw-in.
Just a quick follow-up to that, Brogues. I watched Matthew Nicks's address at three-quarter time. Very composed. No sprays, no aggression. So clearly he got the message through.
Richmond by 9 points. Did lead by as much as 4 goals. Richmond come away with it again. Prestia hooking it inside 50. Ryan can't take the mark. The Crows are there on their half-back flank. Smith gives it off to Michael Lanny. A weighted kick up to the wing and Short camps underneath it, drops it, allows in the Crows. Here they go again.
On the outer wing, the handball wasn't clean from Schomburg. Richmond trying to cash in. Hurried kick up towards half forward. Graham can gather, hands it to Ryan. Now out wide, Seth Campbell, off balance, tight angle. This would be special. Seth Campbell, his second of the night, is an absolute highlight. And it stems the bleeding. Their 12th major of the night puts them up by 15. 12-6-78 to Adelaide's 9-9-63. 5 minutes into the final term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
That's an amazing
That's a goal, 1.5,
finish.
wasn't it?
Absolutely magnificent finish there from Campbell. Under pressure from the boundary, and we talk about pressure of the game as well. Adelaide have been coming, Brogues. You mentioned that they've got fire coming out of their nose. They're absolutely on fire at the moment. So against the momentum, against the flow of the game, an outstanding finish. Margin's obviously now 15 points with the work to do for Adelaide.
I was going to say fire coming out somewhere else, but I thought I'd better not. So I mentioned the nose, but that's a great goal by Richmond. Great answer.
You're in trouble if you've got fire coming out of somewhere else. Just quickly, Brogues.
Lightning bolts, I was meant to say.
One of 3 teens out there tonight. Seth Campbell, real player.
Tell you what, Burgess is going all right at the moment too. He's not allowing Nankervis to dominate. He's got to keep it in tight, but he's been competitive. Oh, except for that one.
Toby Nankervis punches it on. Straight to the Crows, though, and another ball up. Richmond by 15. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
High toss in the middle. Burgess won it down. Charging through is Taranto, though. Sends it into the scoreboard pocket. Cumberland on the charge. Lead was rewarded, but he couldn't claim it. Michael Annie at the ball drop. Hands it to Keane. Pops it over the top to Saligo. Marks in defensive 50. Had the run there of Hinge. Gave it to him and he scrubbed it. A worm burner to the broadcast wing, but it may work out in the end. Jones had some space. Gathers close to the boundary line. Up towards half forward. Rochelle Rose knocked away from him. It'll trickle inside 50 and over the boundary line. 40 out from goal. Right forward pocket. Adelaide's 50 at the Riverbank stand end or the right-hand side of your radio dial. They're down by 15. If they can overcome the 22.3 quarter time deficit, it'd be their biggest comeback since 2015.
Adam Uze in search of his second win as a senior coach. Umpire brings it back in. On the move through is McHenry. Roves it off the hands of the rucks. Gets a handball moving forward towards full forward for the Crows. And Rochelle piles on. Berry in there too. Ball upcoming. 25 out from the attacking goal. Toby Nankervis just pushes Burgess out of the way. Takes it out of the ruck. Spirals the ball up to the wing. Unable to mark Kazitsky. Down at ground level. Mansell paddles it on towards the boundary. Luke Nankervis picks it up. Slips over. Caught. Got his handball away, says the umpire. Throw it in. Right beneath us, western side of the ground, Richmond by 15. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Must be getting dewy down there. Players are slipping over everywhere. Maybe it is very cold down at boundary level.
Toss back into play. Burgess again gets front position on Nankervis. Double tap down in the path of Schomburg. Fell into the footy. Nearly took out the shins there of Smith. Ricochets out. And Jones will escort it over. Toss back into play.
I think from Chris Burgess's perspective as well, he's got a tough job ahead of him, rucking against Toby Nankervis, but he's got to try to minimise Nankervis's ability just to punch the ball forward and get momentum going forward.
Toss back in. Burgess wins it down, looking for McHenry, outnumbered. Was caught in a sandwich as 2 Tigers slid in. Smith can gather, and he's tackled over the line by Mansell. 37,342 in the house for Thursday night footy in Adelaide. And the majority of them hoping that Adelaide can pull off a special comeback and notch their 5th win of the year.
Umpire brings it back in. Toby Nankervis tries to take it out of the ruck, fumbles it. Saligo on the way through, loses it in the tackle. And a holding free kick. They'll come back and go the way of Richmond. Baker ends up with the footy. Runs around to the right. Long kick inside 50, looking for Kazitsky. Hands to it, doesn't mark. Butts a little fumble. Left forward pocket for the Tigers. Onto it, Graham. Sends it out towards Bolton. A little herky-jerky. A right foot snap. Hits the goalpost high up. He was zigging and zagging and feigning and faking. Couldn't quite deliver the finish. And it leaves the Crows alive. Richmond by 16, 10 minutes into the 4th.
Again, he normally kicks them, doesn't he? For any other player in the comp, that's a hard snap on goal, but Bolton's normally kicks them. He's missed 2 sodas for him tonight.
Hidge plays on, sends it in the Fogarty direction. Huge fist from Bolter. He's been a standout for the Tigers tonight as he thrashes it into the fence. Boundary throwing to come, left half forward for Richmond. We're with you all the way through till 11 Eastern, so get in touch. 0437 774 774. Tossed in, Burgess straight to McHenry. Found Hinge, nice little chain. Smith to Laird and Adelaide move it through the broadcast wing. Fogarty on the charge. Clunks it with Bolter all over him. Hands it off to McHenry. The sub riding shotgun. Up to right half forward. Hits the chest of Berry. Good movement. Ball knocked out of his grasp by Broad. Umpire will bring the Tigers defender back. Berry on the mark. Kicks up towards the 50. Spots Rochelle. Big fist from Rioli. Stays in the field of play. Schomburg caught in the Voston tackle and just went over the wrong side of the boundary line. It'll be tossed back in. 25 out. Right forward pocket. Adelaide's 50. They're down by 16.
McHenry's given them a bit for Adelaide since he's come on. He's had 5 possessions, going at 100%. looks very energised, as he should be. He's been sitting there for 3 quarters.
Forward 50 throw in for the Crows. Clearance goes the way of Richmond. Graham dumps it on the boot. Clearing kick. Heavy landing for Brodie Smith. Lands right on the coccyx. Slow to get up. Throwing to come.
Ned McHenry, almost the specialist sub as well. This is the 4th time this season he's donned the vest.
He's done it a bit in his career, I think.
Umpire brings it back in. Burgess double palms it down on the way through. Baker wrenched off it. No free kick. Umpire lets them play. Saligo dumps it on the boot. Kicks to half forward. Vlosten tracking it back. Takes the mark. Half back flank for Richmond. They lead it by 16. 12 into the 4th.
The Premiership Tiger knows all about beating Adelaide on a big stage. Sends it up the broadcast swing, looking for Ryan. Big fist coming through from Michael Lanny. Burgess at the back thought he'd taken the mark, but it did come off his teammate's fist. Caught in the tackle and a ball up to come.
Well, if you're Adelaide now, you've got to start to take the game on. You've got to kick essentially 4 goals in 10, 12 minutes. They've got to start playing quicker and be a bit dangerous with the ball.
Burgess tapped it down to Dowling. Excellent composure to sidestep the tackler and send it down the wing to Ball Ace. The young guns are shining for Adelaide tonight. The role reversal has worked for Ball Ace. He'll chip it up to the paint of 50 to Fogarty. He can load up on the booming right towards goal. It starts left and never comes back. Minor score, 15-point lead to Richmond at the 13-minute mark of the final term. Liz Walsh downstairs.
I'm keeping a really close eye on Tigers sub Kane McAuliffe. He's standing up, looks ready to go when needed.
Short kick in from Dan Rioli to the right back pocket. Jaden Short. He'll bang it long up towards a contest on the wing. Off the hands of the pack. Down at ground level, Cumberland wrapped up quickly. And a ball up right beneath the Max Bashir stand. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Punching it down, Burgess. Trying to converge on it, the Crows. Dawson, one of those. Smith in there too. High free kick. And it's going the way of Richmond. So free kick going to Jack Graham, the native Crow eater, coming back home. One of the many North Adelaide Roosters out there tonight.
3 out there. 1 on Adelaide, 2 for Richmond. Down the line he goes. Off the pack as players converge. Front square was McHenry. Opted to use the body on Short rather than gather the footy. And gave Scholl some time to gather. Releases Luke Nankervis through the outer wing up to the logo. Sends it to the 50. Buries one out, but it doesn't reach him. Just drops short to Miller, who takes the mark at centre half-back.
Kicks laterally. Dan Rioli on the arc of defensive 50 for Richmond. Pokes it over the top. Accepted there by Tom Brown. Richmond by 15. Holding on. Looking for their coach's second senior victory. Brown with a long ball in the Bolton direction. In from the side, Samson Ryan, the forward, punching it down, and Ralph Smith fumbles it out. A throw in and a little more sand slips through the hourglass here for the Crows.
And if you're Richmond, you got to kick probably 1 more, don't you? 1 or 2 more. You can't save the game from here. You got to keep playing the way we've been playing all night.
Toss back in. Ryan from behind beats Burgess to the tap, but only found Saligo for Adelaide. Uses Dowling, then Dawson. Now Nankervis, that's Luke. Chips it over the top. Mark was taken by Dowling, who wanted to play on, slipped over the boundary line, and the umpire's giving him some leeway. He can go back on his mark, the youngster on debut. Looks pretty electric considering he's played more outside than inside, which he does prefer. Up towards centre wing. Bolter's complaining as he collides with Fogarty, and the ball ricochets off them over the boundary line. So young Billy Dowling with 12 touches on debut. Mentioned earlier as well, so Richmond currently on an 8-game losing streak. It's their worst since 2010. Damien Hardwick actually had 9 when he was in charge, when he started his career. Uze hoping to avoid a similar story tonight as it's tossed back in and Ryan is wrapped up quickly down to Liz Walsh.
Kane McAuliffe all ready to come on. I'm just waiting to hear from Richmond as to who's subbed out.
Samson Ryan wins the tap, trying to burst onto it. Sonzi loses it in the tackle coming from Jones. They go after each other a little bit, but a ball up. Richmond still by 15. Did lead by as many as 24. Ryan taps it forward. McHenry, a little fumble. Jones picks it up. Handball forward for the Crows. Knocked away from Schomburg there by Brown. And then a quick kick forward from Short. He's out of bounds on the full. Adelaide get it back. So 12-7-79 plays 9-10-64. Richmond leading. Sonsi's gone to the bench and might be out of the game. We'll check in with Liz Walsh.
That's exactly right. Tyler Sonsi is sitting on the back bench and Kane McAuliffe has been subbed into the game.
So the Crows just chipping it around at the moment at right half back. It's come back to Nankervis after all of that. So Kane McAuliffe, as we touched on, one of the Roosters out there, a North Adelaide product in his 6th game. Actually debuted as a sub here as part of gather round. Right half back Nankervis to Hinge. Sends it across the half back line to Hamill. Adelaide finally getting a bit of spark now. Through the outer wing he goes. Kick up towards Scholl in front of the Bashir stand. Sends it towards the boundary line at left half forward. Finds Dowling. Sends it into the pocket. Kick slip through the hands of Murphy. He was all alone. And Rioli will race away saying thank you very much. Up to centre wing he goes. Keane crashes the pack. Free kick Richmond. Free kick Adelaide. Looked like the umpire was going to pay advantage and let Bolton race away, but it's coming back to Hamill. So the Crows have the footy. Hamill to Butts at the defensive edge of the square. They're down by 15. Still 10 minutes to play here at the Adelaide Oval.
Might be symbolic of the season.
What do you think of that Murphy drop mark in the forward 50 there, Josh?
Not good.
In what sense?
He ducked the head a little bit, I thought.
Took his eyes off the footy. Yep.
Little turtle.
Yep.
Quick kick from Richmond into the forward pocket. The Crows get back. Little handball to himself from Keane. Gets around Cumberland and then pinpoints Hamill in the back pocket.
They've got to go. They're just mucking around with it in their back 50. You've got to go forward and quick. Put some speed on the ball.
Luke Nankervis moves it on to Rory Laird. He pokes it short. And Dowling takes it.
Disposal count this quarter 68-27. Adelaide's way dominating.
Dowling drives it long to half forward, looking for a mark. Punched away by Samson Ryan. Getting back, Tom Brown knocks it out. Loose ball inside 50 for the Crows. Graham gets there first. Gets a handball away. Centre half back here for Richmond as Adelaide come in. And it's wrapped up, a ball up. So just beyond the attacking 50 for Adelaide.
The sad part for Adelaide too, they actually don't look like scoring. They had the opportunity with Lockie Murphy a couple of minutes ago, but they just don't look threatening going forward.
Well, they've only had 7 inside 50s for all that ball. They're about to, again.
Thoughts of Josh Franco and Dean Brogan.
They're not even going to go inside 50. Sorry, Aaron.
They got it straight out of the stoppage. You're right. It was about to be a clean entry, but it only got there because Ned McHenry literally flung it out with one arm. So the free kick to Richmond. Ryan will take it and find Short at left half back. He's had a quiet year, Jaden Short, but back to his best tonight.
Well, I think if you look at the time, there's still 8 minutes to go. So Adelaide don't need to hit the panic button just yet. But to your point, Brogues, they do need to start to look to move the ball a bit quicker.
To Rioli, then Broad.
Because they don't look threatening at the moment.
And forward. Got to go forward and gain yardies. They're going sideways backwards, which is why they got a lot of the footy, but they're just not going inside 50.
The flow has really exited this game. It's being played between the arcs. We haven't had a score in 7 minutes. Up through the broadcast wing. Pat converges, ball hits the deck. Nankervis wraps up Butts and will get a ball up. Closer towards the benches. 37,000 in attendance, and a lot of them with sharpening their pitchforks if Adelaide cannot get this done. Tossed up, Taranto got it off the tap, quickly wrapped up by Dawson, who's had 26 tonight for the Crows. Jaden Short with 27 for the Tigers. Now Toby Nankervis takes it out of the ruck. Hack up towards half forward, cut off by Adelaide. Laird to McHenry, handed it to Hinge, who wasn't looking. Bounced off his back, still managed to control it. Got it to Laird, jams it up through centre wing. Only found Bolter, run down by Fogarty. Turnover towards Dawson off the handball. He gives it straight back. Brown inside to Bolton, and Richmond now have a bit of time.
Shovels out the handball, back to Brown. He'll kick around the wing, looking for a marker. Going up, Toby Nankervis, Ralph Smith at the fall of the ball. And we're going to get a throw in on the wing. Just time peeling off the clock. Adam Uze. Looks like a round ball world game manager. Got his long puffer on, pensively pacing. Throw in neutral territory on the wing. Toby Nankervis brings it down. McAuliffe, handball away towards Brown, who gets it on the boot. Spirals a kick towards half forward. Off the hands of the pack. Hinge is there. Wins it for the Crows on the half-back flank. Handball to his captain, Dawson. Off to Smith. And now to Keenan. He releases the run of Saligo.
On the 45 to Murphy, now into the corridor they go. Dawson, low and hard on the volley, straight to Miller, waiting at centre half back. Uncharacteristic from the skipper. Short, bit off a bit more than he could shoot. Ralph Smith, who keeps fighting against Jones. It's on a full 7:20 and finally paid holding the ball. They'll take the advantage. Adelaide racing away. McHenry to Dowling. Billy the Kid on debut. Dowling's got it. And the St. Peter's boys in the Sir Donald Bradman stand launch into the air. Game on. Adelaide down by 9. 12-7-79. Richmond lead to 10-10-70. And we've still got 6 minutes to play. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. We should pass it to his old mentor in Josh Franco.
Well, there's still plenty of time on the clock, as you said. There's still just over 6 minutes. The margin's 9 points. Although, having said that, terrific finish there from Billy Dowling, the debutant for Adelaide. But they still made hard work of it, didn't they? I suppose all you've got to do is be able to kick the goals and be in front at the end of the game. But they just seems really hard work to actually generate some ball movement through the middle of the ground and then be able to get some entries which allow Adelaide to have a shot on goal. But against the flow, terrific finish there from Billy Dowling.
Big few minutes coming up.
Squeaky bum time at the Adelaide Oval. There's tapping it down. Toby Nankervis. Clearance goes the way of Taranto from the tap. Kicks to half forward. Bouncing ball. Out after it. Luke Nankervis paddles it there for Baker. Dribbles it inside 50 for Richmond. Smith gathers off the deck. Shovels a handball beyond defensive 50 for the Crows. To Scholl. To Luke Nankervis. Then Scholl snaps to the wing. Coming through Dawson holding free kick. Murphy's going to win it.
Things are just starting to roll Adelaide's way too, aren't they?
Dawson up the outer wing to left half forward. Fogarty beats Boulder, who went to ground. He can turn, load up from 55. Should have kept going, as Brogan said. In the end, he put it to the goal square, and Rioli was racing back to cut it off. Poor decision-making from the Fog. They were rolling, Adelaide. And now Rioli can get the exit.
Sends it up towards the eastern wing. Jordan Dawson. Strong captain's mark. Trying to rally his side. Veers onto the left. Kicks inside 50. Ball ace there. Hands to it. Doesn't mark. Keys coming through. Handball away. Spills to Richmond. Handball errant coming there from short. Now the Crows back onto it. Richmond surging. Knocking it on quickly. McAuliffe through the middle of the ground. Long kick inside 50. Out the back, Bolton. Bouncing ball. Can't get it to sit. Now gathers. Handball back to Samson Ryan. Time to steady and snap to the goal square. Bouncing ball. The Crows are there on the last line. They're under pressure. Arriving Richmond. In the pocket, Taranto trying to slap it on. And it will tumble out. Adelaide did well. They were scrambling. And they're able to halve it and live to fight another day.
Thought it might have just been a free kick against the Adelaide defender right on top of the goal square. The umpire sort of half put the whistle to his mouth but let the play go on.
Toss back in. Richmond's 50 up by 9. Front position ball ace. Double tap down to the scoreboard. Beaten Smith to it by Bolton. Gathered, tackled. Crowd wanted holding the ball. As it trickles out over the boundary line, they won't get it. It'll be tossed back into play. 30 out, right forward pocket.
You feel Richmond have to kick another goal to seal the game. There's still 4.5 minutes to go, 9 points. It's not going to get it done. They need another goal.
Tossed in. Nankervis chucked a shoulder into ball ace in the ruck contest, and he's gone to ground. It freed up the Richmond big man. His tap wasn't clean. Jones gets the exit, but he rushed it, just trying to get territory, and the wall was set up behind him. Boston takes the intercept mark in the centre square.
Adelaide have to be really conscious here to man up, find an opponent, because they will try to kick mark just like this.
Vlosten goes laterally to a leading Dan Rioli.
They put the cue in the rack, Richmond. Trying to save the game now. Here's an opportunity for Adelaide.
Is it too early for that?
Yep.
Still too early.
Absolutely it is.
26 minutes into the fourth. Short kick looking for short. Knocked down by Rochelle. McHenry picks it up. Crows on the wing. Kick to half forward. Fogarty marks. Men everywhere inside 50. He'll chip to the pocket. Rochelle. He's got it. He wants to come central with his kick.
Yeah, smart.
And he spots up a target. Dowling again.
Your boy, Josh, your boy.
Well, again, you look at Richmond and you talk about the mentality of where they're at the moment. I know they're trying to milk time off the clock, but 4 minutes is still a long time to play when you're only 9 points up.
He skips back off the mark. What's the young man made of? He sprays it out to the right. Misses the lot out of bounds on the full.
Looked like he rushed it. He should have taken his full 30. There's plenty of time to go. But you're right. If you're Richmond, you got to keep playing the game. It's still, 3 minutes to go, and you've got to keep gaining yardage.
Richmond by 9 points.
Jaden Short goes long to the broadcast wing. Throw a blanket over them at the ball drop. Butts puts his head over it. Brown becomes the tackler, came out to Laird, hands it to Luke Nankervis, running out of room, did well on the outside of his boot to flirt with the boundary line. It cleared the back, swings out the back, Keys, hands it off, quick tackle with a Dowling kick towards goal. Miller was there as the goalkeeper and cut it off with a stray arm and knocking it through for the minus score. 8-point game, Richmond lead, dying stages on ABC Sport.
Well, from Richmond's perspective as well, a long kick to a contest to cause a stoppage is actually a win for them because they're dominating the ruck. They've got Nankervis v. Borley, so get it into a stoppage game. Don't kick short and risk turning it over.
Loston just goes long. Massive contest down at ground level in front of the pack. They come from all angles. Mansell trying to get it out. Borlace goes in.
So this is okay for Richmond now. Yeah, this is okay.
70 metres from the attacking goal for the Crows. 28 minutes into the fourth. Neither ruck decisive. Dawson on the move through. He loses it. Picked up by Taranto. Kicks around the wing. Crows have the numbers. Broad coming through. Wins the footy for Richmond. Shovels it forward away to Bolton.
Bolton under pressure. Got a kick away. It's high into the 50. Baker one out against Smith. Racing towards the ball drop in the scoreboard pocket. Smith beats him. He'll hand it to Scholl. Adelaide have got to go. To left half back, he was looking for Burgess, knocked away. Taranto there, had some time, snapped into the 50, missed Graham, but Baker can gather, gives it to Graham, gets it back, tight angle, Liam Baker across the face, takes a bounce and is scored over by Ralph Smith. So still, the game could go either way. There's enough time for both sides. Richmond by 8, left forward pocket there, 50.
This feels like in soccer when they take it to the corner, this is exactly where Richmond want it. As far away as possible from Adelaide's goal. From the throw-in, Toby Nankervis down towards Dow. Quick snap coming from Baker. Across the face and
even that.
The other forward pocket for another throw-in.
That goes for another stoppage instead of behind. So he didn't intend to do it, but works in favour of Richmond now, doesn't it? It's going to make it hard for Adelaide.
Now looking behind the ball, Richmond have got Broad by the looks of it as their clear +1, playing the wicketkeeper role.
Toss back in, Nankervis wins it down, only found Jones, got a handball out to Dawson. Here they come, last roll of the dice. Saligo exits to the outer wing. Bolter underneath it, won it down. Got it to Rioli, Miller. And now a beautiful sidestep from McAuliffe. Looks inside to Brown, takes the sliding mark. That might just do it.
That was brilliant from McAuliffe.
He wants to go lateral. Out to Bolter. Eastern side of the ground, and he can suck time out of the game. He'll chip it short in turn. And accepting it is Jaden Short.
That little sidestep from McAuliffe and composure with the ball and then to find a mark. That was outstanding for a young player.
Richmond by 8 points. Long kick into the pocket off the hands of the pack, close to the boundary line. There's a whistle and it's gone out. Another throw-in to come. Richmond lead by 8 points. And it looks like Adamuze's second win as a senior coach is coming up. The pressure mounts on Matty Nix.
The Crows faithful are walking towards the exits. Tossed in. Nankervis takes it out of the ruck contest. Got it back from McAuliffe. Scrubs a kick forward. Ryan on hands and knees trying to reel it in. He's got a couple to beat to do so. Drags it. Caught. Holding the ball. Late free kick to Adelaide. And Richmond drives a stake through Adelaide's season. The Tigers' second win of the year sends the Crows into free fall. Adelaide continues their run as the South Australian boogeyman. They win by 8 points. was a back-and-forth contest across the night. Richmond struck first with a 6-point advantage at the first change. Adelaide hit the front at the half by 1. Richmond a 6-2 term in the third to lead by 22 points, and they hung on in the final change. 12-7-79 to Adelaide's 10-11-71. Adam Uze has his second win in charge. Richmond 2-11, and Adelaide's season all but done at 4-8-1. The pressure cooker rises at West Lakes.
We're from Tigerland, a fighting fury, we're from Tigerland. In any weather you will see us with a grin, risking head and shin. If we're behind then never mind, we'll fight and win, for we're from Tigerland. We never weaken till the final siren's gone. Like the tiger alone, we're strong and we're bold, for we're from Tiger, yellow and black, we're from Tigerland.
7 years on from a dark day in September for the Adelaide Footy Club. Richmond, once again, will send the club into a spiral. They'll be sharpening their pitchforks out at West Lakes, and the Adelaide Crows faithful will be saying enough is enough. Another season wasted, a 6th campaign without finals, and a coach who's just been re-signed for 2 years, likely to be put straight into the spotlight. Meanwhile, for Richmond, their rebuild has an extra bit of spark. Dustin Martin's 300th around the corner, and their second victory in the bag without him. They win 12-7-79 to Adelaide's 10-11-71. The goal scorers, 3 to Cumberland, 2 to Mansell, McIntosh and Campbell. Singles to Broad, Kajitsky and Baker. For the Crows, 3 to Fogarty, 2 to Rochelle. Singles to Murphy, Schomburg, Dowling, Borlase and Strawn. We're with you for the next hour, so get in touch. If you're a joyous Richmond man, if you're a frustrated Crows supporter, if you're a neutral but you just enjoyed the game, you've got a big question to ask, let us know. 0437 774 774. Aaron Bryans, Ben Cameron wrapping it all up with our experts, Dean Brogan and Josh Franco.
Well, it was an amazing second half. We spoke about it at half-time where it was a bit of a lacklustre Q1 and Q2 from both sides, a lot of errors made. Then all of a sudden the game came alive, and when you look through the statistics and look at it quarter by quarter, the damage was done for the Tigers in that third quarter when they kicked 6 goals, 1. They dominated field position. They dominated inside 50s, the contested ball, all the KPIs to determine if you're in the game or not. They absolutely dominated Adelaide throughout that third quarter, and as I said, able to capitalise on the scoreboard. And unfortunately, it was too little too late for the Crows. They just couldn't peg the margin back. They had opportunities, but as you said, Aaron, I guess the spotlight and the blowtorch is going to be turned and cranked right up on Adelaide, Matthew Nixon and his coaching staff.
Yeah, look, Adelaide's energy in the first 20 minutes played a massive contributor to set the tone for the rest of the night. I thought they played a bit patchy. They had their moments, but they just felt like they were playing catch-up all night. I thought Richmond were the better side for the majority of the night. And you're right, the third quarter, which is normally the premiership quarter, as they call it, Josh, that their speed and contest work at stoppage is what absolutely got Adelaide in the end. They were able to throw Bolton and Baker through there, and Nankervis got his hand to it, and Adelaide just got sucked to the footy, and they allowed Richmond to get out on the outside. And then when the ball went inside 50, they were just able to be more efficient when they went forward. And Adelaide, same story all year. They just cannot be efficient going forward. They had, as bad as what they played in patches tonight, they still had their chances to potentially win the game. But we just saw time and time again, they run in, it's like a fast-breaking basketball, like a 3-on-1, so to speak. There's a turnover, they're running into the inside 50. They either blaze away, or they make the wrong option, or they hold up and they miss a kick, or they just don't seem to make the right decision almost ever when they go forward, and it just kills them. And the last quarter, like you said, Josh, they were 40 plus in possessions, but they only had 3 more inside 50s. So that just tells you that they're going sideways, backwards. They're not getting metres gained. So that tells me they're not getting handball receives. And getting the ball to that 0 to 30 spot inside 50 to at least lock it in. You know, if you're not efficient where you're hitting forwards or kicking goals, you've got to lock the ball inside your forward 50, and that's what they can't do either. So I thought Richmond were fantastic tonight. They came with a clear plan to stifle Adelaide without the footy early on in the game, and it worked, and Adelaide's energy levels just weren't there, and for the rest of the night they were playing catch up, and they paid the price.
And it's interesting when you talk about Adelaide's ball movement, having no Taylor Walker, who generally does straighten the Crows up with their ball movement. He's not there at the moment. Obviously, he's got that back issue. But you're right, they just look indecisive. They look a little bit lost in terms of how they want to move the ball. And there's no sort of clear brand on what they're trying to do with ball in hand. And no doubt the supporters walking away from Adelaide Oval tonight would be really frustrated. But one thing I want to sort of mention as well, and I don't want to say this sort of retrospectively, and which I guess I am, but obviously Strawn coming back in for Riley O'Brien. I know we sort of made light of it throughout the call, and Strawn did have an impact around the ground, but the hit-outs overall were 57 to 25, and that's massive. That is huge in terms of the midfielders' ability from Richmond's perspective to have confidence to get on the move.
What happened in the third quarter?
Absolutely, yeah. So, look, at the end of the day, you want to bring a ruckman in to get more around the ground, but your bread and butter has to be your stoppage work, and I reckon they missed the mark there, and that's what we were worried about going into the game. And obviously, Strawn went off with that groin injury, which you can't predict, so there's no issue there whatsoever, but it's just the differential in hit-outs and the confidence it gives your mids, knowing that more often than not, you're going to get your hands on the footy in the ruck, and we saw it, as you said, in the third, and even in the last with Nankervis. And, was battled against, Manfully with Chris Burgess in that last quarter, but they just were able to dominate and get the ball on their terms at the stoppage.
There's a lot to unpack, and we're with you for the next 45 minutes. Liz has a good track record as well of getting into both rooms, so we'll get some reaction from both clubs if we can. Boy, what a win for Richmond. On the text line, one listener says, just the tonic us Tigers fans needed. Well done, boys. Rod from Hobart says, always thought Richmond with a full list could challenge anyone. The game against Melbourne in round 7 was a very good example where the Tigers were decimated by injury. And despite the 43-point loss, I thought the Tigers were very admirable that night. And Paul in Perth says, you beauty. Bolter, enormous tonight. Love the call. So Bolter had 7 intercepts, 20 touches as well. But I kind of agree with the sentiments there of especially of Rod, where Richmond have been around the mark for a lot of stages this year, given they've had about 30 players to pick from at any given time. They've constantly fought up to three-quarter time and have kind of just fallen short against those better sides. But you get a win like this tonight on the road, that'll do wonders for their
Absolutely will. And it's interesting, when you come and play Adelaide here, they are hard to beat here. And they've shown that throughout the course of the season thus far. They are difficult to beat here when they're up and running. They had obviously a really disappointing loss last week. They weren't able to rebound, but they'd be absolutely stoked with that win tonight, the Tigers.
Richmond winners by 8 points. Let's head into the rooms for some reaction with Liz Walsh.
Yes, thank you guys. Yep, Nankervis has led them off the field. They're walking in here. They are literally being given a standing ovation here. Every single member of the club, the trainers, there'd be physios, nutritionists, etc. They are all in these rooms giving them a standing ovation. There would be less than 20 family and friends here, but they are being very loud, have their cameras up to watch them sing the song for the first time since March this year. Here we go. So there you have it, very happy rooms, and I'm sorry I let out a little yelp before. I literally got energy drinks splashed into my eyes. I couldn't see anything.
We were watching you on the big screen, Liz.
Oh no, were you? How embarrassing.
You did so well to get involved in the circle there, and yes, a lot of energy downstairs and a lot of fluid being thrown around, so well done to Liz Walsh in the rooms. It's a monumental win for the Tigers. I want to run through their injury list just to give it a bit of context. So in terms of first choice players out of the side, Judson Clark, Josh Gibcus, Dylan Grimes, Jacob Hopper, Mykelti Lafau, Tom Lynch, Dustin Martin, Marlon Pickett, Morris Rioli, Jack Ross, Tyler Young. They're all players that could make the 22 of Richmond on any given day. And it's been incredible what they've been able to do, not only across the season to just be competitive, but to do this on the road.
So just 26 to pick from tonight. So, I mean, they didn't really have anyone to look at. Jacob Blight, who they took in the mid-season draft just a number of days ago, was an emergency. Such are their playing stocks, and they come on the road and are able to upset the Adelaide Crows. So a massive effort.
Let's get some more reaction in the rooms with Liz Walsh.
Thank you, Aaron. I'm here with Toby Nankervis from Richmond. Toby, the first time singing the club song since March, it must feel pretty good.
Yeah, it does. It's great to get some reward for effort. I think last 2 weeks have been really building and playing a really strong brand of footy, and it was good to put 4 quarters together tonight. And I'm sure our fans are really proud of the way we played tonight.
Talk us through that last quarter. The Crows did get within 9 points of you.
Yeah, they did. We knew they were going to come. They're obviously in their home deck and they're a quality team. And they probably lost our way around the stoppages there and around the contested ball. So it was great to get to see that out and really fight it out.
Adam Uze pre-game, he talked about how the side, you've gone back to basics in recent weeks, particularly in stoppage craft and method, also in team defence. Is that what we saw tonight?
Yeah, I think so. I think we probably lost our way around the contest there for a few weeks, and we know when we're playing our best footy, it's built on contest and pressure, so it's great to get a spike in those areas.
Let's head up to our experts. We've got Dean Brogan and Josh Franco.
No worries.
Hey, Toby, Dean Brogan here, mate. Congratulations on a fantastic win. I felt your energy in the first quarter was superior to Adelaide. Was the game plan to come in and keep the ball off Adelaide and frustrate them a little bit, because you had a lot of uncontested ball and you chipped it around and just frustrated them a little bit and take the flatness out of the game, so to speak?
Yeah, a little bit. I think probably the last few weeks we've just been hurting ourselves with our offence a little bit, and just those giveaway turnovers, which you can't really defend. So I think it was great to protect the ball a little bit tonight, but I think largely it's around our contest and pressure, and we know when we're at our best, those things at the forefront.
And Noah Bolter comes in off a long layoff, and we thought he was sensational up here tonight. What does he mean for your footy side back there?
Yeah, he's obviously great in the air and he's a great competitor, and also what he does bring is a lot of energy. He's a great personality to have around, and our team is so much better with him out there, and at either end of the ground for a young kid is pretty special.
Toby, Josh Franco up here, congratulations on the win in your game tonight, and spent a bit of time with Toby at Sydney, so it's fantastic to see him doing so well. Mate, if you can just give us a bit of an insight into what Adam Uze has brought to Richmond. Obviously, there's been the unbelievable era from Damien Hardwick and the 3 premiership. What's Adam sort of brought differently, similarities? What's he meant to the group?
Yeah, how you going, Josh? Good. Obviously probably the way we're moving the ball a little bit, but it is taking a little bit of time to sort of gel, and obviously we've had a little bit of experience out of the team, which it does make it a little bit harder, but I think our fans will really start to see that our DNA come out, and I think we've seen parts of that tonight and last week, although we didn't get the result. So I think we really want to play that front half brand of footy.
Toby, there was a strange one at 3/4 time. Noah Bolter, who had a really good night. I think he was agitated with the camera getting a little close to the huddle as you guys were going to the break. He was drawing at the cameraman. You sort of calmed him down. What was going on there?
I didn't know what was going on there. He was fired up, the big fella, but I actually couldn't give you too much. I'm not sure the backstory of that.
What did you say to him?
I just said, what are you talking about, mate? I don't know what he said, but I'm not too sure.
Sorry, Aaron. Toby, the ruck situation for Adelaide tonight, you would have rucked against Big Riley O'Brien a lot over your journey. Were you surprised you didn't get picked tonight, and did you know much about Strawn?
Yeah, I was surprised a little bit. Obviously Riley's someone I've competed against a lot of times, but I got some vision of Big Strawn last night, so I was watching a bit of that, and he's been in great form in the sample as well, some massive numbers. So really, he's 28 years old, so a very experienced guy as well. So I was a little bit surprised, but I thought Strawn is a really good player as well.
Richmond skipper Toby Nankervis with us on ABC Sport after their 8-point victory over the Crows here at the Adelaide Oval to start round 13. Toby, it's Aaron Bryans here. I wanted to ask about the momentum of the group. To lose Maikelchi Lafau, a 5th ACL in a matter of a year, and you've been battling all season to try and get a full team on the park. To be able to rally after such a devastating blow, can you just take us into the week of how you overcame the devastation of an injury like that?
Yeah, injuries are tough, but they are a part of footy, and I think that's a reality. But we had a 5-day break, and we knew we had to just get on with it. And each game we review honestly, and come midweek, I don't think you'd know if we won or lost. It's all about taking the learnings from the game and how do we get better for the next game. And I think we've had a real emphasis on just learning and getting better every day, and have that mindset. I think it will be hard to stop.
And while we're on availability, Toby, Dustin Martin absent tonight. The club said sickness, maybe just managed ahead of his 300th. But you've been there with him along for basically the whole ride, all three premierships alongside each other. Can you tell us, I guess, the importance of not playing in Adelaide tonight and what it will mean next week for the footy club?
Yeah, I'm not too sure about tonight, but next week's a massive occasion. He's obviously, what he's done for this footy club is unbelievable. The quality of person he is unbelievable, and next week's it's a massive occasion, and we've got to do it justice. So we obviously enjoy tonight, get on with it, take the learnings we can, and can't wait for next week already.
So does it faze you at all that he wasn't playing this game? Were you spoken to as the skipper to maybe have a role in the decision?
No, I'm not sure. I think a 5-day break, I think it is a risk. It's a bloody hard game. Off a 7-day break for a 5-day break, if someone's played 300 games, I can understand that. So, I can't wait for next week.
How long will the highlights video be?
Yeah, I can't wait for that. I think when he played his 200th or whatever, he had one, it was absolutely unbelievable. You sort of forget some of the stuff he does, and I think he's played 300 quality games, which probably unmatched across anyone ever. So, I can't wait for that video. I can't wait for next Saturday Arvo.
Looking forward to it, Toby. Thanks for your time, and congratulations on a momentous win.
Thank you. Cheers.
Toby Nankervis for the Tigers there. 8-point winners over Adelaide. 12-7-79 to the Crows. 10-11-71. So their second victory of the year. They're 2-11. The Crows 4-8-1 now. And Hawthorn to come for the Richmond Footy Club in Dustin Martin's 300th Saturday afternoon at the MCG. So I imagine a large majority of the footy community, not just the Richmond faithful, are looking forward to that one to celebrate one of the game's greats. On the text line, Des in Ascot Vale says, I doubt whether Dusty will be selected next week. Why change a winning combination at Tigerland?
Well, believe it or not, this year, zip and 10 when Dusty plays, 2-1 when he misses.
Ooh.
Wow.
I'm not saying
that's why you got that.
You'd be stiff to miss out after that one.
Almost blasphemous to say, isn't it? But I don't know. Whoever puts together the highlight video, they should just give it some kind of broadcaster to put on for all of us to enjoy, because it could be an hour, it could be half an hour, whatever it is. Be a good bunch of highlights, won't it?
Certainly would.
I think Dusty's going to dominate our TVs across the week, I reckon, as soon as Sunday wraps up. ABC Sport, this is Thursday night footy, just wrapping up Richmond's victory over Adelaide. Still plenty to come across your weekend. Tomorrow night we've got the Western Bulldogs and Brisbane from the Docklands, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to hear the call on ABC Radio, Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app. Dean Brogan, Josh Franco, your experts this evening. Rod's got in touch with us and says, disappointing season for the Crows. Even in the showdown, I didn't think that Adelaide were that good, and Port should have won because they smashed the Crows in clearances and inside 50s. It's been a funny old campaign for Adelaide. So an 0-4 start where they looked at a shell of themselves, a thrilling victory over Carlton, that victory over Port Adelaide in the showdown, which shocked the system a little bit, and then the thumping of West Coast. But at the end of the day, when they've been pressured, they haven't stood up. And the question, I guess, now is, have they gone backwards, Josh? Because if they have, some real questions will have to be asked.
Oh, absolutely they will. And no doubt they will be asked during the course of this week and as the season sort of comes to a close in a couple of months' time. But as we said pre-game, that I know that a lot of the narrative around have they been unable to deal with the expectation of what was placed on them. I reckon they were guilty of coming into the season a little bit mentally soft, if you like, thinking things were just going to roll and the red carpet was going to be rolled out for them to make the final 8. And the competition is so hard, it doesn't work that way. You've actually got to earn every win that you're playing. And they paid the price early in the season. They're 0-4, and coming back from 0-4 is a big ask because there is no room for error in terms of win-loss. You've got to win the games that you're supposed to win a la tonight, and they weren't able to do that. My big question at the moment as well is, and no doubt this will be asked during the week, are they actually good enough? And I know there's been a lot of this expectation coming into the season, but are they personnel-wise good enough to be a top 8 side? I don't think they are.
there was this persecution mentality amongst the Crows faithful that, we were robbed of finals because of the Ben Keys goal, or Sam Draper should have been pinged and Taylor Walker could have had a chance. Isaac Rankin wasn't running too far against Collingwood, or the year prior Jordan Dawson was caught too high. But the kind of mindset that I always had was if they were good enough, they wouldn't put themselves in those positions to begin with. When they're matching with the best, they're falling a little bit short. And the same thing happened tonight. They left it way too late to come back, and they've done that against the bigger teams. And it's just too much of a mountain to overcome.
Yeah, I think they're such a fascinating football team for me, Adelaide. Last year we admired how good they were offensively. They were the highest-scoring team in the league. Their contest work was good. They were good to watch. If you sat down and watch a Crows game, it was actually a good game to watch. You know, they were high-scoring. They moved the ball well. They pinged it off half-back. Their Rankin was exciting. That has gone. That has gone this year. Not completely gone. We've seen snippets of it. But from that first ball that was bounced up on Gold Coast, round one, it has not been there. So whatever they've done over the pre-season, they've lost their one-wood and they just haven't been able to get it back. Just looking at the stats tonight, they've had more of the ball than Richmond. They've done so much more than Richmond with the footy, but they've lost the inside 50 count. They've only had 46 inside 50s, but they've had the ball 50 more times. I don't know where their offense has gone. So when you're not scoring, like the AFL now, you've got to score. And that's what they got right last year. And they lost a couple of close games, which probably would have put them in the 8. And that's what we loved about them. And that's why we thought Adelaide were on the march. But it's gone. I don't know how or why. Like, I can't work it out at all. It's the same personnel.
Well, that's why I think they've gone into the season sort of half-cocked. And by that I'm talking about mentality-wise, they're not absolutely redlining right from the get-go. I remember the first game they played Gold Coast up there, they only sort of came to life in the last quarter when they actually took the game on. But to your point, we haven't seen that. And I reckon they've come into the season thinking things are just going to happen. They've lost confidence. Now they're searching for answers and potentially changing the way that they want to play. And they, as we said, you can see it. They look lost out there in terms of ball movement.
Corbin Middlemass really set the agenda around this. I think in round 4, he spoke about sort of a victim mentality that had permeated the club. And he spoke about the fact that the decision against Sydney, and they felt like, look, we were unjustly out of the 8. You know, if the umpire made the right decision, we would have played finals. And rather than thinking, look, we weren't quite good enough to make the 8, they thought, look, we were robbed. And we missed out unjustly. And then, rather than attacking it with a strong determination that we need to get better, where do we get better? They maybe didn't.
And that's why I reckon they had this entitled attitude. That it's their right to be in the fight. No, that doesn't work that way this game.
So who's at fault there? Because a lot of Crow supporters are going to go hard at Matthew Nicks. He's, 5th season at the helm, and they're not going to play finals once again. But the others could argue that maybe it's a list problem. So if you look at tonight, Ned McHenry as the sub was pretty electric. He had 8 touches. Chris Burgess with 4 as the new recruit. Kieran Strawn with the 10 as the big ruck. Sam Berry 12. Harry Schomburg 12.
Burgess.
These are the guys in the middle that you're trying to get a bit of injection. If you look at their actual drafting under Justin Reid, so way back to 2016, Jordan Gallucci, pick 15, bust. Fogarty was the year after. He's been all right. Starting to come on, but it's taken some time. Chase Jones was taken before Zach Butters the year after. Fisher Mackesy didn't stick around long. Luke Pedler was taken at pick 11 after Riley Thilthorpe, which was a gimme, but the Pedler one hasn't exactly come to fruition either. So that you need those first-round picks to be your pillars of your list, and I don't think the depth is there right now at Adelaide.
Right? I think it's a combination of everything. You can't solely blame this on Matthew Nicks. He's a senior coach. He's going to cop all the heat, and so he should. He's a senior coach. But you nailed it. They've missed on the draft over the last few years, and there's rumours now that Curtin wants to leave. That's starting to bubble away as well. So, and they're not playing him. He's a first-round pick that he's not playing. They're going to ease him into it. So most clubs with their first-round picks are playing. So I think there needs to be a review of the club holistically, not just the footy staff, the footy. It's like, how are they recruiting? What are they recruiting? Why are they recruiting the type of players they are? Because the gun players they've brought in, they've gone and bought.
Yeah.
Well, they haven't when's the last player they've drafted and has played 100 games for the footy club?
So the only thing I would say to that, when you talk about who's to blame, this time last year, or at the end of the season last year, we were sitting here saying their list looks really promising. And their list hasn't changed that much from last year to this year. And that's why I keep going back to ultimately, and I know it sounds really harsh, but ultimately the buck stops with the senior coach and the coaching group to a degree, that whatever they've done or whatever message is being sold or whatever message that the players are hearing externally, again, this is only my opinion, but it has permeated into the psyche of the players, and the coaches haven't been able to get them to round one this year absolutely redlining and playing the brand of footy that we know that they were capable of last year. And again, I think it goes back to what you said, Aaron, and you said as well, Ben, is the entitled attitude or this victim mentality that, yeah, we deserved to play finals last year, but it doesn't work that way. And that's why I reckon they've missed the mark, and now they're paying the price for it.
Those coaching selections are a bit of a head-scratcher as well. So Billy Dowling comes in, and we don't know whether or not they were waiting for him to find something in the sandful. He was dominating for such a long period of time, but maybe they were looking for something more role-wise. But he's come in and been absolutely electric. And Crows fans have every right to say, why did it take so long? We were banging the door down all season for him to get a game, and finally you've unleashed the shackles and he's dominated. So where was he before this? The Strawn O'Brien one, you've touched on it a bit in the post-game, that they gave up a lot of hit-outs in that decision by omitting a player who's part of your senior leadership group in Riley O'Brien, and Dan Curtin not getting games when every other first-rounder in the top 10 has played pretty significant footy. So there's got to be questions asked about selection as well, because we are seeing the same names just constantly rotate in and out every week.
That's fair.
And the review will happen. Like, the Adelaide Footy Club are a proud footy club, and they're a big footy club. They'll be on the front page tomorrow. They'll be on the front page Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and back page. They will have to do something about what's happened this year. The members want answers. Well, and 5 years is this, Nix, and they haven't. Yeah. Now, eventually the buck's got to stop with something, and there's got to be a change. Now, whether that's... I don't think they're going to flip Matthew Nix. They've just re-signed him. They'll stay with him. But something around it's going to have to change. Whether it's list management, they're going to, review all that and get some new list managers in. Are they going to get a new footy manager? Or are they going to move all the assistants? Something will happen at our footy club, because you can't have a year after year after year like this without change. Something's going to change. In any other business outside of football, heads roll.
So, I mean, you guys can speak to it, the symbiotic relationship between recruiting, development and coaching. So you need all three of those working together to get to a point where you're successful, and we see clubs like Geelong and Sydney able to seemingly do all of that. So, it's not a fully formed thought, but it's just really hard, I think, to identify which of those levers is not being pulled properly at the moment. But you make a really interesting point, I think, as well, Josh, that we looked at their list last year and thought, well, this is good enough. This is promising. This is a list that can play finals. So that would suggest that it might not be the first two in recruiting and development.
It's a hard game. AFL it's a really hard game to play. Most clubs other than Sydney at the moment are struggling. Like, we look at the team down the road, like they've got spotlight and they can't win big games. Geelong hit a bit of a flat spot now. Like Brisbane, like it is a really Collingwood, but Collingwood have got injuries. But my thing with Adelaide is, when you come to watch Adelaide now, this year, what are you going to see? Yeah, they crack in, their contested ball's good, and they don't shirk a contest, even though we saw Lockie Murphy duck his head in that 50. But what are you seeing from Adelaide? What's their brand? What's their style? What do they hang their hat on? We don't know.
I think they look a bit lost.
I don't know.
And I know that's easy to say, and when you're down on confidence and you're not winning games, you're not performing to the level, that's obviously from an optics point of view, that's what it can look like. But they just look lost with their ball movement. And I mean, I think you hit the nail on the head too, bro, is that their ball movement is slow, it's stagnant. There's no that exciting quick movement that we saw last year when Walker's on the end of it, go back and kick a goal, and he had a terrific season, and he hasn't obviously played to the level either. But my real concern with Adelaide at the moment, if you collectively talked about their midfield in comparison to the other sides, I reckon they're quite deficient in that area compared to the genuine sort of top 8 side.
They don't have the flexibility. No. Like we saw Richmond come out after half time and Bolton starts in the centre square. Then Baker goes through there, and then you get Taranto comes back in, and even though he's not speedy and agile, he's the bulky midfielder that plays that role most weeks. They can most clubs can rotate 6 to 7, even throw an 8th midfielder just through there and spin the wheels. Adelaide just can't do that. And again, Rochelle, we didn't see him in there much tonight. No. So even the week where he's come out and publicly said on TV, I want to go in there, they refused to put him in. So it's interesting. It's tough. It's tough. And if you're an Adelaide supporter, you'd be frustrated. And, we're scratching our head just as much as anybody else. So I can imagine inside the 4 walls, they're all looking at each other and going, well, we just got to knuckle down and get back to basics.
But even going back to the midfield, I see Isaac Rankin as a gun forward who will create so many headaches for opposition defenders, which he does, and he's magical when he gets the footy and he can turn a game on its head. I don't see him as, which obviously the narrative has been, turning him into a bona fide midfielder. I don't see Rankin as that player. Yet they're trying to create or turn him into that midfielder. He's your Bolton that spends majority of the time forward, that can pinch it in there when you might need a momentum shift or you need a spark. But that's why I think they're really quite deficient. And it goes back to what you said, Aaron, around a Billy Dowling, who he's a big body guy that can run, he can find the footy. We saw that tonight. Why isn't he being blooded as a mid? And we didn't see him play mid at all tonight. So that's probably a couple of examples of where their list is at, where the deficiencies are, which I think, fairly and squarely sitting in that midfield, because, as I said, they don't stack up compared to the best.
Which is why they're throwing the absolute kitchen sink at Elliot Yeo from West Coast. Now, is he going to change your midfield? Yeah, he's an A-grade midfielder.
Yeah.
So
if he's out there.
Well, yeah. He's had a pretty good year this year from an injury perspective, but his history's not good. But They need to go out and get 1 or 2 midfielders, like mature age as well, that can help, that can play 80% in there, and then your Rankins and Rochelle's and your Dowlings come in there for 10 minutes, and all of a sudden you've got some depth there. You've got 6 or 7 that pop through there, but you've got 2 solid, big, tough midfielders that play week in, week out. They get 30, 35 every week. They don't have it.
No, and that's where it'll be interesting to see what they do in terms of selection and roles within the team moving forward now, because they're not going to play finals. I know they'll talk that, well, potentially we can still make it mathematically. That ain't going to happen. So they've got to start looking to the side what it looks like in 2025 and play these kids a la a Billy Dowling, expose him to the midfield, play him inside and let him do his work and develop his game in the second half of this season.
Well, this is it now, isn't it? So we've got to the point where they're 4-8-1. The season's essentially shot unless they have this miracle run from here. They might be forced to say, hey, we have to show what the draftees that we have, give them some exposure and start playing the kids, and the season will start looking ahead to next year, which Dean has alluded to on the text line 0437 774 774, saying this could just be a blip year, and teams have had them in the past. So Fremantle was one of those a couple of years ago that had a blip, and now they're back. Melbourne, Richmond, Collingwood have all had them prior to reaching finals as well. And I guess the only comparison, which I guess mirrors into tonight, Adelaide up against Richmond, Damien Hardwick, when he started, as I touched on in the call, had that 8-game losing streak to start. Ends up playing finals in his 4th year at the helm. So it wasn't as dramatic of a rebuild as Adelaide went through in 2020, but we're now into year 5. You could argue they should have played finals last year and maybe that would count it, but that's where Matthew Nicks is kind of sitting at the moment, that he hasn't quite caught up. But at that point, I think it was around 5-6 years in, Damien Hardwick had played 3 finals, or coached Richmond 2-3 finals, but they were all losses. And there was discussion amongst the Tiger fan community that it was time to move to somebody else. And they backed him in and they saw success. And now there's almost this new approach to, I guess, recruiting and how you run a football department. And if you believe you've got your guy, you back them in. And Tim Silvers, John Olsen have done that with Matthew Nicks. They've been so confident that he's the guy to lead them to the promised land, to the point where they've signed him very early. So I think, considering all the pressure that's coming around this footy club, I wouldn't be surprised if they just stuck to it, despite the frustration.
Agreed.
Let's get some reactions from in the rooms. Liz has done a great job getting over to the Adelaide camp after their 8-point loss to Richmond. Down to you, Liz.
Thanks, Aaron. And Crows captain Jordan Dawson's been good enough to join us Jordan, a disappointing loss tonight. Can you put your finger on what went wrong?
Well, I think that third quarter especially, we just lost our way with our contest, and no matter who the team is, they obviously had a few key guys come back in, and we didn't match it for long enough in that third quarter. We let their momentum get a hold of us for a while there, and they were able to capitalise as well. So, yeah, I mean, other than that third quarter, I thought we played quite well, but it definitely, they punched us in the face coming out of half-time, and we were a bit slow to react, and it took us till three-quarter time to get our bearings and start fighting back.
You've just come out of a quite long team meeting. What's Matthew Nix's message to the playing group?
It's just in those moments, just how do we wrestle it back? Obviously, the coaches can't do anything from the box, so from our point of view as players, it's about how we driving that, winning those contests and driving the group to ultimately wrestle the momentum back and stop those scores. I think we've been pretty good in that area in terms of opposition getting a run on us. But yeah, like I said, they got us around the contest pretty much all over the ground, and it is quite hard to claw your way back from there.
Only a fortnight ago, we were in these very rooms celebrating a big 99-point win, and then it's been 2 disappointing losses. How is the team sort of handling it, and is there any explanation for that? I suppose injuries is too easy to blame those?
Yeah, I mean, if you start pointing your finger at injuries, then you're going down the wrong path, I think. I feel like the guys that came in, Bill Dowling and Kieran Strawn, until Strawny got injured, they were playing a pretty important role for us, and they didn't look out of place at all. So it's hard to replace, a couple of guys, Tex and Rankin and those guys, but I feel like every team's trying to makeshift different positions for injuries at the moment, so you definitely can't look at that. But yeah, like you said, a couple of weeks ago, you're celebrating a win, and it just shows how tight the competition is, and how you can't kind of play 5-10 minutes off, otherwise you get punished.
Let's just quickly head up to our experts. We've got Dean Brogan and Josh Franco.
Jordan, commiserations on the loss tonight. Just a question on selection. You mentioned Strawn was quite influential throughout the course of the game tonight. Can you give us a bit of an insight into that selection choice to drop Riley O'Brien and bring Strawn in? Is it purely just form, or were there other issues going on with O'Brien?
No, it was purely just form, I think. Big Strawny has been extremely consistent in the sample since I've been here the last 3 years, and he's always pushing, knocking the door down for that spot. And I think Rob would be the first to admit that although he's getting a lot of hit outs, he probably wasn't marking around the ground as much as he'd like, and those sorts of things. So it was purely just form, and I think Strawny was pretty solid tonight. I think he showed what he's capable of in there, and hopefully he's okay. I'm actually not too sure. I think he's just got a bit of groin soreness, but we'll have to wait and see with that one.
And Jordan, you also mentioned Billy Dowling, obviously debut tonight. How did you see his game overall?
I would have to ask you guys. I thought he was pretty solid. I think he's one of those guys that's probably going to adapt to AFL level quicker than most. I think his work rate and he's quite clean with the ball in hand, and he has an ability just to win the ball as well. So he played a bit of forward and a bit of wing today. I think ultimately he's probably going to be a midfielder one day, but he definitely did look out of place, which is massive for your first game to play on a Thursday night in front of 40,000 and to feel comfortable from the start. It's a massive credit to him and the work that he's been putting in, so I'm pumped for him.
Jordan, a couple of quick ones, because I understand we have to let you go in a moment. Firstly, your toe, how's it doing? I understand you've got some ligament issues there, but you played through tonight?
Yeah, it's not too bad. I mean, it's just one of those things. You guys know what it's like in the season grind. You got to just makeshift what you can do throughout the year, and this 9-day break has probably come at a good time, to be honest. So I'll put the left foot up for a few days, and hopefully it'll be cherry ripe for next week. But yeah, just trying to work through that.
And the state of the club, Jordan, this time last year you had 7 wins, you're in the top 8, and you've only got 4 to show for it this campaign. Do you feel like you've gone backwards?
No, I don't feel like we've gone backwards. Obviously we've gone backwards on the wins, but I feel like a lot of guys that weren't kind of in the team or playing their role to the level that they are at the moment this year. So although it's disappointing that we haven't got as many wins as we'd like, I feel like it can change quickly, and I think the messaging is pretty consistent throughout the group and from the coaches, and obviously we're a united group. So I'm extremely confident for next week, and then we'll obviously have the bye, and then to attack the back half of the year, and we'll get a few guys back after the bye, which will be really handy for us as well. So I'm optimistic about where we can go, although it's extremely disappointing right now. Like I said, we'll take a few days off and then go from there. But yeah, I'm optimistic about what's to come for the rest of the year.
Jordan, thanks for your time and your honesty. We'll see you next Saturday night against the Swans.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate you.
Great to have the Crows skipper Jordan Dawson after their 8-point loss to Richmond tonight at the Adelaide Oval. 12-7-79, the Tigers defeated the Crows 10-11-71. So Richmond's second win of the campaign. They're now 2-11. And Adelaide, as I mentioned, 4-8-1. Pretty much at least 3 games outside of the 8, but we're in the midst of the bye round. You can say after the loss tonight, it'll at least be 4. So the season's pretty much in tatters, and Richmond finds themselves now 2 games ahead of North Melbourne, who are winless so far this campaign.
We were discussing the Adelaide midfield before we spoke to Jordan Dawson. Could they go and get Ollie Wines or try to extract him out of Port Adelaide as someone who's been shoved out of the midfield at Port with the triumvirate in there of Rosie, Butters and Horn Francis? Could he be someone who could come in and maybe help them out in the midfield?
Look, he could definitely walk into that 22, but I don't think he helps what they're trying to do in terms of...
You want a more dynamic midfielder.
Yes. Not like you're not going to get a Connor Rosie dynamic, but you want something in between that can flip a bit in, a bit out, and can get out. And don't get me wrong, I love Ollie. He's been a sensational player, but he's not that player, right?
And burst.
He's not what Adelaide need. They need a 28, 27-year-old that has got a lot of games under their belt, that can come in and can show leadership and can get out and get about 6 or 7 clearances.
I've got a name for you that ticks all of those boxes. A player who's out of contract and a South Australian who played tonight, Jack Graham. Could he do that role?
Yeah, I think. Yeah,
I like it.
Yeah, I think he's versatile. He can play anywhere really, Jack Graham, and yeah, he ticks a lot of boxes. Yeah. His name's been linked, I think. I mean, every name's been linked to Adelaide at the moment. But
see, 2 had Port Adelaide last year, I reckon.
I think he'd be... That's the kind of mould. Yeah, that's a really good call. Yeah, that's the kind of mould.
He's not an absolute superstar by any stretch, but you probably get him at a reasonable price, I would imagine. But he's the dynamic sort of player as opposed to Ollie Wines, who's quite one-dimensional. But he's the dynamic player, which would probably suit. Absolutely, he would...
Tricky one.
Good call.
A lot of decisions to be made.
Yeah. You were dying to say that. You had that ready to go.
Well, I knew that obviously Richmond's about to turn over its list a little bit, isn't it? So we heard as part of the pre-game, speaking to media, that the head of football believes that Shea Bolton will not be traded. It's an absolute hard no in terms of the Fremantle offer that's coming. But you've got to think about it in the grand scheme of things. So Fremantle's sitting on 3 first-round picks right now, plus a future first. If you could get Baker and Bolton over there, would you take that? 4 first-round picks?
Well, it's more just a case of when players generally go to the club and say, look, I'm pretty keen to go, the contract quickly doesn't become worth the paper it's written on anymore.
No, that's right. If the player wants to go, he'll go.
Yeah.
I just can't see them getting rid of Bolton, but... package them up for you reckon 3 first-round picks for Baker and Bolton?
I reckon 4. If you can do 3 and a future first
Holy
and do
smokes.
Baker and Bolton, I think that's...
Do you give a Freo that close?
I reckon
you've got to be real close.
Complements their list pretty well. Yeah.
Look, Bolton's a generational. Like he's a sensational player. I mean, it's whether or not he goes. Well, I could potentially go and have another crack at winning a flag, because let's be honest, Richmond probably aren't in the window over the next 5 years. Like, yeah.
And surrounding it all as well, the context is Tassie's coming in 2028. So if you're Richmond right now and you understand that you're going through a list of change,
picks,
you've got to get kids in now. So
which is what Hawthorn's model is right now.
Get the first rounders in before it's too late and you don't have access to them.
Something there. I've watched this. Look, they're talking about it. It's all over the media. So it's an old saying: if there's smoke, there's fire. I've used that a couple of times tonight, haven't I? Out the nose.
Just don't use the Travis cloak behind the smoke and shadows. But he's from Fremantle, so his dad Darren played for the Dockers in the mid to late 90s, played a couple of games and drafted out of South Fremantle in the WAFL. So in many ways would be going home as well, back towards family and also, it's clearly the one thing that the Dockers need is that mid-forward polish and class that he would bring.
But there's not a lot of players, like we saw Cunningham just from Sydney just get signed up. He was linked with, is it Cunningham?
Hayward.
Hayward.
Yep.
Just signed a deal with Sydney he would have signed for unders, like for a long-term, contract. Like both clubs here, especially Adelaide, were linked to him. They'd be spewing they missed out on someone like him. A lot of these players are getting signed up. These clubs are just locking them away for an extra 3 or 4 years so they don't come on the market. So we're not going to know because a lot of the players that might come might be already contracted. So it's going to be interesting. I don't know, Adelaide got a war chest in terms of money, but it's what they can get in. Like, are they going to be able to get anybody?
Unfortunately for Adelaide, there seems to be a consensus now amongst the footy community that player managers are using them to raise the price of their players' offers. So Elliot Yeo wants to stay at West Coast, but will use Adelaide to get a longer deal. Will Hayward was never leaving.
That's probably been happening for decades, though, hasn't it?
It'd be frustrating
just
for
good management.
It's not blaming the player.
Everyone loves leverage.
But I think the other thing is, even going back to Adelaide's midfield, and see, I don't even know if it's you go out and get a star. Go through everyone's list and you talk about Jack Graham. He's one of those that would be, I reckon, perfect for the Crows. And you're even looking at Richmond's list here in front of me, someone like a Baker, who he's not considered a superstar midfielder, but he's playing more mid-time and he influences the game. So someone who's just sort of second.
Caleb Daniel, Western Bulldogs, just helps on the outside a little bit.
Yeah.
Not that he's an inside mid, but he helps what they're trying to do.
But go for a second or third tier player that you see upside in that you can get relatively cheaply. Whether it's bringing someone back home that's interstate, that's a South Australian born and bred, then
Lukosius.
Yeah, that's the way to do it. Rather than going for an absolute star.
On the text line, Riley says the Crows need LDU, Luke Davies-Uniacke, and Dean saying Fremantle should target Chad Warner instead of trying to get Josh Abold.
Oh, what a player he is.
We're wrapping things up here at the Adelaide Oval with you for the next 6.5 minutes. Richmond winners by 8 points. We've got enough time to just quickly hear from Matthew Nicks, who's just started his press conference.
Can you try and pinpoint what's going wrong at the moment?
We have an issue at the moment with changing momentum. We're having periods in games where we just can't stop the opposition for far too long. We're not able to change the game without having a timeout, and it takes us till the end of the quarter to do so. And it's unfortunately it's becoming a trend for us, and it's why we're where we're at.
I think you promised that the group would have a response to that momentum, but the way you started the game, did you see a response there?
I was confident we would respond, and for the majority of the game tonight, it was quite a battle, and we let ourselves down in a period of time throughout that third quarter that, in the end, determined the result.
What's the mental space of the group right now? It feels like it's a team very low on confidence.
Yeah, we are. We're low on confidence. We got no excuses. We just need to be better. And at the moment, we're not. We're not good enough at the moment.
As a coaching group, do you feel a bit shell-shocked at the moment? Are you a bit, where are the answers? Where are the solutions coming from?
The answers are sitting there in how do we right the ship in moments of, I guess it's rough seas if we're going to use the term. It's when we're under pressure, how can we change the game? Because we're playing patches of football where we're in the game and then we just let ourselves down. There's too many games at the moment where we're getting beaten, and they're close in the end, but we're not getting the result. And that doesn't matter if we're playing the top of the table or the bottom of the table. We're seeing the same trend, and so we have to be better than that.
In fairness, Matthew, should you be in a position where you need to change the game against a team that's won one game all year? Should you not be setting the tone?
And that's where I come back. We've got to be better. We're not at the moment. We don't have excuses. We're not good enough at this point.
Matthew Nicks there speaking after Adelaide's 8-point loss to Richmond, wrapping things up Thursday night footy on ABC Sport to kickstart round 13. So Richmond winners 12-7-79 to Adelaide's 10-11-71. A massive boost to Richmond's rebuilding season. 2-11 now, their second win under Adam Uze. Meanwhile, Matthew Nicks will be searching for answers with Adelaide 4-8-1 and set to miss finals for a 7th consecutive year. The votes: Josh Franco, Dean Brogan. I believe Josh has been given the tough task tonight.
I have. We'll start with one vote. We've given to Shai Bolton. He had 20 disposals, 7 clearances, 6 inside 50s, and he kicked 3 behinds, but I thought he was really dynamic for the 4 quarters. 2 votes to Jordan Dawson. We mentioned him a lot throughout the call. He was outstanding. Ended up with 32 disposals, 8 contested, 24 uncontested, 4 clearances and a handful of inside 50. So he was second best. And our 3 votes have gone to Bolter. He was outstanding. We mentioned him at half-time, thinking Adelaide should go and put a defensive forward on him. They didn't. And he ended up with 20 disposals, 94% kicking efficiency, and played a terrific game. So he gets the 3.
Had 3 Brownlow votes last year when they met, and looks like he may nab another couple at least tonight. Great to have Josh Franco and Dean Brogan as part of the call. Big thanks to Liz Walsh, who headed into both rooms and got some reaction from both Richmond and Adelaide. To Paul Brokenshaw and to Mitch Turner back in the studio as well. Richmond winners by 8 points. They led by 6 points at the first change. It was a real neck-and-neck contest after they had the hot start, and the Crows clawed it back with 2 late goals in that first change. Adelaide managed to hit the front at the 12-minute mark of the second term after kicking 3 of the first 4 goals in the second term, but only managed a 1-point lead at the half, and then boom went Richmond. 6 goals to 2 in the third term to race away to a 22-point lead, and ultimately just hung on in the final quarter, conceding 3 goals to 1 to win by 8 points in the end. So 3 votes to Bolter, 2 to Dawson, 1 to Bolton. The goal scorers for the Tigers: 3 to Cumberland, 2 to Campbell, McIntosh, Mansell, singles to Baker, Kajitsky and Broad. Meanwhile for the Crows, 3 to Fogarty, 2 to Rochelle, and singles to Murphy, Schomburg, Dowling, Strawn and James Borlase. Your round of footy continues on ABC Sport tomorrow night. We'll have the Western Bulldogs and the Brisbane Lions at Docklands. We didn't get a chance to run through the team news as well that dropped throughout this afternoon, so we can give them to you now. Tom Liberatore back for the Western Bulldogs. Sam Darcy obviously misses through suspension. The Brisbane Lions will welcome back Brandon Starcevich and Eric Hipwood. Your Saturday of footy, no change for the Hawks as they host the Giants at Tasmania. Callum Brown and Callum Ward back in for the Giants. Perryman and Cornelio both out injured. The West Coast Eagles face North Melbourne in what could be the Kangaroos' best chance at a win this season, albeit it is at Perth Stadium. West Coast have a couple of big ins. So Jake Waterman is back. Jack Hutchinson, their mid-season recruit, will play his first game 11 days after being drafted. And Jai Culley returns after a year-long ACL injury. Harley Reid out with suspension there. Jai Simpkin returns for the Roos in that matchup, and Zane Dersma has been managed. No changes for the Saints and the Suns on Saturday night at the Docklands. And then on Sunday, extended squads for